Am I wrong for cutting my brother out of my life after he sold our childhood home without telling me? I, Julia, 29, have been dealing with a lot of issues with my older brother Ben, 35, ever since our parents passed away a few years ago. For the most part, we managed to get along, considering the circumstances. But things started to get weird after the funeral, and they've only gotten worse since then. Ben's always been the more reckless one between the two of us, taking risks with money, relationships, you name it. I'm the more practical one, the responsible one. We've always been polar opposites in that way. Our parents weren't perfect, but they were our rock. And when they passed, Ben and I were left with a house full of memories and the responsibility of taking care of it together. It was a big old house in the suburbs, a bit too big for either of us to really keep up with, but it had always been our family home. There was no mortgage on it, and we had no intention of selling it. Both of us agreed that keeping it was the right thing to do, especially with everything we'd been through as a family. It wasn't just about the property value, it was about the memories. The kitchen where Mom would make dinner on holidays. The old living room where we spent countless hours watching movies, laughing, fighting, and just being family. We both knew the house wasn't just a house to us. It was a part of who we were. But then things started changing. I don't know when it started exactly, but there was this subtle shift between Ben and me. At first, I thought it was just him dealing with his emotions after losing both of our parents. He'd always been more emotional than I was, but I figured he'd eventually pull himself together. He'd always been the kind of person who found comfort in chaos, but he had this way of keeping it hidden, pretending everything was fine when it wasn't. And maybe that's why I didn't notice the warning signs sooner. A few months after the funeral, Ben started talking about his finances. At first, it was subtle, just a few comments here and there about how things were tight. I wasn't exactly in a position to give him money. I'm a freelance photographer, and business had been slow, but I tried to be supportive. I offered to help him look for work or connect him with some of my friends who might have connections. But Ben didn't want that. He didn't want charity, as he put it. He was always proud, sometimes to a fault. I tried to understand. We both had our own lives, and I didn't want to pry too much into his. Then one day, a few weeks before I went back to the house, he called me up and mentioned how tight things were for him again. I didn't think much of it at the time. He'd been through a messy divorce, and I knew it had hit him harder than he let on. The whole thing had been a disaster, with debts piling up and emotions running high. I told him I'd come by the house the next weekend, just to check in, but he told me he wasn't sure if he'd be around. He was busy with things. I didn't think anything of it. I assumed it was just him trying to keep it all together. The real shock came when I decided to visit the house. I had a free weekend coming up and thought it might be a good time to surprise him. Maybe we could clean out some of the old stuff, go through our parents' belongings, maybe even talk about what we wanted to do with the house. I hadn't been back to the house in a while, and I figured it would be a nice change of pace. We hadn't spent much time together since everything happened, and I thought a quiet weekend there would give us the chance to reconnect. But when I pulled up to the house, something was wrong. There was a "for sale" sign in the front yard. I sat in my car for a while, staring at it, trying to process what I was seeing. My heart started racing, and my first thought was that maybe it was a mistake. Maybe the neighbors were selling their house, or maybe it was some kind of mix-up. But as I sat there, I realized it wasn't a mistake. There were cars parked in the driveway, and I could see figures moving through the windows. I felt this wave of disbelief hit me. I didn't even get out of the car right away. I tried calling Ben, but he didn't pick up. I left him a voicemail, but he didn't call me back. I wasn't sure what to do, so I got out of the car and walked up to the door. I knocked, but I was starting to feel the panic creeping in. A couple answered the door, young, excited, clearly new owners, and they told me they had just bought the place. They'd been there for a few days, making plans, moving in. I was in shock. I couldn't believe it. I asked them who had sold them the house, and they told me it was Ben. My brother had sold the house. Without telling me. Without asking me. I couldn't process it. I felt like the ground had just been ripped out from under me. How could he do this? Why hadn't he told me? I stood there for what felt like forever. I don't even remember how I ended up calling him again. But I did. When he finally picked up, he sounded distracted, like he was somewhere else. I don't even know why I bothered trying to be calm. I was shaking. I couldn't understand how he'd done this without so much as a conversation. I asked him flat out, "Did you sell the house?" There was a long pause. And then he said, "Yeah, I did." I didn't know what to say. I thought maybe I misheard him. Maybe he was joking. But no, he was serious. He said he needed the money. His divorce had drained him financially, and he was in a bad place. He didn't feel like he had any other choice. I asked him why he didn't tell me, why he didn't ask me what I thought. His response was simple. "I didn't think you'd care. You've been busy. I needed the cash." His words didn't make sense. I thought we'd agreed. I thought we both understood the value of that house. To him, it was just a place. To me, it was so much more. I didn't know how to react, but all I could feel was this crushing weight of betrayal. He kept going on about how this was the only way to get out of his mess, how he didn't want to make things harder for me. But the more he talked, the more I realized that he wasn't even considering what this meant for me. He was so caught up in his own crisis that he couldn't see how this was tearing me apart. He hung up before I could say anything else. And I stood there, outside the house that had been our family's for decades, completely numb. I couldn't believe what had just happened. How could he do this to me? How could he sell our home without even consulting me? I spent the rest of the day in a fog. I didn't know what to do, didn't know how to even process what had just happened. Ben and I had always been close. Sure, we fought, but we were family. We understood each other. Or at least, I thought we did. Now, I wasn't sure who he was anymore. I didn't recognize him. I tried to calm myself down, but everything felt wrong. How had we gotten here? How had we gone from being two people who agreed on everything to this? And why hadn't he even thought to talk to me about it? Why had he just made this decision on his own? My head was spinning, but I knew one thing for sure. This wasn't just about the house anymore. It was about trust. It was about respect. And right now, I felt like I didn't have either of those from him. I knew I couldn't just walk away from this without getting answers. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I wasn't sure I even wanted to talk to him again. The shock of it all didn't wear off. After Ben hung up on me, I spent the rest of the day in a daze. I didn't know how to process what had just happened. I sat in my car for hours, just staring at the house, knowing that things would never be the same between us. I thought about calling him back, asking him why he didn't think this was something we needed to talk about. But part of me knew it wouldn't matter. He'd already made his decision, and he didn't think I'd care. How could I even talk to him after that? I tried to go home that night, but I couldn't focus on anything. I kept thinking about how he had sold the house, how he'd made that choice without consulting me, without even telling me what was going on. I knew his divorce had been a mess, but I didn't realize how much it had affected him. Still, that didn't excuse what he did. Selling our childhood home. That wasn't just a financial decision, it was personal. It felt like he'd erased part of our past, like he didn't care about the things that meant so much to both of us. I didn't hear from him for the next few days, and at first, I felt relief. I didn't know what I would say to him, or if I even wanted to talk to him again. The anger and hurt were so fresh, so raw. But after a couple of days, I started feeling guilty for shutting him out. Maybe he was right. Maybe I was being too emotional, too attached to something that didn't matter as much to him as it did to me. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that he had betrayed me. We had a bond over that house, and he'd broken it without a second thought. I decided to reach out to him, but when I tried calling, he didn't answer. I texted him instead, asking if we could talk. But he didn't respond right away. I waited. Days passed. I didn't know what I expected from him: an apology, an explanation, a sign that he understood how much this hurt me. But nothing came. It wasn't like Ben to ignore me for long, even when things were tense between us. So the silence made me more anxious, more confused. Eventually, I couldn't stand it anymore. I needed to know why he hadn't said anything, why he hadn't given me the chance to process it before making such a huge decision. I called him again, this time with the intention of getting some answers. But when he picked up, his tone was defensive from the start. "What's up?" he asked, like nothing had happened. I tried to keep calm, but the words came out before I could stop them. "Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you at least talk to me before selling the house?" He was quiet for a second, and then he gave that typical Ben response. "I don't see what the big deal is. It's just a house, Julia. You act like I sold some family heirloom or something." I felt my blood pressure rise. "It wasn't just a house, Ben. It was our asterisk house. It was where we grew up. How could you just sell it without telling me?" He didn't seem to get it. "Look, I'm not trying to upset you, but I had to do something. I'm drowning in debt. I thought you'd understand." I felt this wave of frustration hit me. "I understand that you're struggling. I do. But selling the house wasn't the answer. We agreed to keep it, remember? And you didn't even ask me. You didn't even think about what it would mean to me." There was a long silence on the other end of the line. "I didn't think you'd care, honestly. You've been busy with work, living your life. I thought I was doing what was best for both of us." That was the part that hurt the most. "You thought I wouldn't care?" I repeated, my voice shaking now. "How could you think that?" Ben didn't answer right away. Instead, he sighed and muttered, "Look, I didn't want to make things harder for you. You've been out of the loop, and I didn't want to drag you into my problems." His words stung. "You didn't want to drag me into your problems, but you dragged me into this mess by selling the house behind my back." I couldn't keep the anger in anymore. "You've made everything harder, Ben. You've made me feel like I don't matter to you." There was another long silence, and then he said something that made my stomach drop. "I don't know what you want from me, Julia. I made the decision. It's done." I was speechless. I couldn't believe it. It was like he didn't even care about the damage he had caused. I tried to hold it together, but I could feel the tears welling up. "I just don't understand. How could you do this? Why didn't you even talk to me about it? Why didn't you think this was something I should be involved in?" "Because it's my problem, not yours," Ben snapped, his voice getting sharper. "You don't understand what it's like to be stuck in my position. You don't get it." I was shaking now, and I wanted to hang up. But I couldn't. I wanted him to hear how much he had hurt me, how much his actions had shaken me. But all he seemed to care about was justifying himself. "I'm not trying to make you feel guilty," he said. "But I don't need you to make this harder than it already is. I needed the money. I didn't have time to waste." I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. "So, that's it. You just sell the house, and I'm supposed to move on. You don't even care what this means to me?" "Julia, you're acting like I killed someone," he said, his voice frustrated now. "It's just a house. You're making a mountain out of a molehill." I couldn't hold back anymore. "You don't get it, do you? This wasn't just about the house. This was about us. This was about our family, our past. And now you've just erased it. I don't even know who you are anymore." There was a long silence on the other end, and I thought he was finally going to apologize. But instead, he said, "I don't know what you want from me, Julia. I've already made my decision. You can be mad at me all you want, but it's done." I wanted to scream. I wanted to say so much more, but I was too exhausted. He wasn't going to understand. He wasn't going to change his mind. This was it. I ended the call without saying another word. I was done. I felt like a weight had been lifted. But at the same time, I felt like I was floating in this empty space. I had no idea what to do next. For the next few days, I didn't hear from Ben. And honestly, part of me was relieved. I needed space from him. I couldn't talk to him anymore, not like this. I didn't know if I ever could again. But then, after a few days of silence, I heard from someone else. It was our cousin, Jane. She texted me asking how I was doing, and I told her everything. About the house, about Ben, about how hurt I was. I expected her to side with him, she always did. But instead, she was more understanding than I thought she'd be. Ben's been going through a lot, she said. But that doesn't excuse what he did. He should have talked to you about it first. I think he was just trying to protect you from his mess. I was a little surprised by her response. Protect me? I asked. By selling the house behind my back. Jane responded with a long message. She told me that Ben had been avoiding everyone, family, friends, even her, since the divorce. He'd been spiraling, and he thought no one could help him. She said he was trying to fix everything on his own, but he was too ashamed to ask for help. I didn't know what to think. On one hand, I wanted to understand. I knew Ben had been struggling, but on the other hand, he had just cut me out completely. I didn't know if I could forgive him for that. I decided to reach out to him again. I wanted to try to make things right, but when I called, he didn't answer. I left a message asking him if we could meet up, but I wasn't sure what I would say to him if he agreed. I waited a few more days, hoping Ben would reach out, but he didn't. I thought maybe the silence would help us both cool down, give us time to think things through. But the more time that passed, the more the hurt festered. I couldn't keep pretending that everything was fine. I needed answers, and I needed closure. I decided to send him one last message, something that would let him know how much I was struggling with this whole situation. I wasn't asking for an apology, not necessarily, but I needed him to understand why I was so upset. I wasn't even sure he would read it, but I had to try. I sent him a long text explaining everything, how I felt betrayed, how I didn't understand how he could have made such a big decision without even consulting me. I told him how much the house meant to me, how it wasn't just a place, but a part of our family's history. I wasn't accusing him anymore. I just wanted him to hear me out, to understand why I felt the way I did. I said that if he didn't want to talk, I'd respect that, but I needed him to know where I was coming from. The response came faster than I expected. He called me. I didn't even have time to process the message before his name popped up on my phone. I didn't know what to expect, but I answered anyway, hoping for a breakthrough. Julia, he said, his voice flat, almost resigned. I got your message. I didn't know what to say. I had so much I wanted to express, but part of me was afraid it would only make things worse. He didn't sound angry, but he didn't sound like he cared either. I almost wanted to hang up right then and there, but I knew that wouldn't solve anything. I'm listening, he added after a pause. I took a deep breath, trying to find the right words. I just don't get it, Ben. I know you've been going through a lot, but this wasn't just about money or your problems. You sold our home. You sold the place we grew up in without even telling me. You didn't think to ask for my opinion, to give me a chance to say something. He was quiet for a while, and I could hear the frustration building in his tone when he finally spoke. I didn't think it would be a big deal. I thought you'd be fine. You've got your own life now, your own career. This place didn't mean the same to you. It wasn't like I was taking something away from you. I felt this familiar sting. It was the same thing he'd said to me before. Asterisk, you wouldn't understand, asterisk. It was like he thought I didn't care, like I was some kind of stranger to him now. I wasn't even sure what I was trying to prove anymore. Ben, I said, my voice shaking, this wasn't just about the house. It was about us. It was about respect. You didn't give me a chance to process it. I thought we agreed on something. And then you just decided for both of us. I didn't want to drag you into my mess, he replied, the defensiveness creeping back into his voice. I didn't want to burden you with this. I thought it was better for you not to know. His words stung. I didn't know how to respond. Everything felt so one-sided, like I was fighting for something that he didn't even see as worth fighting for. He didn't get it. Not really. He was caught up in his own world, and I was just an afterthought. I thought we were a team, I said, my voice soft but firm. I thought we'd always have each other's backs. But now it feels like you just tossed me aside. There was a long pause, and I thought for a second that he might hang up. But then he spoke again, this time with a quieter, almost defeated tone. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I was drowning, and I thought if I could fix one thing, it would make everything else easier. But I messed up. I didn't know how to react. I wanted to be angry, but part of me felt this overwhelming sense of sadness. He was apologizing, but it didn't change what he had done. I wasn't sure if it was enough. I don't know what to say, Ben, I replied. I'm not sure what comes next. He didn't say anything for a few moments. And then, almost in a whisper, he added, I didn't mean to push you away. I thought I was doing what was best. But I see now that I made a huge mistake. I couldn't hold it together anymore. The tears that had been building up for days started to spill over. I wasn't crying because I wanted him to feel guilty. I was crying because I realized how much this had changed everything. I didn't know if we could ever go back to what we were before. I don't know if I can forgive you, Ben, I said quietly. I need time to figure it out. There was a long silence on the other end, and I wondered if he would try to convince me otherwise. But he didn't. He just said, I understand. I felt this strange mix of emotions, relief, anger, and sadness all at once. It wasn't the closure I had hoped for, but it was something. We talked for a little longer, but it was clear that neither of us knew what to say next. We were both stuck, trying to figure out what came after all of this. Neither of us had the answers, and I realized that maybe there wasn't a simple solution. After we hung up, I felt a sense of emptiness. I wanted to forgive him, but I wasn't sure I could. He had crossed a line, and even if he was sorry, I wasn't sure if I could ever trust him in the same way again. The next few weeks were quiet. Ben and I didn't talk much after that conversation. There was still a part of me that wanted to reach out, to try to fix things, but I wasn't sure where to start. Every time I thought about it, I was filled with doubt. Was I being too hard on him? Was I letting my emotions get the best of me? I tried to focus on my own life, on my work and my friends, but the wound still felt fresh. Every time I drove past our old neighborhood, I couldn't help but think about the house. I kept asking myself if I could ever forgive Ben, if I could move past this and rebuild our relationship. But each time, the answers seemed to get harder and harder to find. I didn't know what would happen next. I didn't know if we'd ever be able to repair the damage he had done. But for now, all I could do was wait. Wait for time to heal the hurt, and wait for the day when I could look him in the eyes again without feeling that sting of betrayal. I've been thinking a lot about everything lately, and I just don't know what to do. I'm not sure if I can let go of the anger and the hurt. But then again, I don't want to give up on my brother completely. So, here I am, stuck in this in-between space, wondering if I'm wrong for holding on to the past, or if I should just let go and move forward. Can we ever go back to being close? Or has he crossed a line that can never be undone? Story 2. Am I wrong for not letting my father walk me down the aisle after he reconnected with my estranged sister? I never expected it to go like this. My wedding was supposed to be about me and my fiancée, making a day just for us. But it quickly turned into something else when my dad, who'd been absent for most of my life, suddenly came back into the picture. I'm 32 now, And my dad hasn't been around since I was 12. My parents got divorced back then, and after the split, he just vanished. We had no contact. Not really. He'd pop up every now and then on birthdays or Christmas with a half-hearted card, but nothing meaningful. I grew up with my mom, who was the one who always held everything together. She worked 2 jobs to support us, cooked dinner every night, and made sure I had everything I needed. I never needed my dad. I had her. But then, 6 months ago, my dad called out of the blue. I wasn't thrilled, to be honest. I didn't know what to expect from him after all this time. Still, my mom convinced me to give him a chance. She said that people change, that he might genuinely be trying to make amends. At first, I wasn't so sure. But we met for coffee, and it wasn't terrible. He apologized. He cried. He said he regretted what he did. I told him I didn't know if I could forgive him, but that I was willing to see if we could build something again. I didn't want to be bitter forever. And honestly, I was just so tired of carrying around all that anger. Things didn't progress quickly. I wasn't ready to jump into some father-daughter relationship just like that. I told myself I'd take it slow, see if his actions matched his words. But he kept showing up, trying to prove he was committed to being part of my life again. A couple of months went by, and he even met my fiancée, Jack. Jack didn't have strong feelings about my dad one way or the other, but I could tell he was trying to make me feel comfortable. I wasn't completely sold, but I agreed that it wouldn't hurt to let him be part of the wedding planning process. He was my dad, after all. He was trying. Everything was fine, or at least I thought it was, until 2 weeks ago. I saw a post on Facebook that made my stomach drop. My dad and my sister, Emily, were together, laughing, hugging, looking like they were best friends. The picture was from some weekend trip they'd taken together. Emily, my little sister, who hadn't spoken to me in years. The same Emily who sided with Dad during their divorce and basically cut me out of her life when I was 18. I had no idea they were even talking, let alone hanging out. I felt completely blindsided, not just because of the picture, but because my dad hadn't even mentioned it. He hadn't told me that he and Emily were reconnecting. I felt like I was the last one to know. For context, Emily and I have a complicated history. We used to be close, but after the divorce, she chose Dad's side. I could never understand why. My mom was the one who held everything together, the one who made sure we were okay. But Emily, she couldn't see past the divorce. She thought Mom was the villain in their marriage, and in her eyes, Dad could do no wrong. When she was 18, she moved out and basically cut off all communication with me. We'd barely spoken since. I was devastated, of course, but over the years, I learned to live without her. I focused on my own life, my own friends, and my own family. I never expected my dad to reach out again, and I definitely didn't expect him to get back in touch with Emily after everything. When I saw that picture, my first instinct was to feel betrayed. It wasn't just about them reconnecting. It was about the fact that he had rebuilt his relationship with her. And here I was, still uncertain about him. It felt like I was the afterthought, the one he was trying to make up for after everything else fell apart. I wasn't mad at Emily for reconnecting with him, but I was pissed that my dad had been so secretive about it. He couldn't even tell me that he was talking to her again. We were trying to build something, and here he was, busy rebuilding everything with her, while I was left in the dark. I tried to let it go for a couple of days, but it was eating at me. I didn't want to be petty about it, but I couldn't stop thinking about how much it hurt. Then, last week, my dad brought it up casually over dinner. He asked if I had thought about who I wanted to walk me down the aisle. I assumed it would be my mom, obviously. She was the one who raised me. She was the one who made everything work. But when I said I was thinking about asking Mom, Dad got quiet, and I could tell something was off. He said, "I'm your father, Sarah. I think I should be the one to walk you down the aisle." I didn't know what to say. I had so many emotions, but I couldn't just blurt them out. The truth was, I didn't feel like he had earned that right. He wasn't around for most of my life, and he didn't seem to get that. I didn't want him to have that moment because, to me, it felt like he was just trying to reclaim something he'd never been there for in the first place. It wasn't about holding grudges, it was about the fact that my mom had been there. She'd been the one to teach me everything I knew about life, about love, about how to be a strong woman. Not him. I tried to explain it as best as I could. I told him that I didn't want this to be about who deserved it more. I wasn't trying to punish him. But he couldn't see past his own feelings. He got defensive, like I was trying to shut him out, like I was keeping him from being a part of my life again. I don't understand why you can't just let go of the past, Sarah, he said. I'm trying. I'm really trying. I was so frustrated. Of course, I knew he was trying. I wasn't blind to that. But he couldn't just waltz back into my life and expect everything to fall into place. That's not how it works. I wasn't asking him to be some stranger, but I wasn't ready to just hand him the same role that my mom had earned through years of dedication. The next few days were awkward. My dad tried to call me several times, but I didn't pick up. Every time I saw his name on my phone, I felt a mix of guilt and anger. My mom didn't say much, but I could tell she was uncomfortable with the situation too. She didn't want to cause more drama. She just wanted me to have a nice wedding. But I wasn't willing to compromise on this. Then things took a weird turn. My aunt started calling me. Then my cousins. Then my uncles. Everyone started saying the same thing. I should let Dad walk me down the aisle. It wasn't just family members, it was friends too. People who knew the history, who knew what he'd done, were suddenly telling me I was being unreasonable. They didn't understand why I couldn't just let it go. You're punishing him for things he's already apologized for, my aunt told me over the phone. I felt like I was losing control of the situation. People were expecting me to just forgive and forget. Like everything that had happened between me and my dad didn't matter. Like it wasn't a huge part of who I was. It felt like no one was hearing me. Everyone seemed to think I should just let him have his moment. But I couldn't. I couldn't let my mom be pushed aside after all she'd done for me. It got to the point where I couldn't even think straight. The pressure was overwhelming. Everyone was pushing me to let him walk me down the aisle. And I started questioning if I was making too big of a deal out of it. Maybe I was being stubborn. Maybe I was holding on to something that wasn't fair to him anymore. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just about the wedding. It was about everything that had come before it, everything that had been left unresolved. The tension kept building, and I had no idea how to fix it. Over the next few days, I felt like I was drowning in family pressure. Everyone, from distant relatives to old family friends, started messaging me, telling me I was making a huge mistake. He's your father, Sarah, they'd say. He's trying. You need to let him in. I could feel the judgment, like I was somehow being unfair to him. I wasn't sure who I was more frustrated with, my dad, who was pushing for this role in my life after being absent for so long, or my family, who seemed to think I should just forgive and forget because of one little apology and a few coffee meetings. What I kept hearing, over and over again, was that I was punishing him for the past, that I was making it all about my mom and holding grudges. But it wasn't about the past, not entirely. It was about what I felt now. My dad wasn't there for me, and my mom was. She had always been. I didn't want this to be a moment where I felt like I had to pick between two people. But I wasn't about to let my dad walk me down the aisle as if nothing ever happened. At first, I tried to hold my ground. I didn't answer most of the calls or messages. I didn't want to have another argument with my aunt or listen to my cousins tell me I was being too hard on him. But then my mom noticed I was pulling away, and I could tell she was uncomfortable with the situation. She never pushed me to make any decisions, but I knew she was getting torn between supporting me and not wanting to cause any more drama. She kept saying, "Whatever you decide, I'll be happy with it." I just want you to be happy. The problem was, I wasn't happy. I was confused. I was angry. And it didn't help that my dad was now guilt-tripping me at every opportunity. He sent me long texts saying how much he regretted everything and how much he wanted to make things right, how much he wanted to be part of my life. But every time I read them, it just felt like more of the same. Words, promises, and that didn't erase the fact that he wasn't there when I needed him. One night, I got a message from Emily. I hadn't heard from her in months, and I'd honestly been hoping it would stay that way. But she reached out, and what she said set off a whole new wave of frustration. She was upset that I hadn't talked to Dad about the wedding and said I was being selfish. "You're not even giving him a chance," she said. "You're making it all about your mom. Don't you think it's time you let him have something for once?" I wanted to scream. After everything, she was the one telling me I was being selfish. Emily had been the one who sided with Dad when they split, who cut me out of her life when I needed her most. And now, here she was, trying to lecture me about family and forgiveness. I couldn't deal with it, so I just hung up on her. That was the first time I'd done that in years, and I felt a little guilty about it later, but mostly I felt relieved. Then the calls from Dad started getting more frequent. The messages, the voicemails. He was starting to act like I owed him something, and it made me sick. "I'm trying, Sarah," he'd say. "I just want to be there for you. I want to be the dad you deserve." But the more he said it, the more I felt like he was trying to rewrite the story of our relationship. He wasn't the dad I deserved. He hadn't been there for me. I didn't need him to walk me down the aisle to prove he was trying. I needed him to understand why it felt wrong to me for him to step into that role after all these years. Things got even more complicated when I tried to find a middle ground. I suggested to him that maybe we could do something that felt fair to both sides. I'd have both him and my mom walk me down the aisle. That way, neither of them would feel left out. I thought it was a reasonable compromise. I really did. But it didn't go as I'd hoped. Dad didn't take the idea well. He said he didn't want to be second place at my wedding. That if he wasn't going to have the honor of walking me down the aisle alone, he might as well not be part of the wedding at all. And just like that, it felt like I was back to square one. The whole point of this wedding was supposed to be about love and unity, not about keeping score. But that's exactly what it had become. A battle between my mom and my dad over something that was supposed to be simple. Emily called me again, not long after Dad reacted to my suggestion. She was furious. She said I was humiliating Dad, that I was treating him like an outsider when he was finally trying to make up for the past. I tried to explain to her that I wasn't trying to punish him, but she wouldn't listen. "You're making this all about you," she said. "It's his moment, too, Sarah. You can't just keep holding on to the past." That hit me hard, more than I expected. It felt like everything I'd been trying to explain was falling on deaf ears. Everyone was telling me to move on. I didn't know if I could. I didn't know if I wanted to. And then, in the middle of all this, it hit me. Emily was no longer just a distant family member. She had become another source of pressure. She kept telling me I had to let my dad walk me down the aisle, or I was going to lose him again. That if I didn't make room for him, it would all fall apart. I felt cornered, caught between two people who both felt entitled to this moment. It wasn't just about the wedding anymore. It was about my entire relationship with both of them, and the weight of it was crushing me. I kept going back and forth, playing out different scenarios in my head. Maybe I was being too stubborn. Maybe I should just let Dad walk me down the aisle and get it over with. Maybe it would make everything easier. But then I thought about my mom. She was the one who had been there for me when no one else was. She was the one who took care of everything, even when it was hard. Was I supposed to just let her step aside for a man who hadn't been there for most of my life? I didn't think I could do that. I didn't think I could face her if I did. Meanwhile, Dad kept sending these long, emotional texts about how much he wanted to be there for me. And I felt guilty, so guilty, because I knew he was trying. But it wasn't enough. I didn't know what more he could do to make me feel like he deserved this role. The past was too big a shadow to ignore. One night, Jack, my fiancé, asked me point blank, "Do you want your dad there or not?" He said it with a calm that I didn't feel. "This wedding is about you, not them. What do you want?" I didn't have an answer. I still don't. It felt like I was losing control of the situation. I was trapped between two people I loved and two people who couldn't see eye to eye. And the more I thought about it, the more it felt like no matter what I chose, someone was going to be hurt. I still hadn't made a decision, but I knew the clock was ticking. My wedding day was coming, and the pressure was only getting worse. The calls, the texts, the guilt, they all kept coming. I didn't know how much longer I could take it. The wedding day was fast approaching, and every day felt like a pressure cooker about to explode. The tension between my dad and me was unbearable. Every time I spoke to him, it felt like he was playing the victim, reminding me how hard he was trying, how much he wanted to make it right. But all I could think about was the years he missed, and how quickly he expected everything to go back to normal. Meanwhile, Emily kept texting me, accusing me of ruining everything, telling me I was selfish. It was like I was being pulled in two directions, and no matter what I did, someone was going to be disappointed. I tried to talk to Jack about it, but I could tell he was getting frustrated too. He kept telling me that I needed to make a decision before it tore me apart. But the more I thought about it, the less I knew what I wanted. My dad's pleas felt genuine, but it didn't erase the years of hurt. And my mom, she never pressured me, but I could see how much it hurt her every time the topic came up. I knew she was holding back, trying not to make things worse, but I could tell she was just as torn up as I was. The night before the wedding, I had a meltdown. I had been trying to hold everything together, trying to juggle the expectations of my family and my own feelings. But I couldn't do it anymore. I broke down in front of Jack, telling him I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if I could let my dad walk me down the aisle, but I also didn't know how to face him if I didn't. Jack held me as I cried, but he didn't have any answers. Neither of us did. The next morning, the wedding day, I woke up to a flood of texts. Most of them were from my dad. "I'm here, Sarah. I just want you to know that no matter what happens, I'll always be proud of you." I felt sick reading those words. Part of me wanted to tell him I was still trying to figure it out, but I couldn't bring myself to. I had avoided answering his calls all morning. I finally decided to call him, hoping to get some clarity. He answered on the first ring. "Sarah, hey, I'm so glad you called. I just wanted to let you know I'm here. I'm ready to walk you down the aisle. I hope you're not too upset with me. I know I've made mistakes, but I'm really trying. I just want to be there for you." I could feel the weight of his words, but I didn't know what to say. Everything felt wrong. The moment felt too heavy for me to bear. I didn't want to let him walk me down the aisle, but I didn't want to hurt him either. I wasn't sure how to explain that to him without making him feel like I was rejecting him all over again. "I don't know what to do, Dad," I said finally. "I need some time to think about it. I can't make this decision right now." There was a long pause on the other end. I could hear him breathing, and it made me feel guilty all over again. "I understand, Sarah," he said finally, his voice softer. "I'll be here if you change your mind. Just, just know that I love you, no matter what." I didn't know if I was relieved or if I just felt worse. My mind was spinning. I couldn't make up my mind about anything, and the more I tried to find a solution, the more lost I felt. At that point, I made the decision to talk to my mom. I needed her to help me make sense of it all, even if it meant facing the truth. She was my rock, and I knew she'd been keeping quiet about everything because she didn't want to make me feel guilty. But it wasn't fair. I couldn't keep pretending like everything was fine when I knew she was hurting too. I sat down with her in the living room. She didn't say anything at first, just let me talk. I told her everything, how torn I was, how much pressure I was feeling, and how I didn't know if I could let Dad walk me down the aisle. I told her I loved her, that she'd always been there for me, but I didn't know if I was ready to let my dad step in. She didn't get upset. She just nodded, like she understood exactly where I was coming from. Sarah, you have to do what feels right for you, she said quietly. You've been through a lot, and you don't owe anyone anything. If you feel like it's too much, then don't do it. You've already made so many compromises for everyone else. It's your day, your choice. Hearing her say that made me feel like I had permission to be selfish, for once. Maybe it wasn't about doing what everyone else expected me to do. It was about what I needed. I felt a little better after that conversation, but the weight was still there. The wedding was in a few hours, and I still hadn't made up my mind. I didn't want to disappoint anyone, but I knew I couldn't go through with it unless I was at peace with my decision. As the ceremony time drew closer, I found myself standing in the bridal suite, staring at myself in the mirror. I was supposed to be excited, supposed to be happy. But all I could think about was what was about to happen. It wasn't just a wedding, it was a reckoning. Then, a few minutes before the ceremony started, I saw Dad in the hallway, standing by the door. He looked nervous, his hands shaking. He was dressed in his suit, ready to take his place. And when he saw me, he smiled. But it wasn't a smile of joy, it was a smile of relief, as if he was finally going to get what he wanted. I froze, feeling the weight of the moment hit me all at once. I was being asked to make the biggest decision of my life, and there was no turning back. I walked up to him, my heart pounding in my chest. I wanted to tell him everything I was feeling, but the words didn't come out. I just stood there, trying to breathe. Finally, he broke the silence. Sarah, I just want you to know how much this means to me. I've missed so much of your life, and I don't want to miss this moment too. I nodded, but inside, I felt like everything was unraveling. I was supposed to feel happy, to feel excited about this day. But instead, I felt like I was standing on the edge of a cliff, looking down at a decision I wasn't ready to make. I could hear the music starting to play in the distance. The wedding was starting. I couldn't avoid this moment any longer. I don't know if I can, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I don't know if I can let you walk me down the aisle. He looked at me, and for the first time in weeks, I saw the hurt in his eyes. It wasn't the look of a man who was angry or upset, but the look of someone who truly didn't understand. He took a step back, as if he was giving me space to breathe. Okay, he said quietly. Okay, Sarah, I understand. The words hit me harder than I expected. It wasn't the confrontation I had imagined, but somehow it was worse. He wasn't fighting for his place. He was giving up. As I walked toward the door to join the ceremony, I felt like I had lost something. But I also felt like I had gained something to control over my own life. I wasn't sure if I had made the right choice, or if I would regret it later. But as the doors opened and the music started to play, I felt a strange sense of peace. And I couldn't shake the question. Was I really in the right? Or had I just made a decision I would live to regret? Story 3 asterisk. Asterisk, am I wrong for inviting my estranged sister to our parents' anniversary party without telling my wife? I've been married to Julia for 5 years. We have a 3-year-old son, and for the most part, everything's been pretty good, except when it comes to my family. My family is complicated, especially when it comes to my younger sister, Sarah. I'm 34 and Sarah's 28. We were close growing up, but that changed 3 years ago when she had a massive falling out with our parents. I'm not going to go into all the details, but basically, Sarah made a decision that really pissed them off. She quit a well-paying job to travel around the world. It was one of those, I need to find myself kind of things. My parents were furious, and they've barely spoken to her since. I've tried to stay in touch with Sarah, though. She's stubborn, but she's family, and I still care about her, even if things are weird. Every so often, we'd text, but the tension was always there. I guess I was kind of stuck in the middle, but it wasn't something I thought about all the time. Julia knows about the situation with my sister, and she's not exactly thrilled about it. She's not the type to stir up drama, and she doesn't like the way Sarah's actions affected our parents. Julia's a lot more about keeping the peace than I am, which, in hindsight, should have been a red flag when I made my decision. The real issue came up about a week ago, when I got a text from Sarah. I hadn't heard from her in a while, and I honestly didn't know what to expect. She said she wanted to try to fix things with our parents. She seemed serious, almost apologetic, and I could tell she was regretting how things had gone down. She said she missed them, and she wanted to show up at their 40th anniversary dinner that was coming up in a few days. I was caught off guard, to say the least. I didn't know how to respond. On one hand, I thought it was a nice gesture. It had been years since our parents even acknowledged her. I could tell she was genuinely trying to make peace. On the other hand, I knew how my parents would react. They'd be upset, confused, and probably angry. They hadn't wanted anything to do with Sarah for so long. I couldn't see how it would go well. But then again, maybe that was just my own fear of conflict talking. I thought about it for a couple of days. I talked to Julia about it briefly, but she didn't give much input. She's always been a little detached when it comes to my family issues. She never really understood why I even stayed in touch with Sarah given the history. But what struck me was how indifferent Julia seemed when I mentioned Sarah. She didn't offer any support, but she didn't discourage me either. Maybe she didn't care as much about the situation as I did, or maybe she just didn't want to be involved in the drama. I don't know. But as the anniversary dinner grew closer, I realized that I didn't want to bring it up with Julia in full detail. It wasn't that I thought she'd completely shut me down, but I knew that inviting Sarah would cause problems. Julia didn't like tension, and I didn't want her to feel even more burdened by it. I also didn't want to drag her into a family issue that didn't seem like it was going to end well. So, I did what I thought was the best thing at the time. I invited Sarah to the dinner without telling Julia. I figured I'd deal with the fallout later, once I had a better sense of how things went. Maybe it would be fine. Maybe it wouldn't. I honestly wasn't sure. But I was hoping it would be a small step toward fixing things between Sarah and my parents. I didn't tell Sarah this, but I was secretly hoping that this might help heal some of the divide that had been there for so long. I didn't want to give up on the idea that family could come back together. When I texted Sarah the invitation, she responded almost immediately, excited and thankful. She seemed genuinely happy about the idea of showing up and trying to mend things. For a moment, I thought maybe this was the right decision. But as the days ticked by, I started to get anxious. What had I done? I couldn't exactly back out of it now. The dinner was only a couple of days away, and I'd already extended the invitation. I didn't want to look like I was unsure of my own decision, so I decided to go forward with it. But as I was preparing for the dinner, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had messed up. I kept thinking about what would happen when Sarah showed up, about how my parents would react, about what Julia would think when she found out. In the end, I told myself I'd just try to play it cool. If it all went sideways, I'd deal with it later. I didn't want to make any more of a mess than I already had, so I kept it to myself. The night of the dinner came, and I was nervous. Not just about Sarah's arrival, but about how everything else would go down. When we arrived at the restaurant, Julia was already a bit on edge, but she didn't say anything. We were early enough to settle into our seats, and I figured everything was fine. But then the door opened, and there she was, Sarah. She walked in, looking around awkwardly. I could tell she was nervous too, but she looked determined. She spotted me and gave a small wave. And that was when I saw Julia freeze. I tried to make eye contact with her, to maybe give her some kind of reassurance, but Julia wasn't having any of it. She didn't say anything, but the look on her face told me everything I needed to know. This wasn't going to be a smooth night. Sarah walked over to our table and awkwardly greeted our parents. My mom, who had been holding back, barely acknowledged Sarah. My dad said something about, "It's been a while," but that was it. The atmosphere immediately shifted. There was a tension in the air, like everyone had just gotten a little bit smaller in their seats. It felt like there was this big wall in the room that no one knew how to break. I tried to engage with Sarah and keep things light, but it was clear no one wanted to interact with her. My parents couldn't even hide their discomfort. They weren't outright rude, but it was obvious they were cold and distant. Sarah tried, but there was just no way to bridge the gap that had grown between them. I could feel the weight of it, and as much as I tried to act normal, I knew this was not how I had imagined the evening going. As dinner progressed, I found myself more and more distracted. I kept trying to get Julia's attention to gauge how she was feeling, but she wasn't really looking at me. Every time I glanced at her, she had this tight-lipped expression, like she was trying to hold it together. I didn't know what to do, and honestly, I was starting to regret even inviting Sarah. When we finally left the restaurant, Julia didn't say anything at first. She was quiet the whole ride home. I thought maybe she was just tired, but I knew better. After we put our son to bed, she finally spoke up. She was furious, and rightfully so. She told me I had put us in a really bad position by inviting Sarah without telling her. She accused me of being selfish, of dragging her into a family issue that she didn't sign up for, and of making a mess of a situation that could have been avoided if I just talked to her first. I tried to explain myself, but the more I spoke, the more upset she became. She said I should have known better, that I shouldn't have taken the chance without consulting her. I didn't expect it to blow up like this, but I felt like I was sinking. I tried to apologize, but it didn't seem to make a difference. Julia was mad, and honestly, I didn't know how to fix it. So now, I'm stuck. My sister's been trying to make things right, but I've made everything worse. Julia's upset, and I can't blame her. My parents are still mad at me for inviting Sarah, and I feel like I've lost control of the situation. The question is, did I really mess up? The dinner had started well enough, or at least I thought it was. We arrived early, like usual, and settled into our seats. I tried to keep things light, joke around a little, and get everyone in a good mood before the rest of the guests showed up. I noticed Julia was a little on edge, but I figured it was just nerves. After all, it wasn't every day we had a big family celebration like this, especially with everything that had happened in the past with Sarah. I tried not to let my own anxiety get the best of me. But I knew this night could go one of two ways. It could be a turning point, or it could be a disaster. And then, of course, there was the moment Sarah showed up. At first, I didn't even see her. I was talking to Julia, trying to keep her calm, when the door opened and there she was. I caught her in the corner of my eye looking around awkwardly as she walked in, probably wondering if she was doing the right thing. It felt like the room got smaller the moment she stepped in. I could feel the change in the air, the collective energy in the room shift as people noticed her. I don't know what I expected, but it definitely wasn't that. I stood up and waved, trying to give her some kind of warm welcome, but I could already see my parents' faces freeze. They looked like they had no idea how to react. My mom was the first to speak, but it wasn't much. She barely even acknowledged Sarah, just giving her this stiff greeting before quickly shifting her focus to something else. My dad, on the other hand, didn't say anything at all for the first couple of minutes. I watched as he avoided eye contact with her, as if hoping she'd just disappear. I felt an uncomfortable heat rise in my chest. There was this intense pressure in the room. It was obvious that no one knew how to deal with this situation. My sister was trying to hold it together, but I could see the unease in her body language. She wasn't sure what she was walking into, but she was here anyway. That took guts, even if it wasn't the best idea. Julia didn't say anything right away, but I could feel her tense up next to me. I shot her a glance, hoping for some sign that she was okay, but her face was unreadable. I tried to keep things light, engage everyone in conversation, but the atmosphere just felt off. It was like we were all walking on eggshells. I wanted to break the silence, but I didn't know how. I wasn't sure if I should be the peacemaker or if I should just let things play out. It felt like I was stuck in the middle of a battlefield that I didn't know how to navigate. Dinner itself was a blur. I don't even remember what we ate, to be honest. All I could focus on was the strained conversations around the table. Sarah would occasionally try to make small talk with my parents, but it was always met with awkward silences or short responses. I could see the frustration growing on her face, like she was desperately trying to fix something that might not be fixable. And as much as I wanted to step in and do something, I didn't know what to say. I didn't want to make it worse. At one point, I tried to lighten the mood by talking about something unrelated: work, the weather, anything that wasn't about Sarah or the family drama. I could feel Julia's gaze on me, and I could tell she wasn't happy with how things were going. She was quiet, almost too quiet, and that's when I knew things were really bad. She wasn't upset enough to leave, but she wasn't exactly engaged either. I could tell she was doing her best to hold it together, but I could see the frustration bubbling under the surface. When dessert came around, I tried to make a joke, something lighthearted to ease the tension. But the moment I looked at Julia again, I could see that something had shifted in her. She wasn't looking at me the way she usually did. Her eyes were cold, distant. I could tell she was upset, but she wasn't saying anything. It was like she was holding back her feelings, probably because she didn't want to cause a scene. But I knew the anger was there. I could feel it, just below the surface, like a pressure building up. After dessert, we didn't stay much longer. My parents didn't seem to care much either way. They didn't say goodbye to Sarah. They didn't make any effort to reconnect with her. It was like they were just going through the motions, as if having her there was something they were reluctantly tolerating. I didn't know what I expected, but I hoped for a little more. Maybe I hoped my parents would at least acknowledge her presence in some meaningful way, but I didn't get that. Instead, they just seemed relieved when we finally left. The drive home was the worst part. Julia didn't say anything at first, but I could feel the tension building with every mile we drove. She stared out the window, not making eye contact with me. I could feel the weight of her anger, but I didn't know how to approach it. I tried to speak, but the words didn't come out right. Every time I opened my mouth, it felt like I was making things worse. I didn't want to argue. I didn't want to make her feel like she had no right to be upset. But I also wanted her to understand why I did what I did. I finally broke the silence when we got home. I tried to explain myself, to tell her that I thought it might be the right time for Sarah to make amends. I told her that I wanted to give it a chance, even though I knew it wasn't going to be easy. But Julia didn't want to hear it. She just kept saying that I should have consulted her first, that I should have known better. She said that bringing Sarah to the dinner without telling her was unfair, that I was making decisions about our family without considering her feelings. I didn't know how to respond. She was right in a way. I hadn't considered her feelings enough. But I also felt like I was doing the right thing by inviting Sarah. I wanted to fix things with her and my parents. And maybe I was naive to think that just showing up at the anniversary dinner could somehow start the process. But I didn't think it would go down like this. Julia was really angry. I could tell she was trying to hold it in. But the more I explained, the more upset she became. She said I was selfish, that I only thought about what I wanted, not about how it would affect us as a family. She said I had no right to involve her in something that was so emotionally charged without consulting her first. She was right, of course. I hadn't considered how my decision might affect her, or how much it might bring up for her personally. I tried to apologize. But it didn't seem to make a difference. Julia didn't want to hear it. She didn't want to hear anything I had to say. I tried to tell her that I didn't want to cause any drama, that I just wanted to help Sarah and try to make things right. But she wasn't hearing it. The more I talked, the more upset she got. I couldn't win. So, we went to bed angry, and the next couple of days were filled with silence. Julia didn't want to talk about it anymore, and I didn't know what to say. I kept replaying everything in my head, wondering if I had made the right decision, if I had caused irreparable damage to my relationship with Julia. But at the same time, I couldn't help but think about Sarah. She was my sister. I hadn't spoken to her in so long, and here she was, trying to make things right. I didn't want to shut that down, but I also didn't want to lose Julia over it. Things weren't getting better, and I didn't know what to do next. The night of the dinner had turned into a mess, and now I had to figure out how to fix this, if it could even be fixed. I didn't know what the right thing was anymore. Things didn't improve after the dinner. Julia and I didn't really talk about it much over the next few days. We both avoided the subject, and the silence between us became more suffocating. I could tell she was still upset, but she wasn't saying much. I tried to make small gestures, helping out more with our son, doing extra chores, but nothing seemed to break the tension. It was like I was walking on eggshells, trying not to make things worse, but the whole situation felt like it was unraveling. On the third day after the dinner, I got another text from Sarah. It was short and to the point. "Hey, can we talk?" It had been a while since we'd spoken directly. I didn't know if it was the right time, but I knew I had to at least acknowledge it. So I texted back, agreeing to meet her for coffee. We both needed to clear the air, and maybe, just maybe, I could finally understand why she'd pushed to come to the dinner after all these years. When we met up, it was awkward at first. Sarah seemed like she was trying to hold herself together, but I could see the hurt behind her eyes. She didn't look like the carefree person she had been before everything went down. She looked tired, beaten down by the last few years. It wasn't what I expected, but I guess it made sense. She had cut ties with our family, and in a way, that had been her choice. She had taken the bold step of trying to reconnect, but everything about the reunion had been messy. We both knew that. She started by apologizing to me, which I didn't expect. She said she didn't mean to put me in the middle, but that she thought coming to the dinner might be the only way to fix things with our parents. She was frustrated, though. It was clear she felt like no matter what she did, she couldn't win. If she stayed away, they were mad at her for abandoning them. If she tried to make amends, they rejected her. It was a no-win situation, and I could see how much it was affecting her. The conversation went around in circles for a while. Sarah kept talking about how she regretted how things had turned out, how she missed the family dynamic we used to have. But she also mentioned feeling like she was living her life on her own terms, and that was a hard thing to reconcile with the family expectations she was never able to meet. I tried to listen, but honestly, my mind kept drifting back to Julia. How was I going to fix this with her? Was I really doing the right thing by even engaging with Sarah like this? In the end, Sarah asked me a simple question. "Do you think there's any chance my relationship with Mom and Dad can ever get fixed?" I didn't have a good answer. I could say I hoped it would, but I didn't believe it myself. Our parents were stubborn, and it felt like too much time had passed for them to just welcome Sarah back with open arms. Maybe they would never let go of the anger and disappointment they'd carried all these years. I told her I didn't know, but that I wanted to believe it was possible. I wasn't sure if that was comforting, or if it just added to her sense of hopelessness. When I got home, Julia was already there. She was on edge, as usual, but she didn't ask where I had been. I didn't bring up Sarah right away either. We went through the motions, taking care of our son, making dinner, and pretending everything was normal. But the tension was still there. That night, when our son went to bed, Julia finally spoke up. She asked me how the conversation with Sarah went. At first, I didn't know how to respond. I knew she was asking because she wanted to understand where my head was at. But at the same time, I could tell she didn't want to hear about Sarah. She had already made up her mind about my sister, and no amount of explaining was going to change that. I told her that Sarah was still struggling with the fallout from the dinner. I told her about the apology, about how Sarah was trying to make things right. But as I spoke, I could see Julia getting more and more frustrated. She didn't want to hear any more about it. Her voice got sharper, and she started asking why I was still giving Sarah so much space, why I hadn't just told her that things weren't going to magically fix themselves. I tried to explain that I wasn't giving Sarah a free pass, but Julia wasn't having it. She said I was letting my sister manipulate me, that I should have made a decision already. I felt like we were talking in circles again. Julia was angry, and I didn't know how to make her see where I was coming from. She wasn't asking for an explanation anymore. She just wanted me to take a side, and the side she wanted me to take wasn't the one I was on. I could tell that no matter what I said, we weren't going to agree on this. The next few days felt like a standoff. Julia and I didn't talk much, and when we did, it was more about logistics, where we needed to be, who would pick up our son, that sort of thing. It was clear we were both still upset, but neither of us wanted to bring it up again. Every time I thought about addressing the issue, I hesitated. I didn't want to make things worse. But then, something unexpected happened. Sarah texted me again. It wasn't just a casual check-in like before. This time, she wanted to talk about something more serious. She said she was thinking of leaving the country again, that she felt like maybe it was the only way she could really move on. She said she wasn't sure what her future looked like, but that she needed to get away and figure things out. Part of me didn't want to engage, but another part of me felt responsible for her. If I didn't step in, I was afraid she'd end up making a decision she would regret. I didn't know how to respond. I felt like I was being pulled in two directions. Julia's anger was still fresh in my mind, and I didn't want to make her feel like I was taking Sarah's side again. But at the same time, I couldn't just let my sister disappear again. I had already seen how much it hurt her to be isolated from the family, and I didn't want to be the one to make her feel abandoned. The more I thought about it, the more conflicted I became. Was I making a mistake by trying to fix things with Sarah? Was I being selfish for not considering Julia's feelings more? But then I realized something. I was stuck. I was trying to please everyone, but I wasn't taking care of my own emotions or even my relationship with Julia. So now, I don't know what to do next. I can't keep going in circles like this. But I also don't know how to break the tension between Julia and me, or how to manage my relationship with Sarah at the same time. It feels like I'm constantly walking a tightrope, and I don't know if I'm going to fall off or make it to the other side. Am I wrong for still trying to fix things with Sarah? Story 4. Am I wrong for putting my career over my family's expectations? I've always been the smart one in my family. I'm 34, an attorney with a decent job, a nice apartment, and the kind of life I've worked really hard for. I'm independent. I'm not married, don't have kids, and honestly, I'm perfectly fine with that. But my family doesn't get it. My parents have always pushed me to settle down, get married, and have kids. You're not getting any younger, Sarah, my mom loves to say. It's the same thing every year, especially at family gatherings like holidays or birthdays. I'm used to it by now, but it's been harder to ignore recently. I don't know if it's because my younger sister, Jessica, is getting married, or if I'm just getting older. But something about my family's expectations has started to really wear me down. Jessica's always been the normal one in the family. She's got her life figured out. She's engaged to a great guy. They're buying a house, and they're already talking about having kids. For years, I've been the one who went off and did things my own way. I focused on my career, on building something for myself that didn't involve a husband or kids. But now it feels like my family is more insistent than ever that I conform to what they think is normal. The breaking point came this past weekend. It was a family get-together to celebrate Jessica's engagement. I was already feeling tense about it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm happy for her. But every time my family brings up her wedding plans, I feel like I'm being reminded of everything I don't have. I don't want to sound bitter because I'm not. But I can't help but feel like the odd one out. My mom texted me all week leading up to it, reminding me how important this gathering was, and how nice it would be if I could bring a date. I didn't even bother replying. I knew what she was trying to say. When I showed up to the dinner, things immediately felt off. Jessica was glowing, as expected, talking about wedding plans and how amazing her fiancé was. Everyone else was just doting on her, talking about how she was going to make such a beautiful bride and how she had everything in her life figured out. I felt like I was invisible in a way. The conversation kept circling back to her engagement, to her future with her fiancé, and the kids they were planning on having. At some point, my mom turned to me and asked, "So, Sarah, have you met anyone interesting lately? You're not getting any younger, you know." She said it lightly, but I knew it wasn't just a casual question. I felt my jaw tighten. It's not the first time she said something like this, but it felt like this time it hit harder. I didn't want to talk about my love life, or lack thereof. It's not something I ever felt the need to explain, and I was done with hearing about how I needed to settle down to complete my life. I've built my life around my career and my independence, and I'm happy with that. I know my family wants what's best for me, but it feels like they've been pressuring me to live a life that's not mine for so long. The tension in the room started building as the night went on. Everyone kept talking about relationships, engagements, marriage. I don't know if it was the wine or just the constant nagging, but I couldn't take it anymore. Finally, my mom asked again, almost in a tone that felt like she was pleading. "Don't you think it's time, Sarah? Everyone else is moving on with their lives. You don't want to end up alone, do you?" That was the last straw for me. I snapped. I don't even know why I said what I did, but I did. "Maybe I don't need a relationship to feel fulfilled," I said. "I'm doing just fine on my own, thank you." The moment the words left my mouth, I felt the room go silent. My mom's face dropped. I've never seen her look so hurt. My dad, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, suddenly spoke up, telling me that I was being disrespectful and that I shouldn't talk to my mom like that. My sister, of course, jumped in immediately, accusing me of being selfish and acting like the family doesn't matter. The whole room just went dead quiet, except for my mom, who started crying. It was like everything in the world shifted, and I was suddenly the bad guy. I didn't know what to do. I could feel the tension in the air. My sister was glaring at me, my dad was angry, and my mom just kept crying. All I wanted was for them to stop trying to push me into something I didn't want. But I wasn't prepared for how it would all unfold. I wasn't prepared for the guilt that came with it. The look on my mom's face was enough to make my stomach turn, but I couldn't take back what I'd said. I excused myself from the table, grabbed my purse, and went outside for a few minutes. I needed to cool off, but at the same time, I was furious. Why is it that my life choices, the choices I've made to focus on myself and my career, were suddenly wrong? Why does everyone think that just because I'm not in a relationship, I'm somehow incomplete? Why can't they just accept that this is the life I want? I came back inside eventually, but the atmosphere had changed. It was thick with disappointment, and no one was talking to me. My mom barely looked at me, and my dad just sat there with his arms crossed. Jessica, who had been so happy and excited about her engagement, was now giving me the silent treatment. I couldn't even look her in the eye. The guilt started creeping in, but at the same time, I wasn't sure I should apologize for speaking my mind. I had been holding back for so long, and now it felt like I had finally let it all out. As the night wore on, I tried to avoid further confrontation, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had broken, something that couldn't be fixed with just an apology. My mom texted me the next morning, saying I had hurt her deeply and that she was worried about me. I didn't respond right away. I didn't know what to say. How do you apologize for telling the truth? How do you apologize for being true to yourself when all they want is for you to fit into a mold that isn't yours? I tried to call Jessica later, thinking maybe I could talk it through with her. She picked up, but the conversation didn't go as I'd hoped. She told me she understood that I'm focused on my career, but that I was acting like I was too good for the life they were trying to encourage me to have. She said I needed to stop being so stubborn and realize that I wasn't the only one who had dreams. I told her I wasn't acting like I was too good for anything, I just didn't want the same things they did. I felt like she was missing the point, and it just made me more frustrated. Later that day, my mom texted me again. She said I needed to start thinking about my future and that I was being ungrateful. She said I'd always been so focused on my career that I was pushing everyone else away. That one really stung. It felt like she was blaming me for something I hadn't done. I didn't know what to say anymore. I had apologized for the way I spoke to her, but I wasn't going to apologize for my choices. I knew she didn't understand, but I wasn't sure if she ever would. The next few days after the dinner were tense, to say the least. I didn't hear from my mom or Jessica for most of Sunday, and honestly, I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to reach out, to smooth things over, but another part of me was thinking, why should I have to apologize for being myself? I didn't say anything that wasn't true. I didn't lash out for no reason. They just don't get it, and I don't know how much longer I can keep pretending that I'm going to change for them. On Monday morning, I received a text from my mom. It was a short, somewhat cold message. "Sarah, I know you're upset, but we need to talk. Please call me when you get a chance." I sat there looking at it for a few minutes, my stomach a little tight. I knew what she was going to say, probably that I've hurt her, and that I need to change my ways. But at the same time, I felt like I had to respond. I didn't want things to be left hanging like this. So I called her. She answered after the second ring, and there was an awkward silence for a moment before she spoke. "I just don't understand you, Sarah," she said. "You've always been so driven, but I don't know why you can't see that your family is what should come first. All I want is for you to find happiness, and I don't think you're going to find it by isolating yourself like this." I tried to keep my cool, but I could feel the frustration creeping in. "Mom, I'm not isolating myself. I'm just choosing a different path. I'm happy with my career, and I'm happy with my life. I don't need to be married or have kids to feel fulfilled. You have to understand that." She didn't respond right away. I could tell she was trying to process what I had said. "You think I don't understand?" she finally said, her voice cracking a little. "You think I don't want you to be happy? I just don't know what I did wrong. Why can't you want the same things we do?" I didn't know how to respond to that. It wasn't that I didn't want the same things. It was just that I didn't want them for myself. I couldn't keep living my life to make them happy. But how do you explain that to someone who's always had a different vision of what happiness looks like? "I don't know, Mom," I said. "I can't keep apologizing for wanting a different life. I love you, but I'm not changing who I am for anyone." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Finally, she said, "I don't want you to change, Sarah. I just want you to realize that what we're asking isn't unreasonable. I just don't want you to wake up one day and regret not having the life you could have had." I wasn't sure how to reply. I didn't think I would regret it. If anything, I felt like I was finally being true to myself. But I couldn't make her understand that. Instead, I just said, "I need some space to figure this out, Mom. I'll call you later." I hung up, feeling like I had said everything I needed to say, but also wondering if that was enough. The guilt still lingered, but I tried to push it aside. I didn't want to feel guilty for living my life the way I wanted. Still, as the day went on, I found myself thinking about the conversation more than I should have. Was I being too stubborn? Was I so fixated on my career that I was missing out on something else? That evening, Jessica texted me. She didn't say much, just a simple message. Can we talk? I wasn't sure what else there was to say, but I figured I owed her a conversation. So I called her. She picked up right away, and the first thing she said was, I get it, Sarah. I do. I know you're not like the rest of us. But can you at least try to see where mom is coming from? I didn't know what to say to that. I didn't think I was being unreasonable. I had been living my life the way I wanted to for years, and no one seemed to get that. I'm not saying she's wrong, Jessica, I said, but I can't keep doing this. I can't keep pretending like I'm going to fit into their idea of what I should be. I just don't think I'm the same as you guys, and I don't want to be. There was a long silence. When she finally spoke, her voice was softer. I know, but it's just, sometimes I feel like you're shutting us out, like we're not important to you. I felt a pang of guilt at that. The truth was, I wasn't trying to shut them out, but it felt like that's exactly what they were doing to me. It felt like no matter what I said, I could never make them understand. I'm not shutting you out, Jessica, I said, my voice breaking a little. I love you guys, but I need you to understand that my life isn't going to look the same as yours. I'm not going to get married just because it's what everyone else expects. I'm not going to have kids just because that's what's next on the list. I'm happy with where I am, and I'm not going to apologize for that. She didn't respond for a moment, and when she did, it was barely above a whisper. I just don't want you to regret it, that's all. I could hear the concern in her voice, and it stung. Was I doing something wrong? Was I really going to wake up one day and feel like I had missed out on something? I wasn't sure. But what I did know was that I couldn't live my life for anyone but myself. After that conversation, I didn't hear from anyone for a while. No texts, no calls. I spent the next few days in a kind of limbo, trying to focus on work and keep my mind off everything. But the silence between me and my family was deafening. I tried to go about my day like normal, but it was hard. Every time my phone buzzed, I half expected it to be a message from my mom or Jessica. Every time I looked at my calendar, I wondered when the next family event would happen, and if things would be different. Finally, on Thursday, I got another text from my mom. It was simple, but to the point. We need to talk. I'll be home tonight at 7. Can you come over? I didn't want to go. I wasn't sure I was ready for another confrontation, but I knew I had to. I couldn't keep avoiding them forever, so I agreed. I told myself I would just go, hear her out, and see if we could figure something out. That night, I walked into my mom's house, feeling the weight of everything hanging over me. My dad was sitting in the living room, watching TV. He didn't even acknowledge me when I walked in. My mom was in the kitchen, and when I walked in, she looked up, her face soft but still tired. We didn't talk for a while. She made coffee, and I sat at the kitchen table, trying to figure out what I was supposed to say. Finally, she broke the silence. I'm not asking you to change your life, Sarah, she said quietly. I just want you to understand that family matters too. You can't shut us out completely just because you want something different. We want you to be happy, but we also want to be a part of your life. You can't do it alone. I didn't know how to respond. I didn't know if I could make her understand. But I wasn't sure if I was ready to give up my independence just to make them feel better. That was when the real question hit me. Could I continue living this way, always at odds with my family, or was I finally going to have to make some kind of compromise? I wish I could say that after that conversation with my mom, things got better. But it didn't. If anything, things got worse. My mom still felt like I was pushing her away, and Jessica still didn't understand why I couldn't just settle down like everyone else. I kept thinking that maybe this was the time to finally break through, to make them see my side. But every attempt seemed to just make the distance between us grow. After that night, my mom didn't call me for a couple of days. I didn't reach out either because I didn't want to keep repeating myself. It felt like we were both waiting for the other to make the first move. But eventually, she called, and as soon as I heard her voice, I knew we were going to have the same conversation again. She said she had been thinking a lot, and she admitted that she might have pushed me too hard. But then, as always, she turned it back on me. "I just don't understand why you're so afraid of love, Sarah," she said. "Why won't you let yourself be happy with someone? I'm not asking you to drop everything for a relationship. But why won't you even try?" At that point, I just felt like I was talking to a brick wall. It wasn't that I was afraid of love. I just didn't think it was the only thing that would make me happy. But that's all she saw, this narrow view of what happiness looked like. For her, it was marriage, kids, family. And for me, it was my career and my independence. I tried explaining that again, but it didn't seem to get through. I spent the next few days in a kind of haze. I would get texts from Jessica here and there, asking if I was okay. I'd reply. But it wasn't like the old conversations we used to have. There was always this tension, this unspoken expectation hanging in the air. I felt like no matter what I said, I wasn't going to make her understand. She just wanted me to be happy in the same way she was, and I wasn't. But that didn't mean I wasn't happy. It just meant I was happy in a different way. Then, about a week later, my dad called me. This one was a surprise, because he never really gets involved in these kinds of things. But his voice was calm, maybe even too calm. He said, "Sarah, we need to talk. It's time to figure this out." I went over to their house again, feeling that knot in my stomach. I wasn't sure if I was ready for another emotional confrontation, but I knew I couldn't keep avoiding it. When I walked in, my mom and dad were sitting at the table, both of them looking like they had been talking for a while. "We've been thinking about what you said," my mom started. "And we just want to make sure you're really happy, Sarah. We want you to have a life you're proud of. But we're also worried. We don't want you to be alone forever." I could feel the tears welling up in her eyes, and I hated it. I hated that they couldn't just let me live my life. But I also understood where she was coming from. It wasn't about controlling me. It was about love. They wanted to see me settle down because they thought it was the best way for me to find fulfillment. But that wasn't the life I wanted. "Mom," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "I'm not afraid of being alone. I've been doing just fine. I don't need someone else to make me feel complete. I know you think I do, but I don't." My dad leaned in, his expression serious. "Sarah, you need to be careful. You're closing yourself off from everything. And one day you might look back and regret not trying to have more of a balance. You can't just keep living for your career. You'll miss out on so much." It wasn't the first time they'd said this, but this time, something about it stung more. I wasn't sure if it was because I knew they were worried about me, or if it was because I was starting to doubt myself. Maybe they were right. Maybe I was too focused on my career and not enough on the rest of my life. But that didn't mean I was wrong for choosing it. I didn't regret what I was doing. "I'm not missing out on anything," I said firmly. "I've built a life I'm proud of, and I don't think I'll ever regret it. I just don't want to live for anyone else's expectations, especially not when it comes to relationships." We sat in silence for a long time. My mom kept her head down, and my dad just stared at me. I could tell they were both frustrated, but they didn't know how to fix it. I didn't know how to fix it either. A few more days went by without much communication. It felt like everyone was just waiting for the other person to crack. I could feel the strain, and I didn't know how much longer I could keep going on like this. I knew they loved me, but I also knew they didn't understand me. And that gap seemed to grow bigger every time we spoke. I decided to take a step back. I stopped responding to texts as quickly and started avoiding family gatherings. I didn't know if it was the right thing to do, but I needed space. I had to clear my head and figure out if I was making a mistake. Was I really choosing my career over my family? Was it worth it? Or was I being selfish and refusing to see things from their perspective? The silence stretched on for what felt like weeks. And then, on a random Tuesday night, I got a call from Jessica. I wasn't sure what to expect, but when I answered, she didn't waste any time getting to the point. "Mom's really upset," she said. "She hasn't been herself lately, Sarah. She's been really down, and she keeps saying she's worried about you. I know you're mad at us, but I'm asking you to come home and just talk to her. You're all she's been thinking about." I didn't know what to say. It felt like the guilt was creeping in again, but I wasn't sure if I was ready to just let everything go. Maybe I had been too harsh, but maybe they needed to understand that I wasn't going to change just to make them happy. "I don't know, Jess," I said, my voice tight. "I don't want to just say what they want to hear. I don't want to keep pretending I'm something I'm not just to make them feel better. Please," she said softly, "just come home. For Mom." I sat there for a few moments, thinking it over. I didn't want to be the one who caused more pain, but I also didn't want to give up what I had worked for just to meet their expectations. The next day, I called my mom. I didn't know what I was going to say, but I knew I had to try. I just hoped that maybe, somehow, we could find a way to meet in the middle. But as I dialed her number, I still wasn't sure if I was ready to compromise, or if I even could. Was I wrong for putting my career over my family's expectations? Or am I just trying to hold on to something that they'll never understand? Story 5. Am I wrong for refusing to let my estranged mother into my home after she reconnected with my husband? I'm Lena, 32, and for most of my life, my relationship with my mother, Diane, has been a complicated, painful mess. Growing up, I never knew what to expect from her. She'd be warm and doting one minute, then absent and distant the next. I remember moments of emotional manipulation. She'd make me feel guilty for spending time with friends or wanting independence, like I was somehow abandoning her. When I was a kid, she'd cancel plans or make promises she'd never keep, always with an excuse that somehow made her the victim. I know now it wasn't normal, but back then, I thought maybe that was just how family was supposed to be. The final straw came when I was 21. I had just moved out, hoping to build a life for myself, to figure out who I was without her influence looming over me. She didn't take it well at all. Instead of being supportive or at least understanding, she accused me of leaving her behind and said some pretty harsh things. It was one of the worst fights I've ever had. She told me that if I wanted to go off and play family with other people, I didn't need her in my life. I'd had enough by then, so I walked away and stopped looking back. I went no contact, cut her out of my life completely. And honestly, it felt like the healthiest choice I'd ever made. Since then, I haven't felt the need to reconnect or give her any space in my life. I didn't want to risk letting that chaos back in. Then I met my husband, Sam, who's 35 now, a few years after I went no contact with Diane. We've been together for almost a decade, and in that time, I built a life that felt safe and stable. I shared bits and pieces of my past with him, told him the general outline of things, about how I'd cut off contact with my mom. I think he understood, to some extent, but it's hard to explain it all to someone who didn't experience it firsthand. He's never been the kind of person to really hold grudges, and he believes people can change. I get that he's coming from a place of love, but he doesn't know Diane like I do. Still, I never thought he'd go behind my back on something like this. It all started a few days ago. I was having a pretty normal morning at home. My son was playing with his toys, and I was busy getting some work done when I heard a knock on the door. I opened it, expecting a delivery or maybe a neighbor, but instead, there she was. My mother, standing on my front porch, looking like she'd been waiting for this moment for years. I felt my stomach drop, and my hands started shaking. I barely recognized her. She looked different, older, but still with that same intense look that used to make me feel so small. And there, right next to her, was Sam, looking uncomfortable but also hopeful. like he thought this was some kind of grand, heartfelt reunion. I could barely wrap my head around it. Diane, the woman I hadn't seen in over a decade, was here, on my doorstep, and my husband was the one who'd brought her. I couldn't process it. I just stood there, frozen, while she gave me this half smile, like we were supposed to be happy to see each other. She started talking, something about wanting to make things right, and how she regretted everything that had happened between us. She kept glancing over at Sam, like he was supposed to be her backup, like he was the reason she thought this might actually work. Sam, meanwhile, looked at me with that just hear her out expression, like this was a small misunderstanding we could easily fix. I felt betrayed in a way I didn't even know was possible. I don't think I even heard half of what she said, honestly. I was too busy trying to figure out what was going on in Sam's head. I'd trusted him with my past, with the parts of me that were still raw, and he just invited it back into my life without a second thought. He'd apparently been talking to her behind my back for months, thinking it would be good for us to reconcile. Good for me to move forward, as he put it later. He told me he'd been sending her photos of our son, keeping her updated on our life, all without my knowledge. I don't know what hurt more in that moment, the fact that my mother was standing in front of me, acting like she hadn't wrecked my childhood, or the fact that the one person I thought I could trust completely had done this to me. I felt cornered, trapped between my mother's tearful apology and my husband's hopeful gaze. It was like they were both expecting me to just open my arms and welcome her back like nothing had ever happened. But I couldn't do it. I just couldn't. After a few moments of awkward silence, I told Diane that she could stay in a hotel nearby if she wanted. But I didn't feel comfortable having her in my home. She looked crushed, like I'd just slapped her. She started saying something about wanting to meet her grandson, and how much she'd looked forward to seeing me again. She kept saying she regretted how things had gone between us, that she'd changed, and that she was here to make things right. She acted hurt, like I was the one who'd shut her out for no reason. And Sam, he was no better. He started saying I was being too harsh, that maybe I should give her a chance. He said people change, that maybe she really meant it this time. He kept talking about how it wasn't good to hold on to resentment, that our son deserved to know his grandmother. I felt like I was in some kind of alternate reality. Here was the woman who'd made my life a nightmare, the person I'd spent years trying to escape, and my own husband was defending her. I don't think I've ever felt so isolated in my own home. Diane kept talking, trying to convince me, but her words just felt hollow. Maybe it's the years of mistrust, or maybe it's just knowing who she is, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just another one of her manipulations. She looked hurt, she sounded apologetic, but I couldn't bring myself to believe any of it. I kept picturing all the times she'd pulled stunts like this before apologies that were just another way to get back in, just another chance to hurt me. I barely remember the rest of the conversation. I just know that eventually, she left, looking heartbroken, and Sam was furious with me. He said I was holding a grudge, that I was too focused on the past to see the good she was trying to do now. He kept going on about family and forgiveness, and how maybe it was time to let go. But he doesn't understand. He didn't live through it. He didn't deal with the constant mind games, the gaslighting, the guilt tripping that filled every interaction I ever had with her. He sees someone who's sad and apologetic, but all I see is the person who made me feel like I was never good enough. Later that night, he tried to bring it up again, saying he'd only been trying to help me heal. He said he thought that maybe if Diane and I made peace, it would be good for everyone, especially our son. I couldn't believe he'd put so much faith in someone who'd hurt me so deeply. I tried explaining it to him, tried to make him understand that this wasn't something that could be fixed with a simple, "I'm sorry," and a few tears. But he just kept looking at me like I was the one being unreasonable, like I was the one putting up walls for no reason. It's been a few days, and I still don't know what to think. After that initial shock of seeing my mom on my doorstep, I felt like I was spiraling. I couldn't believe my husband had been in contact with her, let alone let her come to our home. For days, Sam and I couldn't talk about anything without it turning back to Diane. He kept saying he just wanted to do something good, that he thought he was helping. He didn't get that, to me. Bringing her into our lives was the opposite of helping. It felt like he'd thrown away everything I'd told him about her. Like my own experience didn't matter as long as she was putting on a good show. Diane ended up staying in a hotel nearby. Even though she wasn't right in our home, her presence felt like it was seeping into everything. She called and texted, asking when she could see us, wanting to set up a time to meet our son. And every time she reached out, Sam would look at me, hoping I'd finally just give in. He didn't understand why I wasn't eager to give her another chance, why I didn't trust this supposed transformation. He'd say things like, "People change," or "She's your mom, Lena," as if those words were supposed to erase everything that happened. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like he was siding with her, not me. And the more he tried to push me toward forgiving her, the more isolated I felt in my own home. Eventually, I caved to some extent. I told Diane we could meet in a public place, just her, me, and my son. I didn't want her in our home, didn't want her getting too comfortable or thinking that she was automatically part of our lives again. I set it up as a short coffee date, something that would be easy to walk away from if things went south. I thought it was a fair compromise, a chance for her to see her grandson without crossing any of the boundaries I'd put in place. The day of the meetup was tense from the start. Sam was annoyed that I wasn't just letting her come over, that I was making it harder than it needed to be. I told him I was doing the best I could with what I'd been handed, but he didn't get it. He just wanted the whole thing to go smoothly, to be over with so he could feel good about fixing our relationship. I don't think he realized just how much pressure he was putting on me, expecting me to just move on from years of hurt because he thought it would be good for everyone. When I met Diane at the cafe, it was awkward from the second we sat down. She was acting like nothing bad had ever happened, trying to play the role of the doting grandmother. She brought little gifts for my son, asked him questions, tried to make him laugh. But the whole thing felt forced. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for her to slip back into the person I remembered. I kept my guard up, didn't let her get too close, and made sure to end things after about an hour. She seemed disappointed, kept hinting that she wanted to spend more time with us. But I held firm. I wasn't going to give her more than I was comfortable with, no matter how much Sam wanted it. Later, Diane texted me, saying how much she missed us already, and how she'd hoped we could have more time together. She made it sound like I was the one shutting her out, like I was being unreasonable. I could feel the manipulation creeping back in, even if she was trying to be subtle. I'd seen it all before the guilt trips, the way she made herself the victim. It was like she thought if she kept saying she'd changed, I'd forget everything she'd done. But I couldn't forget. I knew that letting her in now, after everything, would mean risking all the stability I'd worked so hard to build. Sam, of course, thought I was reading too much into it. He kept saying she was just being nice, that she genuinely wanted to reconnect. I could tell he was getting more and more frustrated with me. He'd drop little comments about how I was holding on to the past, or how I wasn't giving her a fair chance. I felt like I was constantly defending my decision to him, like I had to justify why I wasn't thrilled to welcome my mother back with open arms. It was exhausting, and I started to feel like I was going crazy, like maybe I was the problem for not wanting to forgive her. Then one night, Diane showed up at our house unannounced. I had no idea she was coming, and when I opened the door to see her standing there with a hopeful look on her face, I felt this wave of dread wash over me. She didn't even ask if she could come in, she just assumed I'd let her. She started talking about how she'd been thinking about our coffee meetup, how she wanted to spend more time with us. I was so thrown off that I barely knew what to say. I tried to explain that I wasn't comfortable with her just dropping by, but she brushed it off, saying she didn't want to be a stranger to her own daughter. Sam, hearing the commotion, came to the door and saw her there. And instead of backing me up, he invited her in. Just like that. I couldn't believe it. I felt like my boundaries didn't mean anything to him, like he didn't care about the effort I'd put into keeping her at arm's length. Diane sat down on our couch, like she belonged there, like everything was normal. She started talking to my son, asking him about his toys, acting like the doting grandmother again. It felt surreal, watching her in my home. Seeing Sam act like this was some happy family reunion. I just stood there, frozen, feeling like an outsider in my own house. Eventually, I pulled Sam aside and told him we needed to talk. I told him how betrayed I felt, how him inviting her in without my say felt like he was disregarding everything I'd gone through. But he brushed it off, saying I was overreacting, that I was too focused on the past to see what was happening right in front of me. He said Diane was trying her best, and that I was being unfair, that I was the one making things difficult. It hurt to hear him say that, to see him look at me like I was the problem. For the first time in our marriage, I felt like we were on completely different sides, like he didn't understand me at all. After that night, things only got worse. Diane started stopping by more often, usually when Sam was home. She'd bring little gifts, like she was trying to buy her way into our lives. She'd play with our son, chat with Sam, and act like we were one big happy family. I'd try to stay out of it, keep my distance, but every time I saw her with my son, it made me anxious. I kept wondering when she'd slip back into her old ways, when she'd hurt him the way she hurt me. I felt like I was waiting for a bomb to go off, and no one else could see it. Sam, meanwhile, kept insisting that everything was fine, that Diane was being sincere. He'd tell me I was imagining things, that I was the one making it harder than it needed to be. He said I should try to be more open-minded, to give her a real chance. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was putting her feelings above mine, that he cared more about keeping her happy than he did about respecting my boundaries. Every time we talked about it, we'd end up fighting, with him accusing me of being stubborn, of not wanting to move forward. It felt like I was losing control of my own life. My husband was pushing me to let someone back in who I'd spent years trying to escape, and I didn't know how to make him understand. As time went on, things between Sam and me only got worse. It felt like every other conversation was about Diane, and every time, it ended in an argument. He kept saying I was holding on to resentment, that I needed to let her in if I wanted to move forward. He made it sound like my issues with her were just in my head, like I was blowing things out of proportion. I tried explaining to him that I wasn't just making this up, that Diane had a history of manipulation and emotional games, but he would just say she seemed different now, that she deserved a second chance. It got to the point where I started dreading coming home, especially when I knew Diane might be there. Sam would invite her over without telling me, and I'd walk in to find her sitting on our couch, playing with our son, acting like she was part of the family. It was like I didn't have a say in my own home anymore. Sam was so determined to fix things that he didn't care about how uncomfortable it made me. He just kept pushing, telling me I was the one being unreasonable, that I was the one keeping our family from being whole. One day, I came home after running some errands, and Diane was there again. This time, she was in the kitchen with my son, baking cookies. I stood there, watching them laugh and chat like they'd known each other forever, and I felt this knot in my stomach. I couldn't take it anymore. I asked Diane to leave, told her this wasn't working for me. She looked hurt, of course, but she didn't argue. She packed up her things and left, but not before giving Sam a look that said she thought I was being unreasonable. After she left, Sam and I had one of the worst fights we've ever had. He said I was being controlling, that I was pushing everyone away, that I was hurting our son by keeping Diane out of his life. He made it sound like I was the one destroying our family, like I was the one who couldn't let go. I tried to explain to him that I wasn't doing this to hurt anyone, that I was just trying to protect myself and our son from the chaos Diane always brought with her. But he wouldn't listen. He just kept saying that I was stuck in the past, that I was holding a grudge that wasn't fair to anyone. After that fight, I started to feel like I was losing Sam, too. It was like he didn't understand me at all anymore. Like he cared more about making things right with Diane than he did about my feelings. I felt completely alone, like I didn't have anyone on my side. And Diane wasn't helping either. She kept texting me, asking to see our son, saying she just wanted a chance to be a part of our lives. She made it sound like I was the one keeping her away for no reason, like I was the one being cruel. Eventually, I decided to set some boundaries with Sam. I told him that if he wanted to see Diane, he was free to do that. But I didn't want her in our home unless I was okay with it. I thought that was fair, a way to compromise without completely giving in. But Sam wasn't happy with that either. He said I was still being too harsh, that I needed to give her a real chance, that our son deserved to know his grandmother. He kept pushing, kept trying to make me feel guilty for not wanting Diane in our lives. It was like he didn't care about my feelings at all. Then, Diane started showing up at my son's daycare. I hadn't told her where it was, so I knew Sam must have given her the address. She'd show up unannounced, just to say hi or drop off a little gift. It made me furious. I felt like my boundaries meant nothing, like Diane and Sam would keep pushing until I had no choice but to give in. I tried talking to Sam about it, but he brushed it off, saying Diane just wanted to see her grandson, that she wasn't doing any harm. He made it sound like I was being paranoid, like I was making a big deal out of nothing. But it wasn't nothing to me. I felt like I was losing control of my own life, like I was trapped between Sam's desire for a happy family and Diane's relentless push to be a part of it. I felt like I couldn't trust anyone, like the people who were supposed to support me were the ones tearing me down, and I didn't know what to do about it. I didn't know how to make Sam understand that this wasn't just about Diane showing up unannounced or pushing boundaries. This was about me feeling safe, about me protecting the life I'd built. I started thinking about whether I could keep living like this. Every time Diane showed up, every time Sam pushed me to forgive her, it felt like I was being forced to choose between my own mental health and the family I'd worked so hard to build. I didn't know if I could keep compromising, keep giving in, just to keep the peace. I didn't know if I could keep pretending that everything was okay when it clearly wasn't. And I didn't know if Sam would ever understand, if he'd ever see things from my perspective. So now I'm stuck, feeling like I'm the only one who sees the reality of the situation. Like I'm the only one who cares about what Diane's presence could do to our family. And I don't know how to fix it. I don't know if I'm the one being unreasonable, if I'm the one holding on to something that doesn't matter anymore. But I also don't know if I can just let go, if I can pretend that everything's fine when it isn't. Am I wrong for refusing to let my mother into my life, even if it means risking my marriage? Story 6. Am I wrong for not inviting my estranged sister to my son's birthday party? I'm Lauren, 36, a single mom to a 5-year-old boy who's about to turn 6. Planning his birthday party should be one of the easier tasks on my plate. We're doing a simple backyard celebration, nothing fancy, just a handful of close family and some of his little friends from school. Honestly, I just want to make sure he has a fun day. But of course, my family has turned what should be a stress-free event into a big point of contention. All because of my sister, Emily. Emily and I used to be close growing up. But for the past few years, things between us have been pretty much non-existent. She's 30 now, and I think we've both changed a lot since we were close as kids. Things started going downhill a few years back, when she got involved with this guy who, in my opinion, wasn't good for her. I tried to be a supportive sister, but I could see the situation going south fast. This guy was controlling, and I just didn't see a happy ending. I tried to gently bring it up with her, but Emily didn't want to hear it. She took it as me butting into her life and acting holier than thou about her choices. And maybe I was too upfront about it, but I genuinely thought I was looking out for her. Anyway, she started pushing me away, and things just got worse from there. We had a few nasty arguments about it. and it got to a point where she pretty much cut me out entirely. Now, our mom has always been the type to try and smooth things over between everyone. She hates family conflict, always preaching about how family is everything. Over the past couple of years, she's made countless attempts to get Emily and me to reconcile. She's invited both of us over at the same time to family dinners, thinking we'd just naturally start talking again. But that usually led to awkward silence or forced small talk. Emily just doesn't seem interested in patching things up. And honestly, at this point, I'm tired of feeling like I'm the only one who's supposed to make the effort. I still see her at major family gatherings, but it's never more than a quick hi and maybe a comment about the weather. The tension is always there, and it's exhausting. So, here we are, with my son's birthday coming up, and I've decided not to invite Emily. It wasn't meant to be a snub or anything like that. I genuinely thought it was the best choice, considering the situation. I want my son's birthday to be a day focused on him, not on this awkward tension between me and his aunt who barely knows him. To be honest, I didn't even think it would be a big deal. It's not like Emily and I have had any kind of meaningful relationship lately, and my son doesn't even know her that well because she's rarely around. In my mind, this decision was about keeping things simple and making sure he has a great day without any unnecessary drama. But, of course, it wasn't that simple. About a week before the party, my mom calls me, and I can immediately tell something's up. She has this tone in her voice that she gets when she's about to try and make me feel guilty for something. She starts off with small talk, asking me about the cake and decorations, and then she drops it. "So, are you planning to invite Emily?" I didn't want to lie, so I told her no, I wasn't planning on it. That's when she starts in with the whole family should be together speech, telling me that birthdays are important and that Emily should be there for her nephew, even if we have our issues. I try to explain to her that it's not that simple, that I'm not excluding Emily out of spite. I'm just trying to avoid tension, to keep the day focused on my son. I thought she'd understand, but instead, she gets upset. She starts going on about how it's wrong for me to hold a grudge, and how I should be the bigger person and just invite her. According to her, Emily has probably moved on from whatever issues we had, and it's me who's stuck in the past. She even says that she's spoken to Emily recently, and apparently, Emily mentioned wanting to be there for family more. I don't know if that's supposed to be some hint that she'd come to the party, but it doesn't change how I feel. My mom then takes it a step further and starts questioning my motives, basically implying that I'm deliberately trying to keep Emily out of the family. She says things like, "You don't want your son growing up not knowing his aunt," and "How do you expect to heal things if you keep her out?" It's frustrating because I feel like I'm being asked to put my son's special day on the line for a relationship that Emily hasn't shown any interest in repairing. At the end of the call, my mom is still upset and says something about how she hopes I'll change my mind, which, to me, is just her way of telling me she won't drop this. Now I'm left feeling like the bad guy. I thought this was a reasonable decision, but now my mom has me questioning everything. I start wondering if maybe I am being too harsh, if maybe I should just suck it up and invite her. But then I remember how awkward it always is when she's around. And I keep coming back to the fact that my son deserves a happy, relaxed birthday. I can't imagine trying to enjoy the day with that tension looming over us. I think about it for a couple of days, trying to push my mom's words out of my head, but they keep creeping back in. It's like she planted this little seed of doubt, and now I can't stop second-guessing myself. Part of me wants to call my sister and just ask her directly, see if she even cares about coming. But then I think, what if she takes it the wrong way? What if reaching out just opens up a can of worms that I'm not ready to deal with? I'd hate to make things worse, especially when we've both managed to keep a sort of uneasy peace by just staying out of each other's way. As if that wasn't enough, my mom starts rallying the family. She must have told everyone about our conversation because, next thing I know, I'm getting calls and texts from other relatives. My aunt messages me, saying, I know you and Emily have had your issues, but it's just one day. Can't you put it aside for your son's sake? Another cousin reaches out, saying she heard, through the grapevine, that I'm not inviting Emily, and that she's disappointed in me for not trying harder to keep the family together. It's like everyone has an opinion on this, and nobody seems to understand where I'm coming from. I feel like I'm being ganged up on, like I'm the villain for wanting a peaceful day for my kid. It's frustrating because I don't think anyone else really knows what it's like to be in my position. They see this as me being petty or unforgiving. But they weren't there for all the arguments, the tension, the hurtful things that were said. They don't understand how draining it is to be around someone who, frankly, has shown time and again that they don't want me in their life. Despite all this, I still try to keep my focus on my son. I remind myself that this day is for him, not for me or Emily or anyone else. But the pressure from my family is starting to get to me. After my mom's call and the string of family messages that followed, I can't shake the feeling that maybe I am being unfair by not inviting Emily. I start going back and forth in my head, wondering if I'm doing the right thing or if I'm just being stubborn. Part of me thinks maybe my mom is right, and I should try harder to let Emily back in. But every time I think about reaching out to her, I just feel this knot in my stomach. The last time we were forced into the same room, it was a disaster. I don't want that kind of tension on my son's big day. As the party day gets closer, the pressure from my family doesn't let up. My mom isn't dropping it at all. Every time we talk, she brings it up, like she's hoping I'll change my mind. She keeps going on about how important family is, and how I need to set an example for my son by showing that family is worth fighting for. She keeps saying that it's not right to keep Emily out of these events, that if we don't start including her now, the gap between us will only get wider. It's honestly draining. I feel like I can't even focus on the party planning because she's constantly guilt-tripping me about not inviting Emily. Then, out of nowhere, I get a message from my aunt, who I don't even talk to regularly. She basically repeats everything my mom said, like she's taking her side and trying to make me feel guilty all over again. She tells me that it's just one day, and that I should be able to put aside my issues with Emily for the sake of my son's happiness. It's frustrating because I feel like none of them understand that I'm doing this for him, not for me. I want him to have a birthday that's about him, not about trying to navigate the mess between me and my sister. More family members start chiming in, reaching out to tell me that life's too short for grudges, and that I should be the bigger person. Even cousins who don't know the whole story feel like they have a say in it. It's like the whole family is ganging up on me, trying to convince me that I'm the one in the wrong. And of course, my mom seems to be leading the charge. I feel completely alone in this, like nobody even cares about my side of the story. It's as if they've all decided that I'm the bad guy for wanting a calm, drama-free day for my son. At one point, I start second-guessing myself so much that I actually consider inviting Emily, just to make everyone happy. But then I remember how it felt the last time we were in the same room. I remember the forced smiles, the way she avoided eye contact, and the overall tension that just ruined the entire day. I don't want that at my son's birthday party. I know my family thinks I'm just being difficult, but they weren't there for those moments. They didn't see how uncomfortable it was or how hurtful her words were when we argued. They have no idea what it's like to feel like your own sister wants nothing to do with you. And now they're all pushing me to let her back into my life on one of the most important days for my son. The worst part is, I feel like I'm being made out to be some sort of monster who's just holding on to a petty grudge. But it's not about that. I would be open to reconnecting with Emily if she actually showed any interest in patching things up. She hasn't reached out, hasn't made any effort to bridge the gap. And now my family wants me to invite her to the party as if that would magically fix everything. It feels unfair that I'm the one expected to make all the moves, while Emily gets a free pass just because she's family. Finally, after all this pressure, I decide to try reaching out to Emily directly. I figured maybe if I asked her if she wanted to come, I'd at least have a clear answer and could make my decision from there. I kept it short and simple, just sent her a quick text saying, "Hey, just checking in. Are you interested in coming to my son's birthday party? No pressure either way." I tried to keep it neutral, hoping she wouldn't read too much into it. But after I send it, I'm hit with this sinking feeling that I might have just made things worse. A day goes by, and I get nothing from her. No response, no acknowledgement, nothing. I try to brush it off, thinking maybe she's just busy or hasn't seen it yet. But then another day passes, and still, radio silence. By this point, I'm feeling a mix of frustration and relief. Frustration because it feels like I put myself out there, and once again, she's ignoring me. But relief because, honestly, her silence kind of confirms my suspicions. I feel like she's making it clear that she doesn't really care about being involved. And I start thinking that maybe I made the right decision, after all, by not inviting her in the first place. But of course, my mom doesn't see it that way. When I tell her that I tried reaching out to Emily and didn't get a response, she's still not satisfied. She tells me that I should have tried harder, and that I need to stop expecting everything to be on my terms. According to her, I should have called Emily instead of texting, or gone over to her place to talk in person. She makes it sound like this is all my fault, like I'm deliberately keeping my sister out just to be difficult. At this point, I feel like nothing I do is going to be good enough for my mom or the rest of the family. With all this pressure weighing on me, I go back and forth, wondering if I should give in and send Emily another message, maybe even call her this time. But I keep coming back to the fact that I tried. I reached out, and she didn't respond. To me, that feels like a clear answer. It feels like she's showing me that she's still not interested in reconnecting, at least not on my son's birthday. And I'm not willing to bend over backward, just to cater to my mom's idea of what family should look like, especially when it's so clear that Emily doesn't want to be a part of it. As the day of the party gets closer, the tension with my family only seems to build. My mom keeps calling, dropping these little comments about how sad it is that our family can't even come together for a child's birthday. She keeps saying that she hopes I'll change my mind, but I've had enough. I can't keep bending to everyone's expectations at the expense of my own peace of mind and my son's happiness. I'm sticking to my decision, even though it feels like everyone else is against me. By the time the night before the party rolls around, I feel completely drained. All this back and forth has left me emotionally exhausted, and I just want the day to be over already. The day of the party finally arrives, and I'm honestly exhausted before it even starts. Between all the back and forth with my family and the constant second guessing, I feel completely worn down. But I'm determined to focus on my son and make sure he has a great day. We have a small setup in the backyard with balloons, a table for snacks, and a little area for the kids to play games. It's exactly the kind of relaxed, low-key party I wanted for him, and I try to keep my mind on that instead of the drama that's been building up. As guests start to arrive, I'm doing my best to keep a positive attitude. I'm greeting friends and family, helping my son with his friends, and keeping everything organized. It's actually going well. Everyone seems to be having a good time. And for a moment, I'm relieved that I stuck to my decision. I don't feel any of the tension or awkwardness that I was dreading. It feels like the party is exactly what I'd hoped it would be, simple and focused on my son. But, of course, things don't stay calm for long. About halfway through the party, I notice my mom standing off to the side, looking kind of annoyed. She hasn't said much to me since she got here, which I assume is her way of showing her disapproval without actually saying it. She's been polite to my son, which I appreciate, but it's clear that she's not happy with me. I can see her occasionally glancing over at me, like she's just waiting for the right moment to say something. I try to ignore it and focus on the kids, but it's hard not to feel the weight of her disappointment. Then, toward the end of the party, my mom finally pulls me aside. She keeps her voice low so that the kids and other guests don't hear, but her tone is sharp. She starts in with how sad It is that our family isn't complete today, and how she hopes I realize what I've done by keeping Emily out. She even goes as far as to say that I'm depriving my son of a relationship with his aunt. I try to explain, again, that I reached out to Emily and didn't get a response, but she just waves it off, saying I should have done more. At this point, I'm feeling cornered. It's like nothing I say will make her understand my side of things. I can't seem to get her to see that I tried, that I genuinely wanted to avoid drama, not create it. But she's so fixated on the idea that I'm tearing the family apart. I tell her that this is my son's day, that I did what I thought was best for him. But she just looks at me with this expression that makes me feel like I've failed somehow. The conversation leaves a sour taste in my mouth, and I spend the rest of the party feeling tense. Even though everyone else seems to be enjoying themselves, I can't shake this feeling of guilt that my mom has planted. Part of me wonders if she's right, if maybe I should have tried harder or swallowed my pride to make peace with Emily. But I know that if I'd invited her and things had gone south, I would have regretted it even more. I feel stuck, like no matter what choice I made, I'd end up feeling like I did something wrong. After everyone leaves, I'm left cleaning up and thinking over everything that's happened. My son is happy, and that's what matters most to me. He had a great time, and he didn't seem to notice any of the tension, thankfully. But as I'm picking up plates and deflating balloons, my mom's words keep playing in my head. The idea that I've somehow damaged my family over this decision really bothers me, even though I know I did what I thought was best. I go back and forth, wondering if there was a way to avoid all this, if I could have handled things differently. Maybe I could have reached out to Emily again, even called her, like my mom suggested. But then again, she's never made any effort to reach out to me. She's never shown any interest in fixing things, so why should it all be on me? I don't want to keep putting myself in a position where I'm the only one trying to make things right. At the same time, I hate that this decision has left such a divide between me and my mom. So now, after everything, I'm left questioning myself. Did I do the right thing by not inviting Emily to keep the peace for my son? Or was I wrong for not giving her the chance to come, even if it meant risking the drama I was trying to avoid? Story 7. Am I wrong for not attending my sister's wedding after she banned my boyfriend for his past? I'm Lily, 29, and I've been close with my younger sister, Emily, 26, pretty much our whole lives. We grew up in the same small town, in a family that always made sure we understood the importance of appearances and reputation. Don't get me wrong, my parents are loving, and we're a close-knit family. But they've always cared a lot about how other people see us, probably more than they should. Emily, on the other hand, has always been the golden child, beautiful, successful, and engaged to this guy from a pretty well-off family. I'm happy for her. She deserves it, and I'm proud of her. We've had our moments, of course, sibling rivalry and all. But in the end, we're family, and we've always been able to get through things together. As for me, I'm a social worker. I've always wanted to help people, and I'm the kind of person who believes in second chances. That's probably why I fell for Max. Max is 32, and he has a past, to put it bluntly. He made a big mistake when he was young, spent some time in prison, and it's not exactly the kind of background my family would have ever dreamed of. But I see who he is now, and he's not the same person he was back then. He's worked so hard to turn his life around, to prove himself, and I'm proud of him. He's got a stable job, he volunteers, and honestly, he's one of the most genuine people I know. When I first introduced Max to my family, they were polite but distant. My parents, in particular, kept their distance, which didn't surprise me much. They come from a place where things like reputation and background matter a lot. But eventually, they seemed to warm up to him, or so I thought. Emily was friendly with Max whenever we all got together, so I assumed she was okay with him too. She even asked about him sometimes, though I now wonder if it was just out of politeness. I don't know. I thought things were fine, or at least good enough that he'd be welcome at her wedding. Fast forward to last month. Emily's wedding is a huge deal. She's marrying into this really respectable family, and the whole thing has been planned down to the smallest detail. Every time we talk, she's stressing over the seating arrangements, the flower arrangements, her dress fittings, you name it. She's trying to make it perfect, which I get. I mean, it's her big day, but about a month before the wedding, she asked me to come over because she wanted to talk about something important. I thought it was going to be about wedding prep or some last minute thing she needed help with. But when I got there, she started acting weird, all hesitant and awkward. Then she just came out with it. She told me that Max wasn't welcome at the wedding. She said it as gently as she could, like she was trying to soften the blow. But there's no real way to say something like that nicely. She went on about how she was worried about how some of the guests might feel uncomfortable because of Max's past. She even mentioned her fiancé's family and how they're a prestigious crowd who might not understand or might judge if they found out about Max's background. She made it sound like it was just this one thing, just one day where she needed everything to go smoothly. She kept saying, "It's not personal, Lily," like that was supposed to make it better. I was shocked, hurt. Honestly, it felt like a slap in the face. This was Max. We were talking about the man I love. The man who's done everything he can to make up for the mistakes he made years ago. I tried to tell her that. I reminded her of how much he's changed, how he's nothing like the person he used to be. I even brought up all the good he's done since he got out his job, his volunteer work, the way he's always been there for me. But it was like she'd made up her mind and wasn't going to budge. She kept insisting it was about keeping things simple and avoiding any issues on her wedding day. I was furious, but I tried to keep it together. I didn't want to make things worse or start a huge fight, but I felt like she was asking me to choose between her and Max, and that hurt, more than I think she realized. I asked her if she'd ever really accepted him, or if she'd just been pretending this whole time. She didn't answer that question directly, but the way she avoided my eyes told me everything I needed to know. After our conversation, I felt like I had to talk to my parents about it. I thought maybe they'd help her see reason, or at least understand why this was such a big deal for me. But when I brought it up, they didn't back me up. They actually sided with her. They told me they understood why she'd feel that way, that it was her day, and she should be allowed to decide who she's comfortable having there. They kept saying things like, "It's not about Max, it's about keeping the peace," and "You know how people can be, Lily. It's just easier this way." My mom even hinted that she thought I should be grateful that Emily was willing to have me there at all, given that I chose to be with someone with a complicated past. That conversation with my parents just made me feel worse. It was like everyone was telling me that Max wasn't good enough for them, that his past somehow made him unworthy of being part of the family, even if it was just for one day. I kept asking myself if they'd always felt this way, and if I'd just been blind to it. I didn't tell Max any of this. I couldn't. I didn't want to hurt him, especially since he's worked so hard to prove himself. He doesn't deserve to feel like he's being judged all over again, especially by people who are supposed to matter to me. But it's eating me up inside. Every time we talk about the wedding, or he asks if he should wear a certain tie, I feel this wave of guilt because he has no idea he's not even invited. I've tried to convince myself that maybe I'm overreacting or being unreasonable, that maybe this is just one of those things I should let go for the sake of family harmony. But I can't shake the feeling that this is bigger than just one day. It's about whether or not my family really accepts Max, and, by extension, me. Because if they can't accept the man I love for who he is now, then what does that say about how they see me? It feels like I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. After that initial conversation with Emily, I tried to keep things civil, but it felt like every interaction with her and my parents was tinged with this underlying tension. No matter how much I tried to brush it off or convince myself that it wasn't that big of a deal, the fact that they were effectively rejecting Max kept gnawing at me. Every time Emily talked about the wedding, I had to bite my tongue to keep from saying something I'd regret. She'd bring up seating arrangements or ask about my dress, and all I could think about was that she didn't want Max there to see it. I thought maybe if I gave it some time, she'd come around. I even avoided bringing Max up when I was with my family, hoping that keeping things neutral would make it easier for them to see how much he meant to me without feeling like I was pushing him on them. But it felt like the more time that passed, the more set they became in their decision. Emily stopped mentioning Max at all, as if pretending he didn't exist would somehow make things less awkward. My parents were the same. They'd ask about work, my friends, anything but my relationship. It was like they were silently telling me that as long as I didn't make Max a topic of conversation, they were fine with everything. But the second I brought him up, they'd shift the subject or act uncomfortable. I started to wonder if I was doing the right thing by keeping Max in the dark about all of this. He's not the kind of person who would push his way into a situation he wasn't wanted in, and I knew he'd be hurt if he found out Emily didn't want him there. But at the same time, keeping it from him felt wrong. Here he was, thinking he was going to be a part of this big family event, and I was lying to him by omission every time he talked about the wedding. It got to the point where I dreaded the wedding day itself, not because I didn't want to be there for my sister, but because I couldn't bear the thought of Max realizing he wasn't truly welcome. The final straw came when I tried one more time to talk to Emily. I thought that maybe if she saw how much this was hurting me, she'd change her mind, or at least understand why I was struggling with it. I didn't go into the conversation with high hopes, but I still wanted to try. I explained to her that Max had changed, that he wasn't the person he used to be, and that I couldn't understand why she'd hold his past against him when he'd done so much to move forward. I told her that it felt like she was asking me to choose between her and Max, and that it wasn't fair to put me in that position. Emily listened, but her response made it clear that nothing I said would change her mind. She told me that it wasn't about holding anything against Max personally, but that her wedding was supposed to be a reflection of her life, her future, and the family she was joining. She said it was one day, and that if I really cared about her happiness, I'd put her wishes first. Hearing her say it like that felt like a slap in the face. It wasn't just one day to me. It was a day where my family was asking me to pretend that the most important person in my life didn't matter. After that, I didn't know what else to do. I started pulling back from wedding conversations with my family because it was too painful to keep pretending everything was fine. I was sick of the comments from my parents, who kept dropping hints that I should do the right thing and support my sister. Every time they said it, it felt like they were telling me that Max didn't matter, that he was some problem I'd brought into the family that they had to tolerate. They wouldn't come out and say it directly, but the message was clear. They thought I was the one making this difficult by not just going along with what Emily wanted. At this point, I wasn't even sure if I could go to the wedding at all. The idea of sitting there, smiling and pretending everything was okay, knowing that my family didn't accept Max, felt like a betrayal to him. I didn't want to spend the whole day feeling like I'd chosen my family's approval over the person I loved. And every time I thought about going, all I could picture was Max at home, wondering why he wasn't there with me, why I hadn't stood up for him. I tried talking to a couple of friends about it, hoping they'd give me some clarity. But even they were divided. Some of them said I should go, that it was my sister's wedding, and she had the right to decide who was there. Others said that if my family couldn't accept Max, maybe they didn't deserve my support. One friend even suggested I tell Max the truth and let him decide if he wanted me to go without him. But the thought of having that conversation with him made my stomach turn. I didn't want to put him in that position, to make him feel like he was the reason I might not go to my own sister's wedding. In the end, I decided to avoid making a decision until the last possible moment. I didn't RSVP, hoping that maybe, just maybe, Emily would change her mind, or that my parents would see how much this was hurting me and stand up for Max. But as the wedding day got closer, it became clear that nothing was going to change. Emily was fully focused on her plans, acting as if everything was perfect and ignoring the fact that I hadn't committed to being there. My parents kept hinting that it was time for me to make the right choice and support my sister, but they never once asked how I felt or why this was so difficult for me. It feels like I'm caught between two worlds, and I don't know which one to choose. As the wedding day got closer, I still hadn't given Emily an answer about whether I'd be there or not. My parents kept subtly, and not so subtly, reminding me to support my sister and to do what's best for the family, but no one seemed to acknowledge how hard this was for me. It felt like they were all determined to pretend there was nothing wrong, even as they pushed me to just fall in line. Every time I'd visit or even talk to them, the pressure was there, unspoken but heavy, like they were all waiting for me to finally give in. I hadn't told Max the real reason behind my hesitation, but he started picking up on my stress. He could tell something was off, and he'd ask if I was okay or if everything was fine with my family. I'd just brush it off and say wedding planning was chaotic and that things were complicated. But I could tell he wasn't buying it. It was only a matter of time before he realized I was keeping something from him, and that guilt was building up alongside everything else. Finally, a week before the wedding, Emily reached out, probably realizing I was still wavering. She told me she hoped I'd be there for her, that she needed her family with her on her big day, and that she didn't want any drama overshadowing it. It was almost like she was trying to guilt me into going, framing it as though my absence would be some kind of betrayal. But the way she said it made it clear that Max still wasn't welcome, and she wasn't budging on that. I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to tell Max everything, and it was one of the hardest conversations I've ever had. I explained that Emily didn't want him there because of his past, that my parents were supporting her decision, and that I'd been struggling with what to do. I could see the hurt in his eyes, but he just listened quietly. When I was done, he took a long pause, then said he understood if I needed to go without him. He even tried to reassure me, saying it was her wedding, and she had the right to make her own choices. But I could tell he was devastated. He didn't deserve this. He'd worked so hard to leave his past behind, and it was like my family couldn't see anything beyond his mistakes. After our conversation, I felt even more torn. Max was willing to let me go, but that almost made it worse. He was showing me more understanding than my own family, and it made their rejection of him feel even sharper. Part of me wanted to just forget the wedding entirely, to spend the day with Max, and let my family deal with the fallout. But I knew that would come with consequences, especially with my parents. I couldn't shake the feeling that, if I didn't go, they'd hold it against me forever. On the night before the wedding, my mom called me one last time. She said she was proud of me for finally doing the right thing, and that it would mean a lot to Emily to have me there. She didn't ask how I felt, didn't ask about Max, or even acknowledge what they were asking me to give up. It was all about keeping the peace, supporting Emily, and doing what was expected. I felt like a guest in my own family, like they only wanted me around if I followed their rules and didn't bring anything complicated into the mix. So, here I am, sitting with the invitation in front of me, feeling completely lost. I know that going to the wedding means letting them get away with treating Max like he's less than, like he doesn't deserve to be part of my life. But not going would mean losing my family's support, maybe permanently, and I'm not sure I'm ready for that. Part of me wonders if I'm overreacting, if I should just suck it up for one day and be there for Emily. But another part of me can't shake the feeling that, if I don't stand up for Max now, I'll regret it forever. Am I wrong for deciding not to attend my sister's wedding after she banned my boyfriend? Even if I might be hurting our family over something she believes is best. Story 8 inches. Am I wrong for ruining my friend's wedding over a text message? I'm 31, and my best friend Sarah, also 31, is someone I've known since college. We've been through a lot together: late nights studying, roommate drama, breakups, and everything in between. She's always been one of those people who has their life planned out in detail. She's even a wedding planner, which means when it came to her wedding, she knew exactly what she wanted. I've tried to be there for her through all the planning, even though the last few years have been rough for me. I'm a teacher, which can get pretty overwhelming. And with my family situation back home, I don't always have time to drop everything for her like I used to. We drifted a bit over the past couple of years. I know she noticed because she'd made a few comments here and there, hinting that I wasn't around as much or as invested in her life as I used to be. It wasn't intentional on my part, but I guess life just got in the way. When she asked me to be her maid of honor, though, I was genuinely touched. I thought this might be a chance to bridge whatever gap had formed between us. So I committed to it wholeheartedly, even if it meant I'd have to juggle work, family, and her endless wedding plans. The wedding was set at this stunning beach resort, a destination wedding Sarah had been dreaming of since she was a teenager. I knew how much it meant to her, so I took extra vacation days and arrived a day early, hoping to help out wherever I could. But right from the start, it felt like Sarah wasn't satisfied. It was like everything I did wasn't quite enough. If I couldn't make it to a pre-wedding brunch because of a work call, she'd make a comment about how it must be nice to have so many other priorities. If I offered input on flower arrangements or decorations, she'd brush it off, saying something like, "I've already planned it all. Just show up, and don't worry about it." I tried not to take it personally, thinking it was just wedding stress. But it was hard not to feel the sting in those words. The day before the wedding was the rehearsal dinner. Everyone was in high spirits. You could feel the excitement in the air. I was nervous, though, feeling like no matter what I did, I was already failing Sarah in some way. I didn't want to mess up any more than I already had, so I was determined to just keep my head down and do whatever was needed. I'd barely had time to settle in before we were setting up for the dinner. I put on a brave face, smiled, and chatted with the other bridesmaids, who all seemed to have known each other for years. They were part of Sarah's newer circle, people she'd grown close to while I was busy with my own life. I felt a bit like an outsider, but kept telling myself it was all in my head. Just as the dinner was starting, my phone buzzed. I glanced down to see a message from my boyfriend. He was back home dealing with a family situation that had been brewing for a while, and now it seemed things had escalated. He didn't give me a lot of details, but he said there was an emergency and he needed me to come back if possible. I froze for a moment, torn between the person I cared about who needed me and my best friend, who was relying on me for one of the biggest days of her life. I knew Sarah wouldn't understand if I left, especially not at this point, and honestly, I didn't want to leave her either. I'd put in so much effort to be here, despite the distance that had grown between us. So, I made the decision to put my phone on silent, quickly text back that I'd figure it out later, and shoved my phone into my bag. I thought I was doing the right thing by prioritizing Sarah and keeping the focus on her. As the night went on, I noticed Sarah seemed a bit tense. She kept giving me these looks, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. At first, I chalked it up to wedding stress, but it kept nagging at me. I thought maybe she was still upset about me not being present enough in the months leading up to the wedding, but I figured if she was really upset, she'd just talk to me about it. I didn't realize how wrong I was. About halfway through the dinner, I left the table for a few minutes to go to the restroom, leaving my phone on the table next to my plate. I wasn't gone long, but when I came back, the vibe had shifted. Sarah was sitting there, staring at my phone like it had offended her personally. I didn't understand why she looked so hurt and angry, and then it hit me she must have seen the text from my boyfriend. My heart sank. I knew right then this was not going to end well. Sarah barely waited for me to sit down before she pulled me aside, her expression a mix of hurt and anger. In front of everyone, she asked why I hadn't told her about the emergency. She made it sound like I'd been hiding this huge secret from her, that I was planning to ditch her wedding last minute. I was completely blindsided. I tried to explain that I hadn't told her because I didn't want to add stress to her day, and honestly, I hadn't even made a decision about leaving. I'd thought that staying was the best thing I could do. But now she was looking at me like I'd committed some kind of betrayal. It was humiliating, especially because everyone else was there, watching the whole thing unfold. Some of the other bridesmaids were nodding along with her, like they'd known all along that I was disrespectful or not really there for Sarah. I was so stunned I didn't even know what to say. Sarah accused me of being selfish, of putting my boyfriend above her, and not being fully present. She said she couldn't believe I'd even think about leaving, and that she was disappointed in me for not being honest. It felt like no matter what I said, I was already the bad guy in this scenario. I felt completely trapped. I wanted to tell her the truth that I was torn, that I didn't want to choose between her and the person I loved, but none of that seemed to matter. In that moment, it felt like Sarah had made up her mind about me. Like every little thing I'd done or hadn't done over the past few months had led to this. I didn't even know what to say to Sarah after she called me out in front of everyone at the rehearsal dinner. I just stood there, embarrassed, while she made it seem like I'd been planning to walk out on her wedding without telling her. The other bridesmaids and some family members were all staring at me, and I could tell from their faces that they were on her side. I felt like a traitor, even though, in my mind, I'd done the right thing by staying and keeping the focus on her. It seemed like nobody cared about my reasons, or that I was just trying to handle the situation without bothering her. I tried to apologize and explain myself, but Sarah wasn't having it. She looked genuinely hurt, saying things like she thought she could count on me and that I'd always been there for her before. So what had changed? She threw in that I wasn't the same friend I used to be, which honestly hurt. I know I haven't been around as much, but life gets complicated, and I thought she understood that. I'd tried to be there as much as possible, even if I couldn't always drop everything. But right then, it was clear that nothing I'd done to be there for her mattered to her if I couldn't be there exactly how she wanted. After a few minutes, I managed to pull her aside to get a bit of privacy, but I could still feel everyone's eyes on us. I tried to explain why I'd kept the text to myself, telling her that I hadn't decided anything, that I wasn't going to just leave without talking to her first, and that I'd stayed because I knew how important this weekend was for her. But she wouldn't listen. She was convinced I was hiding things from her and that my mind was somewhere else entirely. She kept saying she needed people around her who were fully committed to being there, not someone who had one foot out the door. She then mentioned how she'd felt over the past few months, about how she'd sensed I wasn't fully engaged in the wedding planning, that she'd noticed me pulling back. Apparently, it had been building up in her mind that I was checked out, and now this text message was just the final straw for her. Hearing her say that felt like a slap in the face. I thought I was doing the best I could with everything going on in my life, and I honestly thought she understood. But clearly, I was wrong. It was like she'd decided that I was either all in or all out, and anything in between was just as bad as not being there at all. Sarah's mom came over at one point, joining the conversation, and gave me this disappointed look that made me feel about an inch tall. She told me that a true friend wouldn't have considered leaving at all, that I should have been upfront with Sarah from the beginning if I was struggling with being there. I wanted to defend myself, but it felt pointless. Everyone had already made up their minds about me. I was the villain, the friend who was selfish enough to consider bailing on her best friend's big day. It was surreal, honestly. I never expected things to blow up like this over a text message. As the night dragged on, I noticed that a few other bridesmaids were whispering among themselves and giving me cold looks. It was clear they thought I didn't belong there anymore, like I was some outsider who'd betrayed their friend. I didn't know these women well, but it hurt to see them all siding against me so quickly. Based on one moment they didn't even fully understand. Even Sarah's fiancé was avoiding eye contact, which felt like another nail in the coffin. I'd met him a few times, and we got along fine. But now he looked like he wanted nothing to do with me. I felt completely alone. I kept thinking about my boyfriend and the situation back home, wondering if I'd made a huge mistake by staying. maybe I should have just left after all. But it was too late for that. Leaving now would only make things worse, and I wasn't about to abandon Sarah, no matter how angry she was with me. But that didn't stop the doubts from creeping in. I kept questioning my choices, wondering if I was really as selfish as everyone seemed to think. By the end of the night, I'd given up trying to talk to Sarah. She was busy with her family and the bridal party, who were all consoling her like she'd just been through some horrible betrayal. I could tell that she wasn't ready to hear my side of things, and maybe she never would be. I went back to my room feeling completely drained, replaying the whole evening in my head and trying to figure out where it all went so wrong. The next morning, I woke up feeling like I was in a fog. I had a knot in my stomach, knowing I'd have to face Sarah and everyone else at the wedding. I could already picture the cold stares, the whispers, and the judgment. Part of me wanted to just skip the ceremony and spare myself the humiliation, but I knew that would only confirm everyone's worst assumptions about me. So I put on my dress, forced a smile, and prepared myself to get through the day, even if I had to pretend like nothing had happened. When I arrived at the venue, I could feel the tension right away. The other bridesmaids barely acknowledged me, and Sarah was too busy with final preparations to even look my way. I tried to make myself useful, offering to help with last-minute tasks, but everyone seemed to have it covered. It was like they'd already decided I wasn't part of the team anymore. The whole day, I felt like I was walking on eggshells, careful not to say or do anything that might make things worse. During the ceremony, I stood there, watching Sarah and her fiancé exchange vows, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I didn't belong there anymore. I was supposed to be her maid of honor, her best friend, but now I felt like a stranger. I couldn't even enjoy the moment because all I could think about was the tension hanging over us, this invisible wall that had sprung up between us overnight. It was heartbreaking, really, to think that this was how things had turned out after everything we'd been through together. At the reception, things were just as tense. I tried to keep a low profile, but it was impossible to avoid the stares and whispers. A few people approached me, making awkward small talk, but it was clear they were just being polite. Sarah and I barely spoke, and when we did, it was short and tense, like we were both just trying to get through it without causing another scene. I wanted to apologize again, to somehow make things right, but I didn't even know where to start. It felt like the damage had already been done, and there was no going back. By the time the night was winding down, I was exhausted. I felt emotionally drained, like I'd been put through the ringer. I couldn't help but wonder if things would have been different if I just told Sarah about the text right away, if I'd been more open about what was going on. But it was too late for that now. The whole situation had spiraled out of control, and I didn't know if there was any way to fix it. After the reception was over, I managed to pull Sarah aside for one last attempt to fix things. I knew it was probably a lost cause, but I couldn't leave without at least trying. I apologized again, told her that none of this had been my intention, and that I'd only stayed because I thought that was what she'd want. I explained that I didn't want to ruin her weekend with my personal issues, and I just wanted her to have a perfect day without any extra stress. She looked at me, and for a moment, I thought maybe she understood. But then she just shook her head and said that it didn't change anything. She felt like I hadn't been there for her, like I'd prioritized my life over our friendship, and that hurt her more than anything. She told me she'd been counting on me, not just for the wedding, but for everything leading up to it, and that she'd felt let down every step of the way. To her, it didn't matter that I'd stayed, because in her eyes, my heart hadn't really been in it. That stung, but I tried to stay calm. I told her that while I understood her feelings, I felt like she hadn't been fair to me either. I reminded her that I'd done everything I could to support her, even if it wasn't exactly how she wanted it. I pointed out that life is complicated, and that sometimes it's not possible to give everything to everyone at once. But it was like talking to a wall. She had her mind made up that I'd failed her, and nothing I said seemed to make a difference. We ended the conversation on a tense note. She didn't say she never wanted to speak to me again, but it felt implied. We hugged, but it was awkward and forced, like we were two strangers trying to follow some social script rather than best friends. I walked away feeling empty, like I'd lost something that I couldn't get back, no matter how hard I tried. I knew that no amount of apologies or explanations would change how she felt, and that hurt more than anything else. After I left the wedding, I didn't hear from Sarah for a while. I sent a few messages, just trying to check in and see if there was any way to talk things through. But she either ignored them or gave me short, cold responses. It was clear that she needed space, so I gave it to her, even though it hurt to keep my distance. Every time I thought about reaching out, I remembered the look on her face at the wedding, the way she'd looked at me like I was some kind of stranger who'd let her down. Months passed, and we still barely spoke. The few times we did talk, it was awkward, like neither of us knew what to say. I missed her, missed the way we used to be, but I didn't know how to bridge the gap between us. I felt like she'd put up a wall, and I was on the outside looking in, with no way to get back in. I started to accept that maybe our friendship was over, or at least not what it used to be. It was a hard pill to swallow, but I didn't know what else to do. A few months after the wedding, I heard from a mutual friend that Sarah was still talking about what happened. Apparently, she felt like I'd abandoned her, and she was still hurt by it. I wanted to reach out, to try one last time to make things right, but part of me was scared that it would only make things worse. I didn't want to reopen old wounds, but I also didn't want to just let our friendship die without trying to save it. So now I'm stuck, wondering if I should reach out again or just let it go. I don't know if there's anything I can say that will make a difference, but I also don't know if I can just walk away without a fight. I keep thinking about everything we've been through, all the memories we've shared, and it feels wrong to just let it end like this. Was I wrong for not leaving immediately and trying to handle the situation privately, even if it meant Sarah felt betrayed? Story 9. Am I wrong for refusing to give my sister the family heirloom she gave away? I'm Laura, 32, and I'm here because I honestly don't know if I'm in the wrong with my sister, Ellen, who's 35. We've always been close, but recently, things have taken a turn. For some background, I come from a family that really values traditions, especially ones that have been passed down through generations. My mom was the type who liked to remind us of the family legacy, and I'd always thought it was nice, something grounding to know where you come from and to feel connected to your ancestors, if that makes sense. One of the traditions my family has is centered around this silver bracelet. It's not just any bracelet, it's been in our family for ages, passed down through generations to the firstborn daughter. My mom was so proud to pass it down to Ellen when she turned 18. She would tell us all these stories about how her own mother gave it to her, and that it was meant to represent resilience, unity, and all these other values our family holds dear. Ellen was really excited about it back then, and for a while, she wore it everywhere. It was a huge deal, and I remember how she'd casually flash it around, like she was the luckiest person to have that connection to our family's past. Then, a few years ago, Ellen hit a rough patch. She had a small business that was struggling, and she was doing everything she could to keep it afloat. Times were hard, and she started selling things to cover her bills. She didn't really talk to the family about it. She's always been a bit private when it comes to money, and I respect that. At first, she sold off some jewelry and clothes, but it turns out she'd sold the bracelet too. I didn't know about it until later, when it came up during a Thanksgiving dinner. It was one of those moments when you feel the air get sucked out of the room because it was such a shock. Hearing that Ellen had sold the bracelet felt like a punch. I get that she was going through hard times, and I really do sympathize with her. But the bracelet wasn't just any piece of jewelry to us. It was a symbol of our family, of our mother and her mother before her. It felt strange that she'd let go of it so easily, and I remember wondering if it really meant as much to her as it did to the rest of us. But she seemed genuinely upset and remorseful about it, so we all kind of brushed it aside and moved on. She never mentioned the bracelet again, and I thought it was just one of those sad things we'd all accepted. Fast forward to a few months ago, and I'm browsing an antique store in town. I love looking around in those kinds of places. They're like treasure troves, and you never know what you'll find. That day, though, I found something I never expected to see. Tucked away in a glass case was the bracelet. I knew it the second I saw it. The engraving, the design, everything was exactly the same. I was honestly in shock. I asked the store owner about it, and he confirmed that it had come in a few years ago, around the time Ellen sold it. I didn't think twice. I bought it right then and there. Bringing that bracelet home felt surreal. It was like finding a piece of our family that had been lost, something I thought we'd never see again. It felt like fate, honestly, like it was meant to come back to us, or maybe even to me. In a weird way, it felt like the bracelet had more meaning to me now that I'd found it and brought it back. I felt proud that I'd managed to reclaim something so important to us, and I couldn't wait to tell my family about it. So, a few days later, I told everyone. My mom was really touched, and she said how glad she was that it was back in the family. She told me it must have been a sign, and that maybe it was supposed to come to me in this way. I could tell Ellen was happy to see it too. But then she made a comment that kind of threw me off. She said something like, "I'm so glad you found it. I was worried I'd never see it again." At first, I didn't think much of it. I was just happy that she seemed relieved. And I thought she might feel the same pride I did in having it back with us. But then she started talking about how she couldn't wait to have it again and how it meant so much to her. That's when it hit me that she thought I'd bought it back specifically to give it to her. I hadn't really considered that. To me, finding the bracelet had felt personal, like I'd saved it somehow, and I was honestly attached to it by that point. It didn't feel right to just hand it over after everything that happened. But Ellen seemed so excited, and I wasn't sure how to bring up the fact that I didn't necessarily buy it for her. When I finally told her that I wasn't planning to give it to her, she was shocked. She looked at me like I'd betrayed her, and she asked if I was serious. I tried to explain that finding it had meant a lot to me, and that I felt a connection to it now that I'd found it myself. But she didn't seem to understand. She started bringing up how she was the oldest daughter, how the bracelet was meant for her, and how she'd always been told it would stay with her. I couldn't really argue with that. It was true that she'd been given the bracelet first. But in my mind, the situation had changed when she sold it. I didn't think it was fair for her to just expect it back, as if nothing had happened. I told her as much, but that only seemed to make things worse. She got defensive, saying that I didn't understand what it had been like for her back then, and that selling it was one of the hardest things she'd ever done. She said she'd only done it because she was desperate, and that she'd always hoped to get it back one day. I felt bad for her, honestly. I knew she'd gone through a tough time, and I didn't want to make her feel worse about it. But I also couldn't ignore how I felt about the bracelet now. It felt like it was mine in a way, or at least that I had just as much right to it after going through the trouble of finding it. I even suggested that maybe she could take another family heirloom, something that would still connect her to our history, but she wouldn't hear of it. Things started to get tense from there. Ellen accused me of being selfish, saying that I was letting my own feelings get in the way of what was right. She said that I didn't respect her place in the family, and that I was just trying to hold something over her head. That hurt because it was the last thing I wanted. In my mind, I wasn't trying to punish her or keep something just to make a point. I really felt that I had a claim to it, too. When my parents got involved, things only got messier. My mom tried to stay neutral, saying that she understood both sides and that she hoped we could find a way to work it out. My dad, on the other hand, didn't really want to get involved, but he did say he thought the bracelet belonged to Ellen. That only made me feel more isolated, like no one understood why this meant so much to me now. Other family members had opinions too, some siding with Ellen and others thinking I had a fair point. But nothing anyone said seemed to change the fact that Ellen and I were at a standstill. each of us feeling like we were right. Ellen didn't let this go, and honestly, I wasn't sure what to do. She was angry with me, and every time we talked, it felt like she brought up the bracelet in some way, like she was dropping hints or trying to guilt me into just handing it over. I started dreading family gatherings, even small things, because I knew it was only a matter of time before the bracelet came up again. Part of me thought she'd just let it go after a while, but if anything, she was doubling down. I could tell she wasn't going to stop pushing. One day, Ellen told me outright that she didn't understand why I was being so stubborn about it. She said it was a matter of principle, that the bracelet stay with the oldest daughter, and that's the tradition. I told her that tradition changed the second she sold it, and I reminded her that I was the one who went through the effort to get it back. That didn't seem to matter to her at all. She kept saying I was just making this difficult for no reason, like I was hoarding the bracelet just to make some kind of point. In her mind, it was like I was punishing her for selling it in the first place. Things came to a head during a family dinner. We were all together, and Ellen made some comment about how nice it would be to have the bracelet back where it belongs. I didn't respond right away, but I knew everyone was waiting for me to say something. I felt like I was on the spot, like the whole family was watching to see how I'd react. So I said that I didn't think it was fair for her to expect it back after selling it, especially since I was the one who found it and brought it home. Ellen didn't take that well at all. She got really defensive and started saying things like, I didn't have a choice, and that she'd been forced to sell it because of her financial situation. I tried to be understanding, but I couldn't shake the feeling that her choice was still her choice. It wasn't my responsibility to fix what she'd done, and I told her that. She looked at me like I just slapped her, and I could feel the tension in the room. My mom tried to step in and calm things down, saying maybe we could find a compromise, but Ellen just shook her head. She was hurt, maybe even humiliated, and I could see that she wasn't going to back down. After that night, Ellen and I barely spoke for a while. I'd hoped things would cool off, that maybe she'd come around to seeing my side. But if anything, the silence just made things worse. When we did talk, it was usually tense and awkward. She kept saying things like, I thought you'd understand, or I didn't expect this from you. It was like she was trying to make me feel guilty, but all it did was make me more frustrated. I started feeling like I was constantly defending myself, even though I hadn't done anything wrong in my mind. I just wanted to keep something that had come to mean a lot to me, and I didn't think that made me a bad person. I decided to try reaching out to Ellen one more time, thinking that maybe if I could just explain how much the bracelet meant to me now, she'd understand. I told her how I'd felt when I found it, how it had felt like a piece of our family coming back to us, and how that had created a bond for me. I explained that I wasn't trying to hurt her or keep it out of spite. I just genuinely felt connected to it now. But she didn't want to hear any of it. She said it was just a bracelet to me, and that I couldn't possibly understand what it meant to her, especially after all she'd been through. She said I was being selfish, and that I was letting my own feelings get in the way of doing what was right. At that point, I didn't know what else to say. I felt like no matter how much I tried to explain, Ellen would never see my side of things. She was set on getting the bracelet back, and nothing I said seemed to make any difference. I could tell she was hurt, maybe even resentful, and part of me felt bad for her. But I also couldn't ignore how much the bracelet had come to mean to me, and I didn't think it was fair for her to demand it back just because she regretted selling it. After a few weeks of this back and forth, I finally suggested a compromise. I told her we could share the bracelet somehow, like maybe we could switch off every few years or something. It wasn't ideal, but I thought it was a fair way for both of us to feel connected to it without either of us having to give it up entirely. Ellen, though, shot that down immediately. She said it wasn't the same, that the bracelet was supposed to be hers alone, and that sharing it would just feel wrong. She made it clear that she didn't want anything less than full ownership, and she accused me of trying to rewrite family tradition just to suit myself. By now, I was at a loss. I felt like I'd done everything I could to make this work, but Ellen wasn't willing to meet me halfway. I'd tried explaining my side, offering compromises, even suggesting she take another heirloom instead, but nothing was enough for her. She wanted the bracelet, period, and she was determined to make me feel like the bad guy for not just handing it over. At this point, it felt like I'd exhausted every option. I had tried talking to Ellen, I'd offered a compromise, and I'd even tried to see things from her perspective, but she just wouldn't budge. It was like she was determined to make me feel guilty until I gave in, and the more she pushed, the more I started to dig in my heels. It wasn't that I didn't understand why she wanted the bracelet back. I just couldn't understand why she thought she had the right to demand it after everything that happened. My mom tried to step in again, suggesting we sit down as a family and talk it over. I was willing, hoping that maybe if Ellen could hear how much this had affected me, she'd finally get it. We arranged a family meeting at my parents' house, and I went in thinking it might be the last shot at getting any kind of resolution. I could tell my mom was tense, and my dad looked like he'd rather be anywhere else, but they both wanted us to find a way to move forward. I started by explaining, one more time, why the bracelet had come to mean so much to me. I told everyone how I felt when I saw it in the store, how it had been like reconnecting with our family's past, and how, in a way, it felt like it had chosen to come back to me. I admitted that I knew it wasn't mine by tradition, but that finding it had created a bond I couldn't ignore. I said I'd try to be fair and offer alternatives, but that Ellen didn't seem willing to consider any compromise. Ellen responded by saying it wasn't about compromise for her. She said that the bracelet was hers by right, that it was given to her for a reason, and that nothing I could say would change that. She argued that selling it had been a mistake she deeply regretted, but that she hadn't expected me to use that mistake against her. She kept saying I was punishing her for a decision she made out of desperation, and that if I really cared about family tradition, I would have given it back without making her feel like she had to beg for it. Hearing her say that made me feel like we were back at square one. No matter how much I tried to explain myself, Ellen saw me as the villain in this story. I started feeling frustrated, even angry, and I could tell my family was uncomfortable watching us go back and forth. My mom eventually stepped in and said that she understood both of us, but that maybe it was time to put aside what the bracelet was supposed to mean and think about what would actually bring us closer as a family. She asked us if we could both consider what was more important, the bracelet or the relationship between us. I thought about what she said, but in my mind, it wasn't that simple. The bracelet had come to represent something deeper for me, something that I wasn't willing to give up just to keep the peace. I told Ellen that I still wanted to find a solution, but that I wasn't willing to give up something I'd come to cherish just because it used to belong to her. I reminded her that I'd even suggested sharing it, but she'd been the one to refuse. Ellen didn't take that well. She accused me of being selfish and of not caring about our family at all. She said that if I really valued family, I wouldn't hold on to something that was never meant to be mine. She got emotional, saying that she never thought I'd be the kind of person to choose a piece of jewelry over her own sister. By then, I could tell there was no reasoning with her. She'd made up her mind about me, and nothing I said was going to change that. After that meeting, things got worse. Ellen stopped speaking to me entirely, and the rest of the family seemed unsure of what to say. My mom would call sometimes, hinting that maybe I should just let it go to make peace, but she didn't push too hard. I think she understood that this wasn't as simple as just giving up a bracelet for me. My dad, meanwhile, stayed out of it completely, probably hoping we'd just find a way to fix things on our own. It's been months now, and Ellen and I still aren't talking. She's told other family members that I stole the bracelet, which makes me sound like I took it from her without permission. I tried explaining my side to some relatives, but it feels like everyone is either too afraid to take a side or just wants us to move on. I feel stuck, honestly. because I'm not willing to give up something that means so much to me. But I hate that it's come to this. I miss my sister, and I hate that this has created such a huge divide between us. But every time I think about giving her the bracelet, it feels wrong, like I'd be betraying my own feelings and everything the bracelet has come to represent. So here I am, wondering if I should have just given it to her in the first place. Am I wrong for keeping the bracelet instead of giving it back to my sister, who sold it years ago? Story 10. Am I wrong for moving out and cutting off my family after my brother stole my inheritance? I'm Kara, 28, and for my entire life, I've been close with my family. I grew up in a small suburban town, and even after I started working as a retail manager, I stayed nearby. My brother, Max, is 25 and the complete opposite of me in most ways. While I've taken on the usual adult responsibilities, holding down a steady job, paying my bills, managing my life, Max has spent the last several years bouncing around, mostly focused on his dream of becoming a musician. He's been in and out of different jobs, mostly part-time gigs, but he never really seemed too worried about stability or having a long-term plan. Our family's always known him as the free spirit, and I've tried to support him as best as I could over the years. 2 years ago, we lost our parents. It was sudden and unexpected, and Max and I were devastated. They were the kind of people who worked hard their whole lives and put their family above everything. They'd never been rich, but they managed to save a little bit for us. A small inheritance they hoped would help us as we started our adult lives. They'd made it clear for as long as I could remember that the inheritance was meant to be shared equally between Max and me. They saw it as a way to give both of us some financial security and wanted us to have something to fall back on. After they passed, I assumed things would go as planned, that the inheritance would be split, and we'd both receive our share. I didn't think about it too much after that, mostly because I trusted Max, and I trusted our family to follow my parents' wishes. I figured he'd get his share, and I'd get mine. For a while, it didn't cross my mind to even check or ask. I was focused on grieving, on getting through each day, and managing my life without them. I thought that when the time came, everything would go as intended, and we'd each get what was left for us. I never questioned it, because why would I? Then, about 2 months ago, I noticed something odd. I saw a strange transaction on my bank account, a legal fee I didn't recognize. It wasn't a huge amount, but it caught my attention, especially since I wasn't dealing with anything legal at the time. I was confused and a little worried. I didn't know if it was an error, a scam, or something I'd forgotten about. But as I started looking into it, I realized it wasn't a mistake. It was connected to the inheritance my parents had left. The more I dug, the more questions I had. It turned out that Max had already accessed the entire inheritance without telling me anything about it. He'd gone to the family lawyer and had somehow convinced him to transfer everything to him alone. I was stunned. It felt surreal, like there had to be some kind of mix-up. I couldn't believe that Max, my own brother, would take it all without even discussing it with me. I'd always thought we had a good relationship, that we understood each other and would respect our parents' wishes. I didn't think he'd do something like this, especially knowing how much that money meant, not just financially, but emotionally. What hurt even more was finding out that my family knew. Some of my relatives were aware of what he'd done, but no one had told me. They'd all kept quiet, probably thinking it was none of their business or that it wasn't important. I felt blindsided, betrayed, not just by Max, but by everyone who'd known and stayed silent. It wasn't just about the money, it was the principle of it, the trust I'd placed in my family to do the right thing. I couldn't let it go. I tried to stay calm and think rationally about it, but it gnawed at me every day. I kept replaying it in my head, wondering why he'd do this, why no one thought to tell me, why everyone was so willing to ignore what seemed to me like a huge betrayal. Finally, I decided to confront him. There was a family gathering coming up, and I figured that would be my chance to get some answers. I wanted to hear his side, to understand what had happened, and hopefully clear the air. When the day came, I pulled Max aside and asked him why he'd taken the money without even talking to me about it. I wasn't aggressive or angry. I just wanted to know. But instead of giving me an honest explanation, he got defensive right away. He told me I was being selfish and accused me of caring more about money than family. He claimed that he needed it for a music project he was working on, something he said was going to be life-changing for him. He insisted that our parents would have wanted me to support him unconditionally, as if their wishes didn't matter, and he had some kind of entitlement to everything. It didn't stop there. He went on to say that since I had a stable job, I didn't really need the money, and that I should just let him have it. To him, it was no big deal. He acted like I was overreacting, like my concerns were petty or materialistic. The worst part was that our family backed him up. My aunts, uncles, and even some cousins chimed in, telling me that I was making a fuss over just money, and that I should be happy to support Max in his passion. They kept telling me he was going through a hard time, that he needed it more than I did. No one seemed to understand that it wasn't just about the money. It was about trust, about honoring our parents' wishes, and about basic respect. The more they all ganged up on me, the more isolated I felt. I realized that they didn't care about my perspective. To them, I was just the one with a stable job who should know better and put family first. But what about Max? Why didn't he have to respect me, or our parents, or the idea that we were supposed to share this equally? It felt like they'd chosen him over me, as if my feelings and my sense of betrayal didn't matter. After that confrontation, things between Max and me were never the same. We barely spoke, and when we did, it was tense and strained. I started avoiding family gatherings, and I pulled back from the people I'd always been close to. I just couldn't bring myself to pretend that everything was okay, not after what had happened. I thought maybe, eventually, he'd reach out and apologize, or that someone in the family would see my side and support me. But that never happened. After that blow up at the family gathering, I couldn't stop thinking about everything that had happened. It felt like my world had flipped upside down, like everything I thought I knew about my family had been a lie. My brother, who I'd thought of as my closest family member after our parents passed, had gone behind my back, taken what was supposed to be shared between us, and then acted like I was the bad guy for calling him out. And my family. They were so quick to side with him, to brush me off like I was some villain for wanting what was rightfully mine. For weeks after, I kept replaying the confrontation in my head. Every time I thought about Max telling me I was being selfish for wanting my share, I got angrier. I just couldn't understand how he could turn this around on me. How could he look me in the eye and act like I was the one in the wrong for expecting him to be honest and fair? And then there were the others, who basically told me that because I had a steady job, I didn't need the money. They all acted like his dream was somehow more important than my right to what our parents left us. It made me question everything about my relationship with my family. Was I just supposed to be the reliable one? The one who didn't need anything because I had my life together? Did they really see me as so unimportant that my feelings didn't even factor in? I tried to brush it off and get back to my normal routine, but the hurt and betrayal kept nagging at me. I couldn't focus at work. I was distracted whenever I was with friends, and I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just going to go away. I knew I had to address it somehow, that I couldn't just sit back and let this fester, but I didn't know how to do it. Part of me wanted to cut them all off and never speak to any of them again, but I also felt guilty for even thinking that. After all, they were my family. I kept going back and forth, trying to decide if I should confront Max again, or just accept that this was how things were going to be. Eventually, I decided I needed closure. I couldn't keep living in this limbo, angry and hurt, but doing nothing about it. I reached out to Max, asking if we could talk one-on-one, hoping that maybe away from the others, he'd see things differently. I tried to stay calm and reasonable, explaining that I just wanted an apology and for him to acknowledge what he'd done. I wasn't even asking for the money back at that point. I just wanted him to show some kind of remorse, some recognition that he'd hurt me. But that conversation was just as bad as the first one. Max didn't apologize. He didn't even seem to care about how I felt. He doubled down, telling me again that he needed it more and that I should just let it go. He even went so far as to say that I was holding him back by being so rigid and focused on material things. He made me feel like I was this horrible person who cared more about money than family, even though he was the one who'd taken everything without a second thought. After that, I realized there was nothing left to say. Max wasn't going to change his mind, and he wasn't going to see my side. I felt like I was talking to a stranger, not my brother. It was like he'd convinced himself that he was entitled to everything, and there was no point in arguing with him anymore. I left that conversation feeling even more hurt and betrayed than before. I'd given him a chance to make things right, and he'd thrown it back in my face. From that point on, I started distancing myself from everyone. I stopped attending family gatherings, I ignored their calls and texts, and I made it clear that I didn't want anything to do with them. I felt completely alone, like I didn't have anyone left who I could trust. It was a lonely and isolating feeling, but I didn't see any other option. They'd made it clear where they stood, and I wasn't going to keep putting myself through the pain of pretending like everything was fine. The family didn't take it well. I got messages from my aunts and uncles, some of them trying to guilt trip me, others outright accusing me of being selfish and immature. They kept saying that Max was going through a tough time, that he needed my support, and that I was abandoning my family over just money. They made it sound like I was the one in the wrong, like I was turning my back on them for no reason. I tried to explain my side a few times, but it was like talking to a wall. No one wanted to hear it. To them, I was the one causing trouble, the one making things difficult for everyone else. It was infuriating, but at that point, I'd run out of energy to keep trying. Eventually, I made the decision to move out of town. I realized I needed a fresh start, a way to escape from all of this and find some peace. I couldn't keep living in a place where I was constantly reminded of the people who'd hurt me. I packed up my things, found a new place a few hours away, and left without looking back. It was a huge decision, but I knew it was the right one for my sanity. Since then, I've tried to rebuild my life. I'm still angry, still hurt, and I don't know if I'll ever fully get over it. I thought moving away would give me some distance, that the physical space between us would help me clear my head and maybe heal. But it didn't. The emotional fallout from everything that happened with my brother and the rest of my family stayed with me, no matter how far I moved. I was in a new city, living in a new place, but the anger, hurt, and betrayal lingered. Every time I tried to settle in and make a new life for myself, my thoughts would drift back to what Max did, to how my family sided with him, and how alone I felt. I tried to keep busy. I focused on my job, started exploring the city, met a few new people, but nothing felt like enough to fill the void. It was like I was constantly trying to outrun the resentment I felt, but it kept catching up to me. I thought about my family almost every day, wondering if they thought about me too. Had they moved on? Were they still talking about me? And then there was Max. What was he doing? Was he really struggling, or was he just playing the victim? I couldn't tell anymore. About 6 months after I moved, I started getting messages from my mom's side of the family. At first, I ignored them. I didn't want to engage. I'd made my decision, and I wasn't going to let anyone guilt trip me into feeling like I was the one in the wrong. But they didn't stop. My aunts, uncles, and even a couple of cousins kept reaching out, telling me how much they missed me, how they wanted to fix things. I felt torn. Part of me wanted to shut them all out and just move on with my life. But another part of me wondered if maybe I was being too harsh. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I could find a way to make peace with them. I didn't respond to any of the messages at first. I needed time to think about it, to figure out if I could forgive them or if I even wanted to. but eventually, I did reach out. I started with my Aunt Sarah, who I was closest to. She was always the one who seemed to understand me the most, and I figured maybe she could help me make sense of everything. I wrote her a long message, explaining how I felt, how hurt I was, and how I still didn't know how to process what happened. I told her that it wasn't just about the money, that it was about trust and respect, and how Max had broken that trust in the worst way. I told her that I couldn't go back to how things were, that it felt like I was being asked to pretend like nothing had happened. Her response was long, and it was the same message I'd heard from everyone else. She said that Max was really struggling, that he'd been going through a tough time, and that this inheritance was a lifeline for him. She said that I had to understand that he was just trying to follow his dreams, and that I should be happy for him. She told me that family was more important than money, and that I was throwing away a chance to heal old wounds. She told me that our parents would have wanted us to stay close, that they would have wanted us to support each other no matter what. Reading her message made me sick. It felt like she was completely dismissing everything I had said, everything I had been through. It felt like she was asking me to just forgive and forget, like my feelings didn't matter at all. It wasn't the first time someone in my family had tried to guilt trip me, but for some reason, this one hit harder. Maybe it was because I'd hoped for more from her. Maybe I thought she'd understand better, but it felt like they were all just trying to smooth things over, to make me feel like I was the one in the wrong for not just letting it go. I thought about it for a long time after that. I wanted to reply, to tell her how I felt, to explain once again why this wasn't just about money. But I knew it wouldn't change anything. I knew it wouldn't make a difference. They were all too wrapped up in their own beliefs, their own version of events. And in the end, I had to accept that I couldn't force them to understand. I couldn't change how they saw things. That's when I realized I was done trying to make them understand. I didn't want to be part of a family that didn't respect me, didn't value me enough to see where I was coming from. I had already tried, and they weren't going to change. But still, part of me felt this lingering guilt. What if I was wrong? What if I was the one causing the rift? The one being too stubborn, too prideful to let it go? The thing is, I don't know if I'll ever really get an answer to that. I'll never really know if I was right to cut them all off, if I was justified in walking away. I just know that, for my own sanity, I had to put myself first. I had to stop living in a world where I was constantly hurt by the people I thought I could trust the most. Maybe one day I'll regret it. Maybe I'll miss them and wish I'd tried harder to make things work. But right now, I don't think I can go back. So here I am, months later, still trying to figure it out. I still don't know if I made the right choice. Every time I hear someone mention family, every time I see someone post about their sibling relationships, I think about Max and my family. I wonder if they'll ever try to reach out again, if they'll ever admit they were wrong, or if they'll just keep blaming me. Maybe I'll reach out to them one day. Maybe I'll forgive them, or maybe I'll just keep moving on. I don't know. But for now, I'm left with this question. Was I wrong for walking away from my family and cutting ties over something that was supposed to be mine? Story 11 inches. Am I wrong for not wanting to invite my brother to my wedding after his fiancée tried to take over? I'm Ella, 29, and I'm planning my wedding, which I thought would be one of the happiest experiences of my life. My fiancée and I have been together for years, and now, finally, it's our turn to have the wedding we've always dreamed about. We've both been involved in the planning, and I've been trying to balance making it a big, beautiful event without going completely overboard. But now, instead of feeling excited, I'm constantly stressed, and a big part of that is because of my brother Daniel and his fiancée, Sophia. My brother and I have always been close. He's 26, and he's been my buddy through thick and thin. We've got so many shared memories. We've been through it all together. So, when he met Sophia, I was happy for him. I thought she'd be a great addition to our family, and I even looked forward to getting to know her better. Sophia is 27, and she's got this big personality. She's confident, sometimes even a little loud, and always has an opinion on everything. That's fine, everyone's different, right? She was new to our family, so I went out of my way to make her feel welcome. I even asked her to be in the wedding party. I thought it was a nice gesture, a way to show her that she's part of the family now. Looking back, maybe that's where I went wrong. At first, Sophia seemed genuinely excited to be part of the wedding. She was sending me ideas, Pinterest boards, and links to dresses she thought I'd like. I didn't mind. I thought it was sweet that she was taking an interest. But things started to get intense. She went from sharing ideas to actually telling me how she thought things should be done. It wasn't even subtle. She started suggesting changes to things I'd already decided on. For instance, I wanted a simple, classic color scheme, just whites, greens, and maybe a little blush pink. But Sophia kept pushing for bolder colors, saying that my ideas were a little too plain. Then it got worse. Sophia started hinting that I should invite some of her friends, people I didn't even know. She'd say things like, "Oh, I know a couple of people who would be a perfect fit for the guest list," as if she was adding people to an exclusive party. At first, I laughed it off, thinking she was just being overexcited. But then she started mentioning these people by name and telling me why they'd be such a great addition to the wedding vibe. She was also giving me unsolicited opinions on almost every detail I shared. If I mentioned the flowers, she'd say something about how lilies are a little outdated. If I talked about the food, she'd bring up alternatives that were more trendy. It was exhausting, but I tried to brush it off because I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. The problem really escalated when she started suggesting changes to the actual ceremony and reception plans. One day, she called me and said she had an amazing idea for my dress. Now, keep in mind that I'd already picked out my dress. I'd found the one I loved, and I felt amazing in it. It was simple, elegant, and just me. But Sophia started talking about how I should consider something more modern, with a bit of a wow factor. She went on about designers, styles, and cuts, and even implied that my choice was a little too safe. She hadn't even seen my dress. I politely told her that I'd already made my decision on the dress and was really happy with it. But even after I said that, she kept pushing, saying that a wedding was a chance to make a statement and that I should consider being more daring. I was irritated, but I didn't want to cause a scene, so I just changed the subject. It felt like every time I turned around, Sophia was there with another opinion or suggestion that was completely different from what I wanted. She would bring things up at family gatherings, too, like casually mentioning that she was helping Ella out with her wedding. It made it sound like I needed assistance just to make basic decisions. And since Daniel was there and didn't say anything to stop her, it felt like he was supporting her every time she made a comment. He even chimed in sometimes, saying things like, Sophia has a point, or it could be fun to mix things up. I felt like I was being ganged up on, but I didn't know how to address it without causing an even bigger issue. Then came the family dinner that turned everything upside down. We were all gathered at my parents' house to talk over some of the final wedding plans. My parents were there, along with Daniel, Sophia, and a few other close family members. I was excited to share my progress and thought it would be a nice evening. But just as we started discussing the guest list and final details, Sophia took over the conversation. She didn't just make a suggestion, she basically announced that she was taking charge of my wedding. She told everyone that she could tell I was overwhelmed, and that she was going to step in to help make sure everything was more refined. I was in shock. Right there in front of my family, she acted as if she'd been given permission to run the whole show. She started listing out things she planned to take care of, like the decorations, the music, and even the seating arrangements. It was so far beyond anything I'd agreed to, and I just couldn't believe what I was hearing. When I finally found my voice, I told her that I didn't need help, and that I was perfectly capable of planning my own wedding. But Sophia didn't back down. Instead, she looked at me like I was ungrateful. like I should be thanking her for stepping in to save my wedding from my own poor decisions. Daniel, instead of supporting me, actually backed her up. He said Sophia just wanted to make sure everything was perfect, and that I should consider letting her help since she had good taste. Good taste. I had never once asked for her opinion, let alone for her to manage my entire wedding. I felt completely blindsided. It wasn't just about the wedding planning at that point. It felt like Sophia was taking over something deeply personal and important to me. And Daniel, my own brother, was taking her side. The rest of that dinner was tense. I tried to stay calm, but I could feel the anger building up inside me. Afterward, I talked to my parents, thinking they'd understand, but even they seemed hesitant to back me up. They said that Sophia was only trying to help, and that maybe I was being a bit too sensitive about everything. I was speechless. The wedding I'd been dreaming of was turning into a battle, and nobody seemed to see how much it was hurting me. After that night, things with Sophia only got worse. She continued to tell people, even my own friends, that she was handling all the real planning for the wedding. It felt like she was trying to paint me as incapable, someone who couldn't handle my own wedding. I didn't know how to stop it without blowing everything up and causing a huge rift in the family. And every time I tried to address it, Daniel would tell me I was overreacting, or that Sophia just wanted what was best for me. The breaking point came a few weeks after that family dinner. I was trying my best to ignore Sophia's comments and keep the peace, thinking that if I just focused on my own plans, she'd eventually back off. But, of course, that's not what happened. Instead, Sophia seemed to double down on everything. She started reaching out directly to my vendors, florists, caterers, even the photographer to discuss adjustments to the plans. I found out because my florist emailed me, confused, saying she'd been contacted by someone claiming to be my wedding planner and suggesting new arrangements. I was furious. This was way beyond helping. Sophia was now actively interfering with things I'd already set in stone. I confronted her about it, and she brushed it off like it was no big deal. She said she was just trying to make sure everything would flow well and thought she'd save me the stress of dealing with last-minute details. But I didn't ask her to do any of that. I told her to stop contacting my vendors and let me handle it. I could tell she was annoyed that I wasn't grateful for her help, but I didn't care anymore. This was my wedding, not hers, and I wasn't going to let her take over. But Sophia didn't stop. She started pushing my brother to take her side even more. Every time I'd try to talk to Daniel about it, he'd just say she was doing what she thought was best for me, as if I didn't know what was best for my own wedding. It felt like I was losing him, like he was siding with her no matter what. He'd make comments like, "You're being too controlling," or "Sophia just wants the day to be perfect." It was so frustrating, especially since he used to be my biggest supporter. Now it felt like he'd chosen Sophia over me. To make things even worse, Sophia started spreading her version of events to other people in our family and friend group. She'd tell them how she was stepping in to help me because I was struggling with the wedding plans. I started getting messages from relatives and even a few friends, asking if I was okay and saying they'd heard I was having a hard time handling everything. It was humiliating. I had never once said I couldn't handle the wedding, and now people were looking at me like I was some kind of incompetent mess. Sophia's interference was turning my wedding into a source of gossip, and I felt completely powerless to stop it. One day, I tried to sit down with my parents again to explain what was happening. I thought if they really understood how much this was affecting me, they might step in and talk to Daniel or Sophia. But they were still hesitant to get involved. They just kept saying that I should try to see things from Sophia's perspective, that she was probably just excited and didn't mean any harm. I couldn't believe it. They saw how stressed I was, how much this was hurting me, and yet they still seemed to think I was the one being unreasonable. I felt like I had no one on my side. After that, I decided to keep Sophia at arm's length. I stopped sharing any details of the wedding with her and focused on planning the day the way I wanted it. I thought if I just cut her out of the process, maybe she'd finally get the message. But then came the family dinner where everything blew up. My fiancé and I had planned a small gathering at my parents' house to finalize some last details. It was supposed to be a relaxed evening where we could go over seating charts, music choices, and a few other things. I was actually looking forward to it, hoping it would be a chance to bring the focus back to what really mattered. But as soon as Sophia arrived, I knew it was going to be a disaster. She walked in with a folder of her own ideas and basically took over the conversation. She started suggesting seating arrangements and even mentioned some guests I'd never heard of before. She'd somehow convinced Daniel to invite a couple of her friends, people I didn't know and had no intention of inviting to my wedding. I could feel the tension building up inside me, but I tried to stay calm. I reminded Sophia that I had already set the guest list, that this was my wedding, and that these decisions were final. But she just kept pushing, acting like she had as much right to make decisions as I did. It felt like I was talking to a brick wall. Every time I tried to put my foot down, she'd either brush me off or make a comment about how she was just trying to make things perfect. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I told her, right there in front of everyone, that I didn't want her involved in the planning anymore. I said she'd overstepped, and that her constant interference was stressing me out and making everything harder. It was a huge relief to finally say it, but the reaction wasn't what I expected. Instead of understanding, Sophia looked genuinely hurt. Daniel, of course, jumped in to defend her, saying I was blowing things out of proportion and that Sophia was only trying to help. He accused me of being ungrateful and even went so far as to suggest that maybe they shouldn't come to the wedding if I was going to exclude her like that. I was stunned. Exclude her. She'd been trying to take over my wedding, and now Daniel was acting like I was the one being unreasonable. I tried to explain that it wasn't about excluding her. It was about setting boundaries and making sure my wedding day was actually about me and my fiancé. But he wouldn't hear it. He just kept saying that if I didn't appreciate what Sophia was doing, then maybe they wouldn't come at all. After that dinner, things between us were incredibly strained. I reached out to Daniel a few days later, hoping to smooth things over, but he wouldn't budge. He kept insisting that Sophia just wanted to make the day special, and that I was being selfish for not letting her help. I couldn't believe it. I felt like I was losing my brother over something that shouldn't have even been an issue in the first place. In the end, I felt like I was out of options. I wanted my brother there on my wedding day, but not if it meant letting Sophia turn it into something it wasn't. I was left wondering if there was any way to salvage the situation without giving up control of the day I'd spent so much time planning. The situation came to a head when I finally reached out to Daniel after that awful family dinner. I thought if I just talked to him one-on-one, explained how hurt I was, maybe we could work something out. I wasn't trying to make it worse, but it felt like every time I turned around, Sophia was the one in control, and Daniel was always backing her up. So I called him and asked if we could meet up. I didn't want to have this conversation over the phone, and I needed to see his face when I explained how all of this was affecting me. When we met up, I started by telling him how much I appreciated his support over the years, how much he meant to me, and how this whole wedding planning process had been important to me too. I tried to make it clear that this wasn't about excluding Sophia, but about me wanting to keep control of my own wedding day. But it didn't go the way I expected. Daniel immediately shifted the blame back onto me, saying I was overreacting and being controlling. He said that Sophia was just trying to help, that she was only stepping in because I seemed so stressed and overwhelmed. I felt my frustration building up again, but I tried to stay calm. I explained that I wasn't overwhelmed in the way he thought. I was just frustrated with the constant pressure from Sophia and how she kept pushing her own ideas, even after I told her I didn't want them. But Daniel didn't seem to understand. Instead, he said I should let her help and that I should trust her opinion because she just wanted the best for me. He actually said, "You're making a big deal out of nothing, and Sophia's just trying to make sure everything's perfect." I couldn't believe it. It was like he wasn't even hearing me. I told him I didn't need her to make things perfect, that I had my own vision, and I wanted to make decisions without her constantly trying to take over. That's when he really crossed the line. He told me that if I wasn't going to accept Sophia's help, then they wouldn't come to the wedding. He said, "It's either Sophia gets involved, or neither of us will be there." I was in shock. I tried to stay calm, but inside I felt like my world was collapsing. How could he say that? I had never once told him I didn't want him there, just that I didn't want Sophia taking over. Yet, he was willing to give me an ultimatum like that. I tried to reason with him. I told him that I didn't want to lose him over something like this, but that my wedding was something I had been planning for months, and it was supposed to be about me and my fiancée. I couldn't just hand over control to someone who hadn't even been part of the original vision. But Daniel didn't budge. He kept insisting that I was being stubborn, and that I needed to see that Sophia was only trying to help. He said that it wasn't a big deal, that I should just let it go and accept her involvement. I kept telling him that it was a big deal to me, that this wasn't just about one detail here or there, it was about how she was making me feel like I wasn't even in charge of my own wedding. It was at that moment I realized I wasn't just fighting Sophia, I was fighting my brother too. And I didn't know how to fix it. I walked away from that conversation feeling completely defeated. I was torn between wanting to make peace with my brother and standing my ground. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I couldn't just let Sophia walk all over me, especially not on one of the most important days of my life. This wasn't about being petty, it was about boundaries, about making sure my wedding was something that reflected me, not someone else's vision. But now I had to make a decision. Do I give in and let Sophia take over, knowing it would ruin the day for me? Or do I stand firm, possibly losing my brother in the process? I didn't know what to do, and every day that passed, the situation felt like it was getting worse. Over the next few days, I kept trying to reach out to Daniel, hoping he'd come around and realize that I wasn't trying to keep Sophia out for no reason. But every time I called, I was met with a cold silence, or he'd tell me that I was being unfair to Sophia. He kept reiterating that I was too caught up in the little things, and that I should stop stressing. He didn't understand that this wasn't about the little things, this was about control, respect, and me having the right to make decisions about my own life. It reached the point where I couldn't even talk to my parents about it anymore. They kept saying I should just apologize to Sophia and let her be involved. It felt like no one was taking my side, like everyone else was willing to sacrifice what I wanted for the sake of keeping the peace. But the peace wasn't worth it if I had to lose myself in the process. At this point, I was left with no choice but to ask myself, do I go forward with my wedding and accept that Sophia is going to be involved? Or do I stand firm and risk losing both my brother and my relationship with him? I kept thinking about how much I wanted him there, but I couldn't bring myself to give in. Every time I tried to picture my wedding day, I couldn't imagine it with Sophia in charge of the details. I just wanted to feel like it was mine, all mine. Now, I'm stuck. The wedding is getting closer, and I still don't know what to do. Should I apologize to Sophia and let her take over, just to keep the peace? Or do I risk everything and go ahead with my wedding the way I envisioned it without her involvement? But without my brother too. What would you do? Would you stand your ground or give in to keep the peace? Story 12. Am I wrong for not wanting my estranged brother to move back in after years apart? So, here's the situation. I'm Elena, 31. I live in a small city apartment I really love, a place I worked hard to get and put together, especially after a pretty messy breakup earlier this year. I work as a graphic designer, and between my job and managing family stuff, I've barely had a moment to breathe, let alone deal with unexpected issues. My brother, Jamie, is 27, and we've always had a bit of a rocky relationship. But it went downhill fast about 5 years ago, when he completely cut off from the family. Back then, he got into a huge argument with our parents, packed up, and just left. He disappeared without warning, didn't respond to calls or texts, and essentially went off grid as far as we were concerned. For 5 years, he was gone. No explanation, no updates, nothing. During that time, I had to handle a lot of things on my own. Our parents are getting older and have some health issues, so all the responsibility kind of fell on me. Every family event, every emergency, every call that needed to be made, it was all on me. I tried to be understanding, and I kept telling myself he'd come around, maybe show up and apologize one day. But as the years went on, I started to accept he was just gone. The resentment started building. I won't lie. There I was, trying to juggle everything. And Jamie got to run off and live his life without any accountability, leaving me to pick up the pieces he left behind. And then, out of nowhere, he reached out to me last month. I was sitting at my desk, half listening to a podcast, when a text popped up from an unknown number. I didn't even know it was him at first. It was just a quick, "Hey, it's Jamie. Can we talk?" I remember staring at my phone for a good minute, trying to process that it was actually him, after all these years. I didn't even know if I wanted to respond. But curiosity got the better of me, and I typed back, "Sure." A few minutes later, my phone rang. Jamie didn't waste any time getting to the point. He told me he'd been going through a rough patch, that he was struggling and needed a place to stay just for a little while. He said he wanted to reconnect, that he'd been thinking about the past and realized he owed it to us to come back and make things right. He gave a vague apology, something along the lines of, "I know I've been gone and I'm sorry for how things went down." But it was clear he didn't want to go into details about why he left or acknowledge the impact it had on the rest of us. It was almost like he expected me to forget everything that happened and just be okay with him moving in, no questions asked. As much as I'd hoped to hear from him over the years, this wasn't exactly the reunion I'd imagined. I felt blindsided. Here I was, finally in a place where I had my life somewhat under control. And now Jamie wanted to insert himself back into it with no warning and no explanation. I tried to stay calm and not jump to conclusions, but it was hard not to feel defensive. This wasn't just about him needing a place to crash. It was about everything that had happened or hadn't happened since he left. I told him I needed some time to think about it. I wasn't sure I was ready to let him into my life, let alone my home. After we hung up, I felt this weird mix of anger, guilt, and confusion. I wanted to help him because he's my brother, and I do care about him. But at the same time, I couldn't ignore the resentment that had built up over the years. Part of me felt like he was just using family as an excuse to get what he wanted without having to deal with the consequences of his actions. And the more I thought about it, the more upset I became. Why should I be the one to sacrifice my peace and space after everything he put us through? Over the next few days, I talked to a couple of friends about it. Some of them were supportive, saying I had every right to be hesitant, that Jamie had basically checked out of the family when things got tough, and it wasn't fair for him to come back and expect me to pick up where we left off. Others, though, tried to play the family card, saying that family deserves a second chance, and maybe he really has changed. My parents, of course, were thrilled at the idea of him coming back. They told me he'd apologized to them and seemed genuinely sorry for everything. And they kept urging me to let him stay, to give him a chance to prove he was different now. But I couldn't shake the feeling that his apology was just a way to make everything easier for him, not a sign of real growth. And then I kept coming back to how he didn't even acknowledge the strain he'd left me to deal with. He made it sound like he just took some time for himself. But those 5 years were tough on me, and I resented how easy it was for him to gloss over that. I thought about all the times I'd wanted to reach out for help, or even just to share a bit of the burden, and he hadn't been there. He'd left it all on me, and now he expected me to forget it just because he'd had a change of heart. I decided to text him back and offer a compromise. I told him I could help him get a place nearby, even cover the first month's rent if he needed it. But I wasn't comfortable with him moving into my apartment. I said it was about boundaries, that I needed to feel like my space was my own after everything I'd been through. His response was immediate and almost angry. He said I was still holding on to the past, and that he'd hoped I'd be willing to move forward. He said he wanted a real chance to make things right by staying with me and building a relationship again, not just a superficial fix. That stung, honestly, because to me, offering to help him find his own place was a big step. But it seemed like he didn't see it that way at all. I felt myself starting to spiral, questioning if maybe I was being too harsh or unforgiving. I'd wanted Jamie to come back for so long, and now that he was here, I was the one pushing him away. But at the same time, I knew this wasn't just about his need for a place to stay, it was about what he'd left behind, and how I'd had to deal with the fallout alone. I was finally in a place where I felt stable, where my life was my own, and I wasn't sure I wanted to give that up for him. So, that's where we are. I feel like I'm stuck between wanting to help him and needing to protect the peace I've worked so hard to build. Every time I think about him staying here, it brings up all the anger and hurt from when he left, and I don't know if I can handle having that in my space. But part of me wonders if I'm just being selfish, if maybe I should be more willing to let go of the past and give him the support he's asking for. It's not an easy call to make. After I told Jamie I wasn't comfortable with him moving in, things got tense between us. He didn't respond to my text for a few days, and I started wondering if I'd actually gone too far by setting that boundary. But honestly, the more I thought about it, the more I felt I'd been fair. I was willing to help him get his own place nearby, and I even offered to pay for a few months of rent to get him settled. I thought that was pretty generous, considering he hadn't been around for years, and I didn't really owe him anything at this point. But in his eyes, it seemed like I was just throwing money at him to keep him at a distance, and he didn't like that one bit. When Jamie finally texted back, his message was short and cold. He said he was disappointed in me, that he'd thought family was supposed to be there for each other no matter what. He mentioned something about how he'd been dealing with his own struggles, and he thought I'd understand and let him come back into my life in a meaningful way. It honestly felt like he was trying to guilt trip me, and I was frustrated because he still wasn't acknowledging how much he'd put on me when he left. He acted like his absence had been some minor inconvenience, rather than years of me dealing with everything alone. I told him again that I was open to helping him find his own place, and that I'd support him however I could, but that my apartment was off limits. He didn't respond right away, and I could tell he wasn't happy with my decision. Then, a couple of days later, I got a call from our mom. She sounded worried and upset, saying Jamie had been talking to her and our dad, saying I was unforgiving and cold for refusing to let him stay with me. I was so angry. I felt like he was trying to turn our parents against me, using their guilt over the whole situation to make me look like the bad guy. And the worst part was, it was working. My mom started going on about how I should be more compassionate, that Jamie had been through a lot, and that he needed family support now more than ever. I could barely get a word in while she talked. She kept saying I was letting resentment cloud my judgment, that Jamie was ready to make things right, and I just needed to give him a chance. I tried to explain my side, that it wasn't about not forgiving him, but about protecting my space and peace. But she didn't want to hear it. To her, I was just being difficult and stubborn. She even suggested that maybe I'd gotten too comfortable being on my own, that I didn't know how to make room for family anymore. That hurt. It was like she was invalidating everything I'd gone through, and just chalking it up to me being selfish. The call ended with her saying she'd hoped I'd reconsider and do the right thing. I felt like a kid getting scolded, even though I was sure I hadn't done anything wrong. But the more I thought about it, the more I started second-guessing myself. Maybe I was being too harsh. Maybe I was clinging to past grudges. I'd wanted Jamie back in my life for years, and now that he was reaching out, here I was, putting up walls. It didn't sit right with me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that letting him in would just unravel everything I'd worked so hard to build for myself. After a few more days of silence, Jamie texted me again. This time, his tone was a little different, less cold, more apologetic. He said he understood why I felt the way I did, but that he was truly trying to make amends and hoped I'd give him a chance to prove he'd changed. He told me he didn't want money or a handout. He just wanted family support. He even mentioned that staying with me, just for a while, would mean a lot in helping him feel like he was reconnecting with family after everything. It felt like he was trying to appeal to my emotions, and it worked, at least a little. I could see his point. Maybe staying with me would help us rebuild our relationship. But the nagging doubts still wouldn't go away. I decided to talk to a couple of close friends about it, hoping they'd give me a more neutral perspective. One friend, Sarah, was blunt and said I shouldn't feel pressured into anything I wasn't comfortable with. She reminded me that Jamie hadn't been around when I needed him, and now that he needed something, he was suddenly back, expecting me to drop everything for him. She said it was perfectly okay to keep my boundaries, that it didn't make me a bad person. Another friend, Lisa, was a bit more forgiving. She said that maybe Jamie really had changed, and that this could be a chance for both of us to start fresh. She told me that sometimes letting go of the past means giving people a chance to show they're different. I was torn. Both of them made good points, and I felt stuck in the middle, unable to shake off the resentment, but also not wanting to come across as completely heartless. I spent a few sleepless nights thinking it over, replaying the last few years in my head, all the times I'd wished Jamie would come back. And now that he was here, I was the one turning him away. I felt guilty, but I also felt justified. It was like I was fighting with myself, trying to decide if I could live with the consequences of letting him back in versus the consequences of keeping him out. The pressure only got worse when Jamie started texting me again, this time with long messages explaining what he'd been through and why he'd left. He said he'd been dealing with personal issues, that he'd needed space to figure things out, and that leaving was the only way he knew how to handle it at the time. He admitted he'd messed up and should have handled things differently, but he kept insisting he'd changed. He painted this picture of a guy who'd been lost, but finally found his way back. And while part of me wanted to believe it, I also felt like he was telling me exactly what he thought I wanted to hear. It was hard to tell what was genuine and what was just him trying to wear me down. At one point, I almost gave in. I'd started drafting a message to him, saying maybe he could stay with me for a couple of weeks, just to see how it went. But as I typed, that tight feeling in my chest came back, and I realized I couldn't do it. The idea of him being in my space, in my home, made me feel trapped. I deleted the message and decided to stick to my original offer, help him get his own place. But no moving in with me. I sent him a text explaining my decision once more, telling him I wanted to support him, but I needed to protect my own well-being too. That was the last straw for him, apparently. He didn't reply to my message, and instead, I heard from my mom the next day. She was upset, saying Jamie had told her I'd basically shut him out, that I was refusing to let him even try to make things right. She was disappointed, asking me if this was really the kind of relationship I wanted with my brother. It felt like they were all teaming up against me, and no one was even considering my side. She kept repeating that family is all we have, and that Jamie was trying to reach out in good faith. She even hinted that maybe this was my last chance to fix things with him, that if I turned him away now, he might never try to reconnect again. By the end of the call, I felt completely drained. I was angry, frustrated, and honestly hurt that my family couldn't see where I was coming from. It felt like I was being punished for setting boundaries, for not wanting to sacrifice my peace for someone who'd been absent for years. Jamie wasn't the only one who'd gone through hard times. I'd had my own struggles, but nobody seemed to care about that. It was all about Jamie and his second chance, and if I didn't go along with it, I was somehow the bad guy. So now, I'm left questioning everything. My parents are upset. Jamie's barely speaking to me, and I feel like I'm stuck in this impossible situation where no matter what I do, I'm going to end up hurting someone. I'm starting to wonder if maybe I should have just let him stay, even if it made me uncomfortable, just to avoid all this drama. But deep down, I know I made the decision that felt right for me. I just don't know if that makes me selfish or just someone trying to protect what little peace she's managed to find. After I sent that final message to Jamie, I thought maybe things would quiet down. I honestly didn't expect him to come back to me right away, but I figured I'd said my piece, and I was ready to move on. I knew I'd done what I thought was right by offering to help him in other ways, help him get set up somewhere else, give him a bit of financial support to get started. But no, he still wasn't happy. It's been weeks now since I made that decision, and it feels like everything just keeps getting worse. After the message, I didn't hear from Jamie directly for a while, but I did hear from our mom. She called a couple of days after I sent my last text to Jamie. I braced myself for it. She started by asking how I was doing, and then quickly moved to the real reason for the call. Jamie. She was upset, frustrated even, that I hadn't just made the effort to help him out. It wasn't just about him needing a place to stay anymore, it was about me. My refusal to forgive him, and my unwillingness to move on from the past. I could feel the judgment in her voice, and it hit hard. I'd always been the responsible one, the one who took care of things, but it felt like, in this moment, my parents were treating me like I was the one being unreasonable. She told me that Jamie had been devastated by my decision, that he felt like I'd abandoned him, and that this was just going to drive him further away from the family. I didn't know how to respond. On one hand, I felt this overwhelming frustration. Why couldn't anyone see that this wasn't just about my decision to not let him stay? This was about years of neglect, years of being left alone to deal with the fallout from his actions. On the other hand, I felt guilty. Maybe I was pushing too hard, holding on to my anger for too long. Maybe, just maybe, I was the one standing in the way of our relationship moving forward. I knew Jamie was dealing with his own issues, but that didn't mean I had to accept the way he'd treated me and our family all those years. Mom asked me again, "Don't you want to make things right? Don't you want things to go back to how they were?" She said it with such urgency, like she was trying to rush me into some decision I wasn't ready to make. But the more she said it, the more it made me feel like I was being pressured into something I wasn't comfortable with. It wasn't about going back to how things were. It was about moving forward, but on my terms, with my boundaries in place. That's what I kept trying to tell her, but she didn't really want to hear it. The conversation ended with her saying, "I hope you'll reconsider." But by then, I knew this wasn't going to blow over quickly. I felt exhausted, drained by the emotional weight of the entire situation. The next few days were a blur of texts from Jamie, who I noticed was now trying to play a guilt card every time he reached out. He said things like, "I don't know why you're doing this to me," and "I guess I'm not worth the effort after everything I've been through." At this point, I could barely look at my phone without getting frustrated. It wasn't about him being worth the effort. It was about me needing space, about feeling like I wasn't ready to just let everything slide. What hit hardest, though, was the message I got from our dad. He'd been quiet through all of this, but when I saw his name pop up on my phone, I knew it was coming. He said he was worried about me, that I was holding on to anger and shutting out the family. He didn't come right out and say I was being selfish, but it was implied. Dad told me that Jamie was trying to make amends, and that it wasn't fair for me to keep holding on to the past when he was doing the right thing. It stung even more because Dad had always been the one to stay out of the drama. But now, he was clearly taking Jamie's side. He said, "Sometimes you have to put family first, even when it's hard." I didn't know how to respond to that. I felt like everyone was telling me to let go of my own feelings and just play along with their version of what family should look like. But the reality was, I had spent so much of the last 5 years trying to keep everything together, keeping the peace, dealing with everything by myself. Now that Jamie wanted back in, they wanted me to just accept it, to pretend that nothing had happened, and that all those years of neglect didn't matter. But they did. They mattered to me. I couldn't just erase that because they were asking me to. By the end of that week, I was exhausted from all the back and forth. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I kept thinking about what I was supposed to do. It felt like the world was telling me to forgive and forget. That family meant sacrificing your own peace for the sake of everyone else's feelings. It made me question everything. Maybe I was wrong for wanting to hold onto my boundaries. Maybe I was too caught up in my own hurt to see what Jamie was really asking for. But I also couldn't shake the feeling that if I let him back in, I'd just be reopening old wounds. And I wasn't sure I was ready for that. Then, out of nowhere, Jamie showed up at my apartment. I hadn't heard from him in a couple of days, so when I heard a knock at the door, I was startled. I looked through the peephole and saw Jamie standing there, looking defeated. He wasn't angry or pleading like he had been in his texts. He looked like he had been up all night, maybe even for days. I didn't open the door right away. I just stood there, frozen, wondering what to do. This was the last thing I expected. I knew I hadn't invited him, and yet, there he was. I was torn between wanting to scream at him and wanting to just give in. Finally, I opened the door, and he stood there, hands in his pockets, not really looking me in the eye. He didn't say anything at first, just stood there like he was waiting for me to say something. It felt like everything was happening in slow motion. I didn't know what to say, and honestly, I was scared. What was this? Was he really here to apologize? Or was this some kind of last-ditch attempt to wear me down? He spoke first. His voice was quiet, almost like he was trying to find the right words. "I didn't want it to get like this," he said. "I don't want you to hate me. I just thought maybe if I came here, we could talk in person, figure things out." I didn't know what to say. I wanted to ask him why he couldn't have thought about all of this before he left. Why he couldn't have done this years ago when I was struggling. But I just stood there, feeling this weight in my chest. After a long pause, I told him that I needed space, that I still couldn't have him move in, but that we could talk, maybe start figuring out what came next. He didn't push me, but I could tell he was frustrated. He asked if we could just sit down and talk, maybe grab a coffee later in the week. I didn't know if I could do that. Part of me wanted to, but part of me felt like it would just lead to more disappointment. I was left wondering if I could truly forgive him, or if this was just the beginning of reopening old wounds that I wasn't ready to face. So now, here I am. I don't know where this is going, if I'm doing the right thing, or if I should just let go and try to move forward. I know he's my brother, and I do want to make things right, but I'm not sure how much more I can take. Should I just let him back in and try to rebuild things? Or am I making the right decision by protecting myself and my peace? Story 13. Am I wrong for refusing to let my sister's children visit my house after they destroyed my mother's heirlooms? I'm Lisa, 34, and I'm writing here because I honestly don't know if I'm wrong for what I did, and it's been eating me up since the last family gathering. So here's the situation. I live in a quiet suburban house that I've worked hard to make my own. I don't have kids, and I'm pretty particular about my space. I've spent years finding pieces of furniture and decor that I love. Things that make me feel like my home is an extension of myself. Part of that is these family heirlooms my mom left me when she passed away. They're not just items. They're pieces of her that I get to keep close. There's this delicate china set she loved, one she only brought out on really special occasions. I also have this crystal vase she saved up for and finally bought on one of her last birthdays. To me, those things are priceless because they're all I have left of her. I feel like they connect me to her in a way I can't explain. Now, my sister Anna, who's 32, has 3 young kids, all under the age of 10. We live close by, and we've always been pretty tight-knit, but we're also pretty different in some ways. Anna's a great mom, and she loves her kids to bits, but she's a lot more relaxed about certain things than I am. She lets her kids run around and be wild, and they can be pretty loud and messy. I get that she wants to let them be kids, but sometimes it gets to be a lot, especially in my house, which I try to keep calm and orderly. Anna and her kids have come over a few times in the past, and I've tried to make it work, but I won't lie, it's always a bit stressful. Her kids are naturally curious, and my house isn't exactly child-proofed. I don't have kids, so I haven't set up those kid-friendly barriers or put my fragile stuff away. Whenever they come over, it's like a little tornado moves through my house. And usually, I try to look the other way, even if they're a bit rough with my things. They're just kids, and I get that they don't know the value of these things, but I also expect some level of supervision from Anna to make sure they're not getting into things they shouldn't. Anyway, a few weeks ago, we were all getting together to celebrate our dad's birthday. We'd decided to do it at my house because it has the most space, and I like hosting. I had set up the house nicely, made sure everything was cleaned and organized, and put out some snacks and drinks for everyone. We were all in the kitchen catching up and getting the food ready while the kids played in the living room. I could see them from where I was standing, but I wasn't really watching them closely since Anna and a few other family members were there too. At one point, I noticed the kids getting a bit rowdy, running around and chasing each other through the rooms. I felt a little anxious seeing them move so quickly around all the fragile things I have, but I tried to stay calm and let it go. After all, it's their grandpa's birthday, and they were just having fun. I didn't want to be the uptight aunt who's always telling them to slow down or keep their hands to themselves. And honestly, I thought Anna or someone would step in if things got out of hand. But then, out of nowhere, I heard this loud crash from the living room. My heart dropped. I knew exactly what that sound meant. I rushed into the room, and there it was, my mom's beautiful china set, shattered into pieces on the floor. The kids were standing there, looking at me, but they didn't seem particularly fazed. And then I saw the crystal vase. It was lying on its side, chipped and dented, like it had been knocked over in the chaos. It felt like everything was moving in slow motion as I took it all in. At that moment, I felt this wave of anger and sadness hit me all at once. These were pieces of my mom, things I'd protected and cherished since she passed. And now they were just gone, just like that, because the kids were left unsupervised for a few minutes. I didn't want to blow up in front of the kids, but I was so upset. I looked around for Anna, and when she finally came in, I explained what had happened. I didn't yell, but I told her that her kids had broken my mom's things, things that meant the world to me. Her reaction was not what I expected. She just sort of shrugged it off and said, "They're kids, Lisa, accidents happen." It was like she didn't even see why I was so upset. She didn't apologize or even seem to care that her kids had destroyed something so important to me. I couldn't believe it. I kept waiting for her to at least acknowledge what had happened, to say she was sorry, to offer to talk to the kids about respecting other people's things. But none of that came. It was like she thought I was overreacting for being so upset over just things. I couldn't hold back anymore. I told her that if her kids couldn't be supervised, or if they couldn't respect the space, then maybe they shouldn't come over until they were a bit older. I know that sounds harsh, but I didn't know what else to say. To me, this was more than just stuff. It was like she was telling me that my feelings about these pieces of mom didn't matter, that it was okay for her kids to treat my home like a playground, because, well, they're just kids. I thought that Anna would understand why I was upset, but she didn't. Instead of apologizing or even acknowledging what had happened, she brushed it off like it was nothing. She kept saying, "Kids will be kids," and told me I needed to relax. I couldn't believe she was being so dismissive. I tried to explain, again, that these weren't just random items, they were pieces of our mom. They're all I have left of her, and I keep them out because they remind me of her every day. I thought she'd understand, especially since she'd been there when our mom passed and knew how much I treasured these things. But she just kept insisting I was overreacting. At that point, things started to get tense. I told her that maybe she didn't understand how much these items meant to me, but that didn't mean they were just stuff I could replace. I was careful with how I said it because I didn't want to insult her or her kids, but I couldn't hold back my frustration. I reminded her that this wasn't the first time her kids had been a bit rough around my things, and that I'd tried to let it go before. But this was different. They'd actually broken things that mattered to me, and I couldn't just ignore it. When I said that, Anna got defensive. She accused me of being uptight and making my house feel unwelcoming. She went on about how hard it is to keep an eye on 3 kids all the time, and how I was expecting too much. She made it sound like I was asking her to keep them on a leash or something, which wasn't the case at all. I just wanted her to supervise them a bit better, especially around things I'd made clear were important to me. But she was acting like I was the one in the wrong for even bringing it up. The argument escalated from there. Anna started saying things like, "This is why I hate bringing the kids over here," and "You care more about your stuff than your family." That really hurt because, to me, this was about family. My mom was family. Those things were a connection to her that I couldn't get back if they were gone. But Anna made it sound like I was choosing things over people, which wasn't true. I felt like she wasn't even listening to me, like she'd already made up her mind that I was just being unreasonable. The rest of the family started getting involved. Our dad tried to calm things down by saying that I was maybe being a bit too strict, and that kids make mistakes. He wasn't there when everything happened, so he didn't see the mess or how Anna acted afterward. He was just trying to keep the peace, but it felt like he was taking Anna's side. Then a couple of other relatives, who'd overheard, started chiming in, saying things like, "Lisa, you know how kids are," or "It's just stuff. Don't hold it against them." Nobody seemed to get that I wasn't mad at the kids. I was hurt by how Anna was reacting. By the end of the night, I was feeling completely isolated. I thought at least a few people would understand where I was coming from. But it seemed like everyone just thought I was being uptight. I ended up telling Anna that maybe she and the kids shouldn't come over anymore if this was going to be an issue. I didn't mean forever, but just until the kids were a bit older, or until we could figure something out. She took that as me saying they weren't welcome at all and stormed out with the kids. Since then, things have been incredibly tense between us. Anna hasn't brought the kids over, and she barely talks to me now. When we do see each other at family events, she avoids me, and I can tell she's still angry. She's even told a few other family members that I basically banned her kids from my house, which isn't true. I never said they couldn't come over. I just wanted her to supervise them better. But she's framing it like I've completely shut them out. Some of the family has taken Anna's side, saying that I need to loosen up and let go of my attachment to things. A few others have quietly told me they understand why I'm upset, but they think I should apologize and make peace for the sake of family harmony. Even our dad has hinted that I should just let it go, saying things like, "It's not worth losing your sister over this." It's like everyone's trying to pressure me into giving in, but I don't know if I can. Every time I think about what happened, I feel that same anger and sadness all over again. I tried reaching out to Anna to talk things through and suggested a compromise. I told her I'd be okay with her bringing the kids over as long as she or another adult could keep an eye on them, especially around the rooms with my mom's things. I even said I'd put some of the more fragile items away when they come over, just to make things easier. I thought that would be enough, but Anna took offense. She said it felt like I was treating her kids like they were some kind of threat to my house, and that I was insulting her parenting. I told her that wasn't my intention at all, but she wouldn't hear it. She kept saying that if I couldn't trust her kids to be in my house, then maybe we shouldn't visit each other at all. It's gotten to the point where I don't even know what to do anymore. I feel like anything I say just makes things worse. Anna's clearly not willing to meet me halfway. and the rest of the family just thinks I'm making a big deal out of nothing. I'm starting to wonder if maybe they're right, that maybe I should just let it go and not make a fuss. But at the same time, I feel like I'm compromising something important to me if I just sweep this under the rug. The whole situation has left me feeling completely torn. On one hand, I don't want to lose my relationship with Anna or create this rift in the family over what they see as just things. On the other hand, I feel like nobody's really acknowledging my side or understanding why this hurts so much. It's like everyone expects me to be the one to bend, but Anna isn't willing to make any adjustments on her end. I don't know what to do anymore. After everything went down, I started feeling this weird pressure building, like I was in the wrong for even caring about my mom's heirlooms. I knew I wasn't overreacting, but when everyone else started to weigh in, I began second guessing myself. It didn't help that Anna wasn't talking to me, and every time we did run into each other at family events, things were tense. She wouldn't even look me in the eye. I tried to let it go and move on, but it was hard when it felt like everyone was expecting me to be the one to apologize. I thought maybe if I reached out and tried to talk to Anna, things would get better. I didn't want to lose my sister over something like this, but I also couldn't just act like nothing happened. So, I sent her a message one day. I tried to keep it calm and reasonable, telling her that I didn't want this to come between us, but that I still felt hurt by the way she handled everything. I suggested that maybe we could meet halfway, like I'd put away the most fragile things when she brought the kids over, and she could supervise them more closely. I thought that would be a fair compromise. I really did. But Anna didn't respond to my message right away. A few days passed, and I heard through the family grapevine that she was still angry, and that she thought I was treating her kids like they were dangerous. I wasn't saying that at all, but it seemed like she wasn't even willing to listen to my side. It was like she had already made up her mind that I was in the wrong version, and that no amount of explaining was going to change her opinion. I kept thinking about the situation, and every time I did, I felt like I was stuck between two options. Either I let this go and try to pretend like it never happened, or I stand firm and risk making things worse. The problem was, I wasn't sure which option would bring me peace. Letting it go felt like I was giving up something important to me, like I was telling everyone that it was fine for my mom's things to be treated like they didn't matter. But if I stood firm, it felt like I was choosing my things over my sister and the relationship we had. I reached out to a few close friends, asking for advice. Most of them thought I was right to feel upset, but they also suggested that I should just apologize to Anna and move on for the sake of family. One of my friends, who's also really close with her sister, told me that it was normal for kids to be messy and that I should just lower my standards a bit. I get where she was coming from, but I wasn't asking for perfection, I was asking for basic respect. But at the same time, I didn't want to seem like the person who couldn't accept a little chaos every now and then. Then, one of my relatives, who's known me for years, told me something that really made me pause. She said that I was holding onto my mom's things like they were the last part of her left in this world, and that maybe it was time to let go. She said I needed to focus on the memories of my mom, not the physical things, because at the end of the day, the objects didn't matter as much as the love and connection we had. I get the sentiment, but it felt impossible to just let go of these things. They were tangible pieces of my past, of my mom. If I gave them up, it felt like I'd be losing another part of her. I tried to talk to Anna again, this time face to face. I didn't want to send another message because I felt like she'd just ignore it, like she had done before. I thought maybe talking in person would help clear the air, but it didn't go the way I hoped. When I tried to explain again how I felt, she just got defensive. She said she wasn't going to apologize because, to her, nothing had changed. She still thought I was making too big a deal out of things, and that if I couldn't just let the kids be themselves, then maybe it wasn't worth coming over at all. I didn't want to get into a huge argument, so I just told her that I didn't want things to be this way. I told her that family meant more to me than anything else, but that I still felt hurt. I tried to emphasize that I wasn't mad at the kids, I was mad at how she handled it. She didn't even seem to care. It was like everything I said just bounced right off her. At this point, I started wondering if it was even worth fighting for. Maybe I was the one being unreasonable. Maybe I was holding on to something that wasn't even that important in the grand scheme of things. But then I'd think about my mom's things again, the china, the vase, and it felt like those memories were slipping away from me. They were the last pieces of her I had left. And now they were ruined. And Anna couldn't even understand why that was so painful for me. The more I thought about it, the more I felt like I was losing my sister, too. Our relationship was always strong, but now it felt like there was this huge wall between us. Every time we saw each other, it was awkward. We'd say hi, and then quickly move on, like there was this unspoken tension in the air. It was uncomfortable, and it made family events feel more like a chore than a gathering. I thought about calling her one last time, but then I'd think about how it would probably end in the same fight, with her saying I was being too dramatic, and me feeling like she didn't care about my feelings. I just couldn't shake the feeling that if I didn't stand my ground, she'd keep treating my things like they didn't matter, and I'd keep letting it happen just to keep the peace. But if I didn't back down, I was afraid it would mean the end of our relationship. I know that family is supposed to come first, and I don't want to let this ruin everything. But I also don't want to feel like I'm being taken advantage of. It feels like I'm the only one willing to make compromises, but Anna isn't budging. I'm stuck in this position where I don't want to lose my mom's memory or my sister, but I'm not sure how to balance both. So now, I don't know what to do. Should I just accept that I'm probably overreacting and let it go for the sake of family? Or do I stand firm and risk losing the only connection I have left to my sister? Story 14. Am I wrong for canceling my daughter's wedding over a family heirloom? I'm Helen, 57, a retired schoolteacher and mom of 3, living in a small town where traditions and family legacies mean a lot. I've always believed that family heritage matters, especially in our town where everyone knows each other, and shared values are deeply embedded. It's something that I passed down to my kids as best I could, and until recently, I thought they understood and respected those values. My oldest daughter, Caroline, 29, is getting married soon. She's a bit of a free spirit, someone who's always done things her own way, which I've tried to embrace, even if it sometimes conflicts with my more traditional mindset. Don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled that she's found someone she loves and wants to spend her life with. Her fiancé, David, seems like a nice enough guy, though he's a bit too modern-minded for my taste. He's the type who doesn't really believe in things like tradition or family history. And honestly, I sometimes get the feeling he thinks we're all a little old-fashioned and backward. But I keep telling myself that if Caroline loves him, he must have some good qualities I just haven't seen yet. For generations, the women in my family have passed down a beautiful vintage engagement ring. My mother wore it, her mother before her, and it's been carefully preserved and cherished over the years. When my mother passed away, she left it to me with the understanding that I would one day pass it to my daughter. It's not just a piece of jewelry. It's a piece of our family's history, a symbol of strength, resilience, and continuity. I always imagined that when the time came, Caroline would wear it proudly, as I did. And it would be her, something old, at the wedding. A link to the generations of women who came before her. So when Caroline announced her engagement, I knew the time had come to pass the ring on. I waited for the right moment, wanting it to be special. I decided on a family dinner, where we could all be together to celebrate this milestone and make the moment memorable. I could barely contain my excitement. I thought Caroline would be touched by the gesture and would understand the importance of it. My other children, who had grown up hearing stories about the ring, knew how significant this was, and I think they were just as eager as I was to see Caroline's reaction. The dinner started off well enough, though I noticed Caroline and David seemed a little distant. They had been handling most of the wedding planning themselves, with minimal input from me, which I tried to respect. Still, I couldn't help but feel a bit sidelined. I kept telling myself that times have changed, and maybe it's normal for couples to want to do things their way without much involvement from their parents. But it still stung a bit. When it was time, I brought out the ring, carefully taking it out of its box and explaining how it had been passed down through the family. I went on about what it meant to me, how it had been a symbol of love, strength, and tradition for generations. I could see my other kids nodding along, appreciating the sentiment. But when I handed it to Caroline, I didn't get the reaction I expected. She looked at it, then looked at me with a sort of polite smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. It was like she was trying to muster up enthusiasm. But something was off. Then she said something that threw me completely off guard. She mentioned, casually, almost offhandedly, that she wanted to modernize the ring, to take out the main stone and reset it in a way that suited her style. She explained that she and David were planning a modern, minimalist wedding, and that the ring, as it was, felt a little too vintage for her tastes. It was like a punch to the gut. I could barely process what she was saying. Here I was, offering her a piece of our family's legacy, something that meant so much to me, and her first thought was to change it. I remember the table going quiet. My other kids looked just as shocked as I felt. They knew how much this ring meant, and they couldn't believe she was talking about altering it so casually. For me, it wasn't about the ring itself, but everything it represented. I tried to explain this to her, telling her that the ring was a piece of our history, a connection to the women who came before us. I told her that wearing it as it was would be a way of honoring that legacy, of carrying forward the values our family has always held dear. Caroline just looked at me, almost like she didn't get it, and said that while she appreciated the gesture, she wanted a ring that felt more hers, something that represented her and David's new life together. She didn't want to be bound by traditions that didn't mean as much to her as they did to me. And David, well, he didn't say much, but his expression made it clear that he agreed with Caroline. I think he actually saw the whole thing as an inconvenience, like the ring was an outdated relic we were trying to force on them. I was stunned. Here I was, trying to do something meaningful, something I thought would be special, and they were dismissing it like it was some outdated trinket. My other kids tried to chime in, saying that the ring wasn't just about Caroline, but about our entire family. They reminded her of all the stories she'd heard growing up about the women who had worn it, about how it had been a source of pride and strength in our family. But Caroline seemed unmoved. She said something about how those stories were nice, but that she and David wanted to create their own traditions. It was then that I started to realize how deeply we were divided on this. For Caroline, the wedding was about her and David, and she didn't seem to care about the family traditions that had shaped our lives. For me, the ring was more than a piece of jewelry. It was a way of connecting with our ancestors, of keeping our family's history alive. I felt like I was offering her something precious, something irreplaceable, and she was treating it like it was just another accessory. Things got tense. Caroline accused me of trying to control her wedding, of making her big day about my desires instead of hers. She claimed that by insisting she keep the ring as it was, I was imposing my own values on her, that I was refusing to let her be her own person. It hurt, hearing her say that. I never thought of myself as controlling. I just wanted her to understand the importance of this family tradition, to see the ring the way I saw it. But it was clear that she didn't, and that maybe she never would. David stepped in, saying that while they appreciated my sentiment, they wanted to create their own path, to have symbols and traditions that were uniquely theirs. He said that if Caroline wore the ring, it would feel like she was carrying a burden instead of embracing her own identity. I didn't know what to say. It felt like everything I valued, everything I thought our family stood for, was being tossed aside. I looked at my other children, hoping for some support, and they nodded, trying to back me up. But it didn't matter. Caroline had made up her mind. After a long, painful silence, I told her that if she couldn't respect the ring for what it was, then maybe she wasn't ready to have it. I know that sounds harsh, but in that moment, I felt like I was losing a part of our family. Caroline looked at me, hurt, and without another word, she got up from the table and left. David followed her, giving me a look that was anything but sympathetic. My other kids stayed, trying to comfort me, but there was no way to undo the damage. It was like a wall had gone up between us, and I didn't know if things would ever go back to the way they were. Since that night, Caroline has barely spoken to me. She's gone ahead with her wedding plans, but I'm no longer involved. She's made it clear that she doesn't want my input, and I can tell she's holding a grudge. The rest of the family is divided. My other kids think Caroline is being disrespectful, but they're torn because they don't want to create more tension. I feel like this situation has driven a wedge through our whole family, and I don't know how to fix it. It's hard to believe that something that was supposed to be a special, meaningful gift has caused so much pain and division. I keep asking myself if I did the right thing, if maybe I pushed too hard. But at the same time, I can't help feeling that I was standing up for something important, something that mattered not just to me, but to our whole family. After that dinner, everything felt tense and uncomfortable between Caroline and me. She barely spoke to me for days, and when she did, it was short and strained. I could tell she was holding a grudge, though she didn't come right out and say it. I didn't know if she was waiting for me to apologize or what, but I wasn't ready to just let this go without her understanding where I was coming from. She made it seem like I'd committed some major offense by asking her to respect the family tradition. The whole situation had me feeling like I'd lost touch with my own daughter. The wedding planning continued without me. It was almost like Caroline had written me off, and it hurt. I kept thinking back to all the times I'd been there for her, from her first heartbreak to helping her get through college. I was the one who cheered her on, who made sure she always knew she was loved. Now it felt like she was shutting me out, as if none of that mattered anymore. I tried to reach out a couple of times, but she gave me the cold shoulder, saying she was too busy to talk. It didn't take long before I noticed she was spending more time with David's family. I'd hear from mutual friends or family members that she was going over there for dinners, making plans with them, even taking David's mother shopping for wedding items. That stung more than I'd like to admit. It felt like I was being replaced, not just as her mom, but as someone she trusted and wanted in her life. I kept wondering if maybe I'd overreacted, if I'd somehow driven her to lean on David's family instead of her own. My other kids were frustrated too. They felt like Caroline was being disrespectful, not just to me, but to the family as a whole. They'd grown up with the same values, knowing how much these traditions meant. My son, especially, kept saying Caroline was acting selfishly, that she didn't appreciate what she had. I tried to rein him in, not wanting things to get even worse, but deep down, I agreed. It wasn't just about the ring. It was about everything the ring stood for, everything I'd hoped to pass on to my children. Eventually, I reached a point where I couldn't keep silent anymore. I decided to try and make peace by offering a compromise. I suggested that Caroline could wear the ring as it was for the ceremony, just to honor the tradition, and then afterward, we could look into resetting it if she still felt strongly about it. I thought it was a fair solution, a way for both of us to get what we wanted without sacrificing the family history. I reached out to her with the idea, hoping she'd see it as a gesture of goodwill. But when I mentioned it, she was dismissive. She told me that wearing the ring, just for show, wasn't authentic to her, that it felt like I was forcing her to play along with something she didn't believe in. She said she wanted a ring that represented her own life, not a symbol of someone else's expectations. Those were her words, and they cut deep. I'd never thought of the ring as a burden or a way to control her. To me, it was a gift, something special I wanted her to have because I loved her. Hearing her reject it so easily was like a slap in the face. David backed her up, of course. He said they didn't want any conditions attached to the wedding, that they wanted everything to be a true reflection of them. He even hinted that my involvement in the planning was more of a hassle than a help. At that point, I realized just how far apart we'd drifted. I felt like an outsider, like my own daughter saw me as an obstacle rather than a source of support. It was clear that anything I said was just going to push her further away. After that conversation, I decided to step back. I told her that if she didn't want my help, I'd respect her wishes and let her handle the wedding the way she wanted. Part of me thought maybe that would give her space to come around. But deep down, I knew it wouldn't. She'd made it clear that she didn't want my influence anywhere near her plans. It was painful, letting go of something I'd always dreamed of being part of. I'd pictured helping her pick out flowers, seating arrangements, all the little details. But now, it was like I was just a bystander, watching as she created a life that didn't have room for me. Things went from bad to worse after that. Caroline's silence turned into avoidance, and before long, I started hearing from other people that she was telling them I'd disowned her over the ring. That wasn't true at all, but it's how she chose to interpret my stepping back. She made it seem like I was punishing her for wanting to do things her own way, which couldn't have been further from the truth. All I wanted was for her to understand why this mattered to me. I would never disown her, but she painted it that way, turning me into the villain in her story. My other children were furious when they found out. They said Caroline was twisting things to make me look like the bad guy, that she was using this to justify shutting me out. It was like she was building a narrative where she was the victim, and I was this overbearing mother who couldn't let go of the past. I'd always supported her independence, her right to make her own choices, but this felt different. It felt like she was rewriting our entire relationship just to justify her own decisions. Around this time, I started getting messages from family members who'd heard Caroline's version of the story. They were confused, some of them even a bit judgmental, asking why I'd put so much pressure on her. I tried to explain my side, but it was exhausting, and I could tell that some of them didn't really understand. It's hard to make people see the importance of family history when they haven't lived it themselves. To some, it probably just looked like I was a mom who couldn't adapt to the times. What hurt the most was realizing that Caroline didn't seem to care about how this was affecting the rest of us. She was so focused on her own vision, her own ideals, that she was willing to alienate her entire family. The few times I tried to reach out, she either ignored me or gave me a short, dismissive response. It was like talking to a stranger, someone who didn't want anything to do with me. I kept wondering how we'd gotten to this point, how my own daughter had become someone I barely recognized. Then, a couple of weeks before the wedding, I got a message from David's mother, of all people. She was polite but firm, saying that Caroline and David had decided to simplify the guest list, and that they thought it would be best if I didn't attend the wedding. I was floored. The idea of not being there to see my own daughter get married was something I never imagined. She didn't even have the decency to tell me herself she'd sent David's mother to do it for her. I couldn't believe it. My other children were outraged. They said it was a betrayal, that Caroline had crossed a line. They wanted me to fight back, to demand my place at the wedding, but I didn't have the strength. I was tired, emotionally drained from months of feeling like I was losing my daughter. It felt like no matter what I did, I was the one in the wrong, the one who was being unreasonable. At that point, I realized that attending the wedding would probably only make things worse, that my presence would be seen as an intrusion rather than a celebration. In the end, I decided not to go. I told my other kids they could go if they wanted, but they refused, saying they wouldn't support a wedding that treated me like an outsider. It was their choice, and while part of me was grateful for their loyalty, another part of me wished they'd go, just so there would be some part of our family there. But they stood by their decision, and I respected that. The day of the wedding came and went in silence. I didn't hear from Caroline, not even a text or a call. It was like I no longer existed in her world, like she'd moved on without a second thought. I spent the day at home, trying to distract myself, but nothing could take away the pain of knowing I wasn't welcome at my own daughter's wedding. The reality of it hit me harder than I expected, and by the end of the day, I felt like something in our family had broken that might never be repaired. After the wedding, things didn't improve. In fact, they only seemed to get worse. I spent weeks trying to process everything. Caroline's silence was deafening. I hadn't heard from her at all after the wedding day. No apology, no acknowledgement of the pain she had caused. Not even a simple thank you for the years of love and support I'd given her. It was as if I no longer existed in her life. I kept going over the events in my head, wondering where it all went wrong. I thought about the ring, about the family traditions I'd tried to pass on, about how it was never about controlling her or holding on to the past. It was about sharing something meaningful. But to Caroline, that was all irrelevant. She was determined to make everything about her and David, to cut ties with the past and create a new life that had no room for the things I cherished. As weeks passed, I heard from a few family members who had attended the wedding, and their reactions were mixed. Some tried to be diplomatic, saying the wedding had been beautiful, but others were blunt. They said Caroline seemed cold, distant, and even a little too caught up in the idea of a perfect, modern life that had no place for tradition or family history. To some, it felt like she was putting on a performance, pretending that none of us mattered as much as her new life with David. The more I heard, the more I felt like I had been pushed out, not just from her wedding, but from her world entirely. I kept telling myself that I couldn't let this tear me apart. I needed to move forward, to focus on my other children, to rebuild my life without her in it. But it wasn't that simple. My heart ached every time I saw something that reminded me of her, every time I thought about how we used to be close. I missed her so much, even though she had clearly moved on. I tried to distract myself by spending time with my other children, but nothing felt the same. It was like there was a hole in our family now, a gap that I couldn't fill. I even tried reaching out to Caroline a couple of times. The first time was a few weeks after the wedding. I sent her a text, telling her I missed her and that I hoped we could talk soon. It was simple and non-confrontational, just an olive branch. She didn't reply. A week later, I sent another message, this time a little longer, saying that I understood if she needed space, but that I hoped she would be willing to sit down and talk. Again, nothing. No response. It was clear that she wasn't interested in repairing our relationship. Then, a month after the wedding, I got a letter from Caroline. It wasn't what I expected at all. I thought maybe she had come around. Maybe she wanted to make amends. But when I opened it, the words hit me like a ton of bricks. It was a short note, written in a cold, formal tone. She said that she and David had talked, and they felt that it was best if we didn't continue trying to reach out. She thanked me for everything I'd done for her in the past, but said that they were trying to move forward with their new life, and that involved leaving some things behind, including me. She told me that I needed to respect her choices and stop trying to force my ideas of family and tradition onto her. That letter was a punch to the gut. After everything I had done for her, after everything we had shared, this was how she chose to end it. I had hoped for some kind of reconciliation, but instead, I was being told to stay away. It felt like she had closed the door on me for good. I don't know why she didn't just say this to my face. The letter seemed like a cowardly way to avoid any real confrontation, to avoid hearing the hurt and disappointment in my voice. It wasn't just the fact that she didn't want the ring or the family history. It was the way she dismissed me completely, as if I had no place in her life anymore. I wasn't just a mother trying to help her. I was an obstacle to her new life. The hardest part was realizing that Caroline wasn't the person I thought she was. I had always believed that our bond was strong, that our relationship was unbreakable. But now it felt like it had all been a lie. She had been so adamant about the ring, so determined to push me away, and it made me question everything. Had I been too controlling? Was I the one who made this whole situation worse by holding on to the past too tightly? Or was this just who she had become? Someone who couldn't appreciate where she came from. Someone who was willing to cut ties with family to build a life with someone else. I kept going back to the wedding, What if I had just let it go? What if I had given her the space she needed? What if I had just let her have the ring reset and told her it didn't matter, that I loved her no matter what? Would she have come around then? Or would she have still pushed me away? There were nights when I couldn't sleep, replaying everything in my mind. There were times I thought maybe I should just give up entirely, stop trying to fix things with her, and move on with my life. But every time I thought that, something inside me told me I wasn't ready to let go. This was my daughter, the person I had loved and raised, and no matter how badly she hurt me, I wasn't ready to give up on her. But as the weeks turned into months, I started to realize that maybe she had already given up on me. Maybe I was the one holding on, clinging to a version of her that no longer existed. A part of me wanted to tell her how much she had hurt me, how her choices had torn our family apart. But I didn't know if that would help or make things worse. I didn't know if she even cared. I didn't want to be the mother who tried to guilt her into reconciliation. But I also didn't want to be the mother who let her child walk away without a fight. And yet, as much as I struggled with this, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. A relationship isn't something you can just throw away, no matter how old someone is or how much time has passed. But it was hard to keep fighting for something when the other person wasn't even willing to meet you halfway. So here I am, still stuck in this painful limbo, not knowing if I've done the right thing or if I should just let it go. The family is still divided, and every time I see Caroline's name or hear about something in her life, it's like a reminder of what we've lost. Am I wrong for still holding on to hope that Caroline will come around? Story 15 inches. Am I wrong for not wanting my daughter to have a relationship with her biological father after he abandoned us? I, Ella, 32, have been raising my daughter, Lily, who's now 10, all by myself since she was born. Her dad, Matt, left when she was just a baby, saying he wasn't ready to be a father. I've been her only parent, her entire world, and I've done everything I can to make sure she feels safe, loved, and happy. It hasn't been easy, but I've built a life for us, just the two of us. Lily's an amazing kid. She's smart, curious, and kind. I'm proud of the person she's becoming, and I'd like to think that I had a big part in that. Raising her alone hasn't just been a challenge, it's also been one of my biggest achievements. Matt was never really there from the start. We were dating, and things got serious. But as soon as he heard I was pregnant, he pulled back. He would say things like, "I don't think I'm cut out for this," and he'd make it seem like he was overwhelmed by the idea of being responsible for another person. But I was there, pregnant, and already committed to being a mother. When Lily was born, he came to the hospital, stayed for maybe an hour, and then he left. He told me he'd be around, but he wasn't. He drifted away completely over the next few months. I'd reach out sometimes, ask him if he wanted to see Lily, but he always had excuses: work, other plans, just generally not being ready to take on the role of a father. Eventually, I stopped reaching out, and he faded out of our lives entirely. For years, it was just silence from him. No birthday cards, no calls, no support of any kind. Not even a "how's she doing?" Nothing. I accepted that he wasn't coming back. I made peace with it because I had to focus on being there for Lily. I never spoke badly about him to her, I just told her that he wasn't around. And she was too young to ask too many questions. She'd ask sometime, of course, especially when she saw other kids with their dads. But I tried to answer as best as I could, without making her feel like she was missing something. Eventually, she stopped asking, and our life just became normal. Our version of normal, anyway. So, here I am, 10 years later, feeling like I've finally got a handle on things. We have our routines, our traditions, our little life that I worked hard to create. And then, out of nowhere, I get this message from Matt. I was shocked, to say the least. After all this time, he was suddenly interested in Lily. He saw a picture I'd posted of her on social media. It was one of those rare moments where I'd shared something about my personal life online. I'd posted a picture of her at a school event, proud of her achievements. And that was it, the first time he'd seen her in years. He messaged me, saying he couldn't believe how big she'd gotten, and that he wanted to make up for lost time. Just like that, like he hadn't been a ghost for a decade. I didn't respond right away. My initial reaction was just anger. I'd done everything without him, gone through all the hard parts alone, and now he thought he could just swoop back in because he felt ready. It felt like he was disregarding everything Lily and I had been through, like he was treating her as some option he could pick up when it was convenient for him. The thought of letting him back into our lives made me feel protective, defensive even. But I knew I couldn't ignore him forever, so I replied, saying I didn't think it was a good idea. I was honest. I told him he had been absent for too long, that I didn't trust his sudden change of heart, and that I was worried about how it would affect Lily. He didn't like that, of course. After that, things started escalating quickly. It wasn't just him messaging me. Out of nowhere, his sister started reaching out, then his mom, and even some distant relatives I barely remembered meeting. They were all saying the same thing, that Lily deserved to know her father, that Matt was trying to do the right thing now, and that I was being selfish for standing in the way. They didn't see it from my perspective at all. They acted as if I was holding some kind of grudge or trying to punish him. But that wasn't it at all. I was genuinely concerned for Lily's well-being. She didn't know Matt, and he didn't know her. Letting him into her life now could open up so many issues, and I wasn't willing to take that risk without thinking it through. The worst part was the guilt they started piling on. His family would say things like, "You're depriving Lily of her right to have a father," or, "A girl needs her dad." They didn't seem to care that he'd been absent all this time. To them, it was as if those 10 years hadn't happened. They were acting like this was some family dispute instead of a real concern about what was best for Lily. It hurt hearing those things, especially since I'd worked so hard to create a stable life for her. But now, they were making me question if I was doing the right thing by keeping Matt out. Was I actually depriving her of something important? Or was I protecting her from someone who'd only cause pain? As if all of this wasn't enough, Matt kept insisting on meeting Lily. He said he wanted to see her, even if it was just for a few minutes. He claimed he had changed, that he was ready to be a father, and he just wanted a chance to prove it. I felt trapped. Part of me wanted to just say no, to keep him as far away from us as possible. But another part of me worried that I'd be setting myself and Lily up for more questions down the line. What if she grew up and resented me for not giving her the option? What if she blamed me one day for not letting her meet her dad when he finally showed up? I tried to keep my cool, but the pressure was relentless. Matt's family wasn't letting up, and the messages kept coming, each one making me doubt myself a little more. After a few days of back and forth, I started considering if maybe I should let him meet her. Just once, in a controlled setting, where I could make sure she was safe. I still wasn't convinced it was the right choice, but I thought maybe it would at least settle things. Even if it was just to satisfy his curiosity, I'd be there the whole time, so I could step in if anything went wrong. And maybe, just maybe, it would ease some of this tension. I eventually agreed to let Matt meet Lily, but I made it clear that it would be a one-time thing, and only under my supervision. We arranged to meet at a park, a neutral place where Lily could feel comfortable, and where Matt couldn't assume too much control over the situation. I tried to stay calm, but my stomach was in knots. The last thing I wanted was for this meeting to mess with the life I'd built for us, but I also knew I'd be haunted by what-ifs if I didn't let it happen. When we got to the park, I could see Matt waiting by one of the benches. He looked a bit nervous, but tried to play it off by smiling and waving as we approached. Lily was quiet, watching him curiously, but without much emotion. To her, he was just a stranger. She hadn't seen him in so long that she didn't have any memory of him, so she didn't react much beyond a polite smile. I was relieved about that. Part of me had worried she'd be excited or hurt. but she seemed mostly indifferent, which made things easier for me to handle. Matt, on the other hand, seemed overly enthusiastic, trying to jump right into conversation like they had a bond or history, which they obviously didn't. He kept saying things like, "Wow, you're so grown up," and "I can't believe how much you look like me." He was trying too hard, almost like he was putting on a show, and it just felt fake. Lily just nodded, polite but clearly unsure about him. I could tell she was trying to be respectful because that's how I've raised her, but she wasn't engaged. As the meeting went on, Matt kept dropping hints about wanting to make up for lost time and be there for her now. It was almost like he expected her to welcome him with open arms and fill the void he imagined existed in her life. But the truth is, Lily has never really felt that void because I was there for her. She's always been a happy kid, well-adjusted, and surrounded by love from me and her close family. I didn't need him to swoop in and play savior. We were doing just fine without him. At one point, he reached out to put a hand on Lily's shoulder, and I could see her flinch slightly. She didn't pull away, but she looked at me, a little unsure, and I felt my protective instincts kicking in. This man, who hadn't been around for any of her life's big or small moments, was suddenly acting like he had some right to be close to her. It didn't sit right with me, and I realized then that maybe I'd made a mistake by allowing this meeting. He was treating her like some prize he'd neglected, and now wanted back. After a while, I suggested we take a break, so I took Lily to get some water. Away from Matt, I asked her if she was okay, and if she wanted to keep talking to him. She shrugged, saying it was weird, and that she didn't really know what to say to him. Hearing that, I almost felt relieved, but it also made me sad. Lily had no connection to him, and he was a stranger trying to force a bond that just wasn't there. When we went back, Matt started talking about wanting to be more involved in Lily's life, saying he could take her on weekends or do family stuff with her. It was almost like he hadn't processed that he was the one who'd abandoned us. I didn't say anything right then because I didn't want to cause a scene in front of Lily, but inside, I was fuming. The nerve of him to think he could just slide back into her life without any repercussions, without acknowledging the pain his absence had caused. After we wrapped up the meeting, I thought that would be it for a while. But no, almost immediately, Matt started texting me, thanking me for letting him see her, and saying he hoped to do it again soon. He kept suggesting more outings, more chances to get to know her. He even asked if he could take her out alone, something I immediately shut down. There was no way I was letting Lily go anywhere with him unsupervised, not after one awkward meeting. Then, his family got involved again. His sister called me, practically accusing me of trying to keep Lily away from them. She said things like, "Lily deserves a family," and "You can't deny Matt a relationship with his daughter." They were acting like I was being cruel for keeping them out of her life, but they had never reached out before now. It was infuriating, having people who were never there try to guilt me for supposedly keeping Lily from them. They'd made no effort to contact her all these years. But now that Matt was interested, suddenly they were too. The pressure just kept building. They were messaging me constantly, saying that I was depriving Lily of a chance to know her family, that I was being selfish by not letting them be involved. They accused me of poisoning her against them, even though I'd done nothing of the sort. I'd raised her to be kind and open-minded, and I hadn't even told her the whole story of Matt's absence because I didn't want her to think poorly of him. But here they were, accusing me of being the reason Lily wasn't warming up to them. It started to feel like they were trying to wear me down, pushing and pushing until I caved. I began to doubt myself, wondering if maybe I was letting my own resentment get in the way. I've held on to a lot of anger over the years, and maybe that was clouding my judgment. Was I being too hard on Matt? Was I letting my hurt control my decisions for Lily? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was protecting her, but the constant barrage of messages made me question if I was doing the right thing. One night, Matt sent a long message saying he was considering pursuing legal options to secure his rights as Lily's father if I wouldn't cooperate. The threat wasn't direct, but it was enough to send me spiraling. I hadn't expected him to go that far, especially since he'd been absent all these years. The idea of him trying to force his way into Lily's life terrified me. I didn't want her to go through a custody battle or get dragged into a messy situation because of him. She deserves stability, not a sudden upheaval because he decided he was ready now. After that, I went back and forth about what to do. I didn't want Lily to feel like I was keeping her away from family, if that was something she wanted. But I also didn't trust Matt's intentions. He'd disappeared without a second thought, and now he was acting like he had a right to be involved just because he wanted to. I wanted to protect her, but I was also starting to worry about how this could all impact her down the line. It was like I was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and every decision felt like it had massive consequences. After Matt sent that message about securing his rights as Lily's father, I was furious. The nerve of him to think he could just waltz in and start making demands after all these years. It was like he had no concept of what it took to raise her, to be there every single day, through the sleepless nights, the scraped knees, the school projects, all the moments he'd missed, and now had the audacity to claim a right to. But more than anything, I was worried. I had no idea what kind of legal standing he might have. And the thought of Lily getting dragged through any sort of custody battle made my stomach turn. To calm myself down, I decided to do a bit of research on parental rights and custody issues. What I found was both reassuring and unsettling. On one hand, since he'd never been involved and hadn't provided any support, he didn't have much of a case to stand on. But there were still scenarios where he could push for visitation, especially if he could show he was interested in being involved now. It didn't seem fair I'd done all the work, and yet he could still potentially force his way in just because he decided he was ready. The messages from his family only made things worse. They were relentless, accusing me of being unreasonable, of using Lily as a pawn, of trying to erase them from her life. It was like they'd forgotten they'd never been there in the first place. Each message chipped away at my resolve, and I started to feel trapped. If I didn't let him see her, they'd keep accusing me of being the bad guy. But if I did let him back in, I was opening the door for him to potentially cause even more damage. Around this time, I decided to reach out to a family therapist, hoping for some guidance on how to navigate this mess without hurting Lily. The therapist was supportive and understanding, and she assured me that my concerns were valid. She suggested I talk to Lily openly about her feelings toward meeting her dad and let her guide me in deciding how involved she wanted him to be. She also said it would be helpful to keep setting boundaries with Matt, making it clear that any involvement would be on Lily's terms and not his. It made sense, but I wasn't sure how realistic it was, given the pressure from his side of the family. Following her advice, I sat down with Lily and asked her how she felt about seeing her dad again. She looked at me, confused, and shrugged, saying she didn't really care. She was honest, telling me that he didn't feel like a dad to her, and that she didn't understand why everyone was making such a big deal out of it. Hearing her say that broke my heart a little, but it also made me feel validated. She was happy with our life, content with the family we'd built, and didn't seem to feel the same need for a connection that Matt was pushing for. When I updated Matt about how Lily felt, he didn't take it well. He insisted that she didn't know what she wanted, and that he just needed more time with her to prove himself. He tried to guilt-trip me, saying things like, "Don't you want her to have a complete family?" and "She deserves to know her real father." It was as if he thought he could just overwrite the last 10 years and step into a role he'd never earned. I was losing patience, but I stayed firm, reminding him that this wasn't about what he wanted, it was about what Lily needed. The next week, things escalated. I got a call from his mom, who sounded furious, accusing me of brainwashing Lily against Matt. She claimed that they had the right to see Lily as her real family, and that I was being selfish by not allowing them to be involved. I could barely get a word in before she hung up on me. It was clear they were preparing to push harder, and I felt like I was running out of ways to protect Lily from their intrusion. I even considered the possibility of moving away, just to get some space and peace. But that felt extreme, and I knew it wasn't fair to uproot Lily from her life, just to avoid Matt. We had our lives here, her school, her friends, and everything I'd worked to build. Moving would feel like giving up, like I was letting them win by disrupting the stability I'd fought so hard to create. Then, one evening, Matt showed up at my door unannounced. He said he wanted to talk things out, but his tone was insistent, almost confrontational. I stepped outside, not wanting him near Lily, and tried to keep the conversation civil. He argued that I was unfairly punishing him for his past mistakes and that he deserved a second chance. I told him that a second chance didn't erase all the years he'd been gone, and that my priority was Lily's well-being, not his guilt or regrets. He didn't take it well and left, muttering something about not giving up. After that, I knew things were far from over. He'd made it clear that he wasn't going to back down easily, and I was running out of options. The idea of involving lawyers or going to court terrified me, but I was starting to feel like it might be the only way to protect Lily from the chaos he was bringing into our lives. Am I wrong for not wanting my daughter to have a relationship with her biological father after he abandoned us? Story 16. Am I wrong for telling my sister her wedding isn't the only important event in our family? I, 32, have been struggling with a major dilemma involving my younger sister, Emma, 28, and my parents. Emma and I have always had a decent relationship, but to be honest, she's been the golden child in our family for as long as I can remember. Emma was the one who got the spotlight, while I was the one quietly supporting from the background. I've accepted that over the years, but recently, it's been testing me in a way I never expected. I'm a project manager at a fast-paced company, and I've been working my way up for a long time, putting in late nights and giving up weekends. Finally, after years of hard work, I'm up for a major promotion. This isn't just any promotion. It's the kind of thing that could change the entire course of my career. I've got my boss on my back about finishing a big project, and every day, I'm juggling deadlines and expectations. It's stressful, but I feel like all my hard work is finally paying off, and I don't want to lose this opportunity. Now, on the other hand, we have Emma's wedding. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy for her, and I know she's been dreaming of this day for years. But since the engagement, it's like everything in the family has to revolve around her wedding. Every family gathering, every group chat, every call from my mom all about Emma's wedding. It's become the center of everyone's world, and the pressure for me to play a big role in helping her out is getting intense. The real trouble started during a recent family dinner. We all sat down, and Emma was going over all the plans she still needed to finalize. I was half listening, caught up in my own thoughts about work, when she suddenly looked at me and said, "I need you to take the month before the wedding off to help me with all the final arrangements." I was taken aback. I thought she was joking at first, but then I realized she was completely serious. A whole month off work. That's just not something I can do, especially not with my promotion on the line. When I hesitated, Emma gave me this look like I was already letting her down. She said, "I really need you to be there for me. You're my sister." Before I could even respond, my parents jumped in, immediately backing her up. My mom said, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime moment for Emma. We all have to do our part." My dad added, "You've been working for years. Can't you take a break just this once?" It was like they didn't care or even understand the reality of my situation. I tried explaining that I had responsibilities at work, and that taking that much time off wasn't realistic. But they all just kept giving me that disappointed look. The whole dinner was uncomfortable after that. I tried to change the topic, but every time I looked up, Emma and my parents were exchanging glances and whispering. I left that night feeling like I was a selfish person for not just saying yes. But at the same time, I felt frustrated that they weren't even trying to see things from my perspective. I could feel the pressure building, and I knew this wasn't the end of it. In the days following that dinner, Emma started texting me almost daily about wedding tasks. At first, it was small things helping with a few decisions here and there, weighing in on dress options, that kind of thing. I tried to be supportive, but as the days went on, the demands grew. She wanted me to attend every planning session, handle the guest list, help coordinate vendors, and even take over some of the decor planning. It felt like every time I checked my phone, there was a new message from her about something wedding related. I tried setting boundaries by telling her I could help on weekends and take a few days off closer to the wedding, but she didn't want to hear it. To her, it was all or nothing. She saw my offers as me half committing to her wedding, and she made it clear that she expected more. The guilt trip was constant, with messages like, "If you really cared, you'd make the time," or "I just thought you'd want to be there for me on the biggest day of my life." Each message left me feeling torn. I didn't want to let her down, but her expectations were getting out of control. Meanwhile, my parents kept chiming in with comments like, "You'll only regret it later if you don't do this for her," and "This is what family is about." It was like they couldn't understand that my career was important to me, too. Every conversation with them turned into a lecture about how I needed to put family first and stop being so career-focused. It made me feel like the bad guy, even though I thought I was being reasonable by offering to help within my limits. Emma and I eventually had a major argument. She sent me another long message, listing all the things she still needed me to do. I tried, again, to explain that I was doing my best, but couldn't take an entire month off. That's when she said something that stung. She accused me of being selfish and making her wedding about myself. I couldn't believe what I was reading. Here I was, bending over backward to make time for her, and she still wasn't happy. I finally snapped and replied with, "Your wedding isn't the only important thing happening in our family." After that, I didn't hear from her for a while. I could tell she was deeply hurt, but at that moment, I didn't care. I felt like I'd reached my limit. She had been pushing and pushing, and no matter what I did, it was never enough. My parents weren't any better. They kept calling me, basically telling me that I was ruining Emma's wedding experience by not giving her everything she wanted. The guilt was real, and yet, part of me felt justified. It was like I was finally standing up for myself after years of just going along with things. This whole situation has left me in a strange place. I keep replaying that dinner and that argument in my head, wondering if I should have just caved and done what they wanted. But there's a part of me that's angry that they didn't even try to understand where I was coming from. It's like my work, my ambitions, and my goals don't mean anything to them as long as Emma's wedding goes perfectly. I feel trapped between my family's expectations and my own life. As much as I want to be there for Emma, I'm starting to wonder if there's ever a point where it's okay to say no, where my needs matter too. This whole ordeal has made me question if I've been prioritizing my family over myself for too long, just because it's easier than dealing with their disappointment. In the days that followed the argument, things only got worse. I thought maybe some space would help Emma and my parents see things more clearly, or at least let the tension cool off a little. But instead, Emma doubled down. I started getting a flood of texts from her with long lists of things she still needed me to do for the wedding. It was almost like she hadn't heard anything I said about my workload or my promotion. She wanted me to pick up decor items from different stores across town, finalize seating arrangements, and even start managing RSVPs because, in her words, she didn't have time to keep up with everything. At this point, I was struggling to keep up with my own job responsibilities. Every time I thought I'd carved out some time to focus on my project, I'd get another message from Emma, each one more urgent than the last. It wasn't just affecting my productivity, it was affecting my mental health. I felt like I was walking on eggshells, knowing that every time I pushed back on one of her requests, I'd get a guilt trip or an angry message from either her or my parents. And the thing that frustrated me the most was that none of them seemed to see anything wrong with this dynamic. I tried to compromise again, offering to handle a few specific tasks on the weekends and promising that I'd be there to help in the final week leading up to the wedding. But it didn't matter to her. Anything less than full dedication felt like a betrayal in her eyes. It was as if I'd broken some unspoken family rule about putting others' needs before my own. I could feel the resentment building up inside me, but I kept brushing it off, telling myself that maybe once the wedding was over, things would go back to normal. When I went to my parents again, hoping they'd at least help reason with Emma, they only sided with her even more. My mom reminded me that I'd had my own special moments in life, even though I couldn't recall ever asking for this level of support. My dad said that a career can wait, but a wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. I couldn't understand why they couldn't see the unfairness in all of this. It was like my priorities didn't even register in their world. The breaking point came one afternoon when I got a call from my boss. Apparently, some details on our project had slipped through the cracks, and he wasn't happy. I spent hours after that putting out fires at work, and as soon as I thought I'd caught up, there was another text from Emma, asking me to pick up her wedding dress from the tailor on the other side of town. I was so close to losing it. I just stared at my phone, wondering if she even realized how ridiculous her demands had become. That night, I sat down and tried to make a list of everything Emma had asked of me. It was almost laughable, the sheer volume of responsibilities she'd offloaded onto me, without even considering the impact on my own life. I wanted to be there for her, I really did. But at that point, it felt like she didn't want a sister. She wanted a personal assistant who'd drop everything for her without a second thought. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. How could she expect so much from me while giving so little in return? I knew I had to confront her about it. I didn't want to escalate things further, but I couldn't keep sacrificing my own life just to meet her demands. So I sent her a message, explaining how her requests were affecting me and how I felt like I was being taken for granted. I tried to be as kind and understanding as I could, but I knew she wasn't going to take it well. Within minutes, she replied with a long, emotional response, accusing me of ruining her wedding experience. She said I was being selfish, that all she wanted was my support, and that she couldn't believe I was acting this way in her time of need. Reading her response left me feeling both angry and defeated. It was clear that no matter what I did, she was going to see me as the villain. I felt backed into a corner, with no way to make her or my parents understand my side of things. I considered just stepping back completely, telling them all that I couldn't keep up with their demands, but the thought of how they'd react stopped me. I knew that if I went down that road, I'd probably end up estranged from my family, and I didn't want to lose them over this, even if it was unfair. The next weekend, I made one last attempt at a compromise. I offered to take a week off right before the wedding, but only if Emma agreed to give me some breathing room until then. I thought that maybe if I could focus on work for a few more weeks, I could get everything under control before dedicating some time to her. But she rejected the idea completely, saying that if I wasn't all in, I might as well not show up at all. It felt like a slap in the face. After everything I'd done, she still couldn't see that I was trying my best to make this work for both of us. Since then, things have been tense, to say the least. My parents aren't speaking to me as much, and when they do, it's usually to remind me of how I'm letting the family down. I keep replaying everything in my head, wondering if there was a better way I could have handled it. I hate that this has turned into such a big issue, but I also feel like I'm the only one who's had to sacrifice anything. No one else seems willing to budge, and I'm left feeling like I'm walking this tightrope between my family and my career. Now, with the wedding just a few weeks away, I feel completely drained. I can barely focus on work, and every conversation with my family leaves me feeling more isolated. I know they think I'm being selfish, but I can't shake the feeling that they're the ones being unreasonable. It's like I'm trapped in this cycle where nothing I do is ever good enough. And I don't know how much longer I can keep going like this. In the weeks leading up to the wedding, things went from bad to worse. I had hoped that by putting my foot down, Emma and my parents would eventually understand my perspective. But that never happened. Emma completely cut off contact with me, except for the occasional group message about the wedding. She didn't send me direct messages or ask for help anymore, but it wasn't a relief. Instead, it felt like she was punishing me by icing me out. My parents didn't seem to notice, or if they did, they didn't care. They were laser focused on the wedding and spent most of their time helping Emma with last-minute details. During this time, I threw myself into my work. I knew I couldn't afford to lose focus with everything on the line, but it wasn't easy. Every time I heard from my parents, it was the same guilt-tripping about how I'd abandoned Emma and that the wedding stress was taking a toll on her. My dad called once, just to tell me how hard she was taking all this and how disappointed they were in me for making things more difficult. I felt like I was being treated like the black sheep of the family for trying to keep a balance between my job and my sister's wedding. Then, a week before the wedding, my mom called, saying that Emma wanted me to come over to discuss something important. I was hesitant, but I figured maybe this was her way of trying to patch things up. When I got there, though, it was clear she didn't want to reconcile. She wanted me to apologize to admit that I'd been selfish and that I was wrong for not helping her more. I tried to stay calm and explained my side of things again, hoping that maybe now, so close to the wedding, she'd understand. But Emma wouldn't hear any of it. She looked at me and said, "I just can't believe you would put work above your own family. It's like you don't even care about us." Her words stung, but I could tell nothing I said would make a difference. I left feeling frustrated and defeated. No matter how many times I explained myself, they only saw things from their perspective, and that perspective painted me as the selfish one. The next few days were a blur. I tried to focus on work, but the weight of everything going on with my family kept pulling me down. I kept second-guessing myself, wondering if maybe they were right, and I'd somehow lost sight of what mattered. But then I'd remind myself of all the sacrifices I'd made over the years, all the times I'd put family first, and I'd feel that same anger and resentment bubbling up again. Finally, the day of the wedding arrived. I knew I had to be there, even if things were tense. I didn't want to make a scene or create any more issues, so I decided to just go, smile, and get through it. When I arrived, it was clear that I was unwelcome. Emma barely looked at me, and my parents were cold and distant. I felt like an outsider at my own sister's wedding, which was ironic considering all the expectations they'd placed on me to be there. The ceremony itself was beautiful, and I tried to focus on the positive, telling myself that this was Emma's day and that my feelings didn't matter right now. But during the reception, things took a turn. I was sitting by myself at a table when my mom came over and told me that Emma had requested I not be in any of the family photos. She said it was for the best, and that they didn't want to have any tension in the pictures. I was stunned. I'd expected things to be awkward, but this felt like a slap in the face. I could barely hold it together as I watched my entire family gather for photos without me. I kept telling myself not to cry, not to let them see how much it hurt. I felt humiliated, but I didn't want to give them the satisfaction of knowing they'd gotten to me. I stayed for a bit longer, trying to keep up appearances, but eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I left quietly, not wanting to make a scene, but feeling more alone than I'd ever felt before. Since the wedding, my relationship with my family has been strained, to say the least. I haven't spoken to Emma, and my parents are still upset with me for ruining what should have been a joyful time. They've made it clear that they think I'm in the wrong, and every time I try to reach out, it's like hitting a brick wall. I feel torn between wanting to make things right and feeling like I don't owe them anything after the way they treated me. Now, I'm left wondering if I truly did the right thing by setting boundaries, or if I should have just gone along with their expectations to keep the peace. Am I really in the wrong for standing my ground? Story 17 inches. Am I wrong for refusing to let my brother's new wife use my late wife's wedding dress? I'm James, 36, a widower and father of two young kids. 2 years ago, my life changed completely when my wife, Sarah, passed away. We'd been together since college, and we built everything from scratch together: our home, our family, our whole world. Losing her was like losing a part of myself. And since then, I've been slowly picking up the pieces, focusing on raising our kids and making sure they feel Sarah's love, even if she's not here anymore. One of the few physical things I have left of Sarah is her wedding dress. I've kept it preserved in the back of my closet, untouched, a symbol of all the memories we shared. It's not just a dress. It's the memory of the life we built and a piece of Sarah I can still hold on to. My younger brother, Tom, and I have always been close, and I was genuinely happy when he announced his engagement to Kate. Kate is a lively, ambitious woman who's fit in well with our family from the start. She's outspoken and has strong ideas about everything, which I've mostly admired, though sometimes it comes across as a bit much. Still, I've been supportive of their relationship, happy that my brother has found someone who makes him happy. I was looking forward to the wedding, partly because I could see how excited Tom was, and partly because it felt good to focus on something joyful for a change. Everything changed at a recent family dinner. We were all gathered at my mom's house, celebrating the engagement and talking about wedding plans. Tom and Kate were buzzing with excitement, and everyone was chatting about the ceremony, the guest list, the location, all the usual wedding stuff. It was nice to be a part of it, and for a moment I felt relaxed, enjoying the energy around me. But then, out of nowhere, Kate brought up Sarah's wedding dress. She asked if I'd consider letting her wear it for her wedding to Tom. I remember the moment clearly, because I didn't know how to respond. I was caught completely off guard. Kate framed it like it was this meaningful, heartfelt gesture, saying it would keep Sarah's spirit in the family, and that it would be a beautiful way to honor her memory. She made it sound like this noble tribute, and she was so casual about it, like it was an obvious solution. I didn't know what to say. I managed to tell her, as politely as I could, that I wasn't sure that was something I could share. I tried to keep it light, hoping that would be the end of it. But Kate brushed my hesitation off. She kept saying it was just a dress, and that it could be cleaned up afterward, no harm done. Tom jumped in, saying he thought it was a wonderful idea, and that it would mean a lot to him if I'd consider it. I sat there feeling stunned. It was like they were talking about something completely different from what I was thinking. To them, it was just a dress that could be borrowed, worn, and returned. But to me, it was this sacred piece of my life with Sarah, one of the last tangible pieces of her I still had. I could feel the tension rising in the room, so I gave a polite, vague answer, saying I'd have to think about it. I hoped they'd take that as a sign to drop the subject, but I could tell Kate wasn't satisfied. She seemed almost offended, like my reluctance was somehow an insult to her and Tom. After that night, I kept hoping the issue would fade away, but it didn't. Over the next few days, I could feel the distance between me and Tom growing. He barely reached out, and when he did, he kept bringing up the dress, saying that it would mean a lot to him if I could see it as a way to bring Sarah's memory into the wedding. I started to feel like I was being pressured into a choice that went against everything I felt. I tried to explain to him why the dress was so important to me, why it wasn't just a piece of clothing. I wanted him to understand that Sarah's dress was one of the few things that still made me feel connected to her. But it was like talking to a wall. Tom kept saying that I needed to move forward, that holding on to the dress so tightly wasn't healthy, and that Kate's idea was a way to keep Sarah close. It wasn't just Tom and Kate either. My mom and a few other family members started hinting that maybe I was being too attached to the past. My mom, in her own gentle way, suggested that letting Kate wear the dress might be a step forward for me, a way to heal. I could feel the pressure building from every angle, and it felt like everyone was against me. as if I was the only one who didn't understand what this dress could mean for the family. I tried to shake it off, telling myself that they just didn't understand what the dress symbolized for me. But the more they talked about it, the more isolated I felt. I didn't know how to make them see that this wasn't just about a dress. It was about the memories I still had of Sarah. Memories I wasn't ready to let go of, especially in this way. I felt cornered, like they were asking me to choose between honoring Sarah's memory and supporting my brother's wedding. The whole situation came to a head when I invited Tom and Kate over, hoping to have an honest conversation and find some sort of middle ground. I explained to them, as clearly as I could, why the dress meant so much to me, how it was one of the last pieces of Sarah that I had, and how it held memories that were too personal to share. I offered to help Kate find a similar dress if that was what she wanted, or even to contribute to their wedding in some other meaningful way. Anything but giving away Sarah's dress. But Kate wasn't interested in any of that. She said she only wanted that dress, that it was the best way to honor Sarah. She looked at me like I was being unreasonable, as if I was standing in the way of some perfect family moment. Tom stayed mostly quiet during the conversation, looking uncomfortable, but not saying much to support me. I could see he was torn, but it was clear he was leaning toward Kate's side. By the end of the conversation, I felt more alone than ever. Kate left visibly frustrated, and I knew this issue wasn't over. I could sense the tension deepening between me and Tom, a rift that seemed to grow every time we talked about it. It was like he couldn't understand why I wasn't willing to let this one thing go, even though I tried to explain it over and over. So now here I am, left feeling like I'm stuck in an impossible situation. Everyone around me seems to think I'm holding on to something that's just a dress, while to me, it's so much more than that. I don't know how to make them see my side without feeling like I'm letting Sarah down. After that conversation with Tom and Kate, things didn't just get better. If anything, it felt like I'd somehow made everything worse. Kate clearly left frustrated, and Tom seemed more distant than ever. I thought maybe after some time they'd understand my perspective, but that didn't happen. Instead, over the next week or so, I started noticing little things: family members acting strangely, people not reaching out like they used to. The next time I saw my mom, she brought up the dress again, this time in a more direct way. She said that holding on to it might be holding me back from moving on, and that Sarah wouldn't want me to live in the past. Hearing that hurt. I wanted to believe that my family, of all people, would understand how much Sarah meant to me and how her memory is still very much a part of my life. I tried to explain this to my mom, but it was like she had already made up her mind. She kept saying that it was just a dress, and maybe it was time to let go of these attachments. I felt like I was being cornered, as if everyone had somehow decided that my grief was some kind of obstacle, something to be fixed rather than respected. I started to feel like an outsider in my own family, like they were moving on in a way that didn't include me or my memories of Sarah. Then, things escalated when a few other family members began chiming in. One of my aunts called me, and we had this uncomfortable conversation where she hinted that by not letting Kate wear the dress, I was sending a message that I didn't support Tom's marriage. It seemed ridiculous to me, but she sounded serious, saying things like family unity was more important than old clothes. Even my cousin, who I'd always been close with, texted me saying that I should consider how much it would mean to Tom and Kate to have Sarah included in their wedding. I couldn't believe it. The dress wasn't just some object to me, and yet it felt like everyone was treating it as if it were nothing. The isolation I felt was overwhelming. It was like everyone was on one side, telling me I was wrong, and I was on the other, trying to hold on to something that mattered to me deeply. Every time I saw Tom or Kate, the atmosphere was strained. They'd give me these looks, as if I were deliberately standing in the way of their happiness. Tom didn't say much, but I could tell from his silence that he was siding with Kate. He'd gone from being my little brother, someone I was close to someone I hardly recognized. It was as if I'd become the problem he needed to fix. rather than his brother who had been through a loss. To make things worse, Kate decided to bring up the issue at another family gathering. This time, she framed it as a way to honor Sarah and keep her memory in the family, implying that I was somehow dishonoring Sarah's memory by refusing to share the dress. The way she twisted things made me furious. I was barely able to keep calm as I tried to explain again why the dress mattered to me. But it was clear no one was listening. I could see some family members nodding along with Kate, and a few even tried to tell me that maybe I was being a bit too sentimental. I was fuming inside, feeling like my grief and memories were being trampled over. After that gathering, I started pulling back from family events. I couldn't stand the constant pressure and the way everyone looked at me, like I was some obstacle they had to deal with. Even my kids started noticing the tension. They'd ask me why everyone seemed upset with me, or why Uncle Tom wasn't visiting as much. I didn't know how to explain it to them. How do you explain to young kids that their dad's just trying to hold on to a part of their mom, but everyone else sees it as a burden? Things reached a boiling point one afternoon when Tom came over unannounced. He looked frustrated, and before I could even offer him a seat, he launched into this speech about family, love, and moving forward. He said he couldn't understand why I was so attached to the dress, and that it was time for me to let go, for everyone's sake. He made it sound like I was the one being unreasonable, as if I were clinging to the past in a way that was damaging to everyone around me. He said that if I truly cared about the family and him, I'd see the bigger picture and allow Kate to wear the dress. I didn't know what to say. I was hurt, frustrated, and angry. It was like Tom couldn't even see me anymore, only this problem he needed to solve. I told him, as calmly as I could, that the dress wasn't just a piece of fabric to me, and that it was one of the last things I had that still connected me to Sarah. But he kept pushing, saying that I needed to think of the future and let go of the past. By the time he left, it was clear to me that Tom wasn't going to back down. He'd made his choice, and it wasn't in support of me. After that, I felt even more isolated. No one seemed to understand what I was going through, and the few friends I confided in were as stunned as I was. They told me I wasn't being unreasonable, but the fact that my entire family seemed to think otherwise made me question myself. Was I really the one being difficult? Was holding on to Sarah's dress somehow wrong? In the end, I found myself torn between my love for my brother and my need to preserve my connection to Sarah. It was a choice I never thought I'd have to make, and no matter what I decided, it felt like I was going to lose something important. As Tom and Kate's wedding got closer, things only got worse. The pressure from my family reached a boiling point, and it felt like every interaction was a test to see if I'd finally come to my senses about the dress. At family gatherings, people would make side comments, talking about how meaningful it would be for Sarah's memory if I contributed in some way to the wedding. The implication was always clear: they meant the dress. It was like everyone had collectively decided that me letting Kate wear it was some act of generosity that I was failing to show, as if I were selfish for wanting to keep it. Even my mom, who had always been supportive of me, seemed to be leaning toward Tom and Kate's side, reminding me repeatedly that Sarah would want me to be happy and move forward. But that didn't feel right to me, and honestly, it only made things harder. One day, Tom called me and made one last appeal. He said he didn't understand why I was making such a big deal out of this, that it was just a dress, and that it didn't change the fact that Sarah was gone. He went on about how he wanted his wedding to feel like a family celebration, and that having the dress there would bring everyone together. I was tired of having the same conversation over and over, so I tried one more time to explain that it wasn't just about the dress itself, but what it represented. It was like he wasn't hearing me at all. He kept repeating that this was about family, and if I couldn't see that, then maybe I was the one stuck in the past. The whole conversation left me feeling drained and more isolated than ever. When I refused again, Kate decided to take things into her own hands. She started messaging some of my friends and extended family, explaining her side of the story. She framed it as if I were clinging to the dress out of spite, that I was refusing her one small request to honor Sarah. People who didn't know the whole situation started reaching out to me, telling me that they were disappointed in me and that I should reconsider. At this point, it felt like I was being ganged up on, like no matter what I did, I'd be seen as the villain in this story. I was angry, but more than that, I felt betrayed. My own family was turning against me over something so personal, and now even my friends were questioning my character because of Kate's version of the story. A few days later, my mom called and asked if I could come over. She said she wanted to talk, that she was worried about how much tension this issue was causing. When I arrived, she started with the usual reminders about how much she loved me, how she wanted to see me happy and moving forward. She said she understood my attachment to the dress, but that maybe it was time to consider what was best for the family as a whole. I told her that keeping the dress wasn't about holding on to grief. It was about preserving something of Sarah's, something I wanted to eventually pass on to my daughter. But she insisted that Tom and Kate weren't trying to take that away from me. They just wanted to include Sarah in the wedding. I felt so frustrated. I told her that if they truly respected my feelings, they wouldn't keep pushing. If this dress meant so much to them, then why couldn't they see how much it meant to me? She looked at me like she didn't understand at all. It was like the whole family had rewritten the story to make me the unreasonable one, the one standing in the way of progress. By the end of our conversation, I could see that even my mom had made up her mind. She told me that sometimes sacrifices had to be made for family unity, and that this was just one of those times. I left feeling more alone than ever. At this point, even my kids started noticing that something was wrong. They'd ask why people in the family seemed upset, or why we weren't seeing Uncle Tom as much. It was hard to explain, and I didn't want to burden them with adult problems, but I could see that they were picking up on the tension. It made me feel guilty, like my refusal to let go of the dress was somehow causing them harm too. I started wondering if maybe everyone was right, that maybe I was the one being selfish. But every time I thought about actually letting Kate wear the dress, it felt like betraying Sarah and everything we'd shared. As the wedding day drew closer, the family's frustration with me became obvious. I got messages from relatives, friends, and even a few family friends, all urging me to see reason. They painted me as stubborn, unwilling to let go, and even suggested that I was intentionally trying to hurt Tom and Kate's happiness. It hurt to see people I'd trusted and relied on siding against me, especially when they didn't understand what the dress really meant to me. I started avoiding family calls and visits altogether, unable to handle the constant judgment and pressure. Then, the night before the wedding, Kate sent me a message saying that she was sorry things had come to this, but that she and Tom would have to rethink their relationship with me if I couldn't support them on such an important day. She hinted that if I couldn't be part of the family in the way they needed, then maybe there was no place for me in their lives going forward. That message hit me hard. It felt like an ultimatum, like I was being asked to choose between my memories of Sarah and my place in the family. It was something I never thought I'd have to face. Now, the wedding has come and gone, and I'm left here wondering if I made the right choice. My relationship with Tom is strained, and Kate doesn't speak to me at all. Some family members have distanced themselves, and I can tell that things won't be the same. I still have the dress, and it still means as much to me as it did before, but now it's a symbol of the division it's caused in my family. Part of me wonders if I should have just let it go, given Kate what she wanted, and kept the peace. So now I'm left questioning everything. Was I wrong for refusing to let my brother's fiancée wear my late wife's wedding dress, even if it meant losing my family in the process? Story 18 inches. Am I the bad person for wanting my younger sister to move out? I, Laura, 29, have been back at my mom's house for a few months now, taking care of her since she had major surgery. Moving back home wasn't really something I'd planned on. but with everything going on, it just felt like the right thing to do. I work full-time as a nurse, so my schedule is already packed with long shifts, late nights, and, honestly, a lot of exhaustion. But my mom needed help, so I packed up my life and came back to make sure she had someone there for her during recovery. I didn't expect it to be easy, but I guess I thought there'd be a little more support than what I've been getting. My younger sister, Jenny, is 19 and still living at home. She works part-time at a coffee shop, and, to be blunt, seems like she's still in that phase of figuring things out. Which is fine, I get it. I was 19 once, too, and life didn't feel all that serious back then. But given the circumstances, I'd hoped she'd maybe step up a little and help out around the house or with our mom. Instead, Jenny's days are mostly spent out with friends, studying in her room, or scrolling through her phone. She's rarely around, and when she is, it's like she's oblivious to everything I'm juggling. Meanwhile, I'm balancing a full-time job and picking up pretty much everything at home. The thing is, our mom doesn't seem to see any problem with Jenny's behavior. I guess she thinks Jenny is still young and needs freedom, while I, as the responsible one, am expected to handle the bulk of the work. I don't mind helping. Mom's done so much for us over the years, and I want to be there for her. But I didn't expect to feel like I was taking care of everyone, including Jenny. It's like I'm supposed to be this endless source of help without any support coming my way. And, honestly, it's exhausting. Things finally came to a head one night after I'd had an especially grueling shift. I walked in around midnight, totally drained and ready to collapse into bed, and found the house looking like a complete disaster. There were empty pizza boxes on the counter, dishes piled in the sink, soda cans all over the coffee table, and random belongings scattered everywhere. For a second, I thought I'd walked into someone else's place. Then I realized Jenny had invited some friends over, and, apparently, thought it was okay to leave the mess for someone else to clean up, namely, me. At that moment, I was beyond annoyed. Here I was, coming home after a long shift, expecting some peace, and instead, I'm greeted by this chaos. I was tired, frustrated, and honestly just sick of feeling like the only person in the house who cared about keeping things together. So I went upstairs to talk to Jenny. I didn't want to start an argument, but I also couldn't just let it go. I told her it wasn't fair for her to make a mess and leave it, especially knowing how busy I am with work and helping Mom. Jenny's response: she rolled her eyes and told me I was overreacting, and that she just wanted a little fun. She acted like it was nothing, like I was the one making a big deal out of a harmless night with friends. I couldn't believe it. She saw how much I was doing every day, how tired I was, and she still couldn't be bothered to clean up after herself. It felt like a slap in the face. The next day, I tried to bring it up to Mom, hoping she'd maybe talk to Jenny or at least understand where I was coming from. But instead, Mom just brushed it off, saying I was stressed and needed to lighten up. She even suggested that maybe I was projecting my frustration from work onto Jenny. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was the one handling practically everything around here, and instead of backing me up, Mom was making excuses for Jenny and acting like I was the problem. That conversation was a turning point for me. I started to feel like I was alone in this whole situation, with both Jenny and Mom dismissing my concerns and making me feel like I was asking for too much. All I wanted was a little help, a little acknowledgement that what I was doing wasn't easy. But instead, it seemed like they were content to let me carry the weight on my own while they went about their lives as usual. As the days went on, I found myself questioning everything. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I was just tired and frustrated and taking it out on Jenny. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. I knew I was doing my best to keep things going, and I knew that if Jenny even lifted a finger, it would make a huge difference. She didn't have to take on all the responsibility, just a little help here and there would have been enough. I tried talking to Jenny one more time, hoping she'd understand if I explained it calmly. I told her it would mean a lot if she could pitch in a bit, like cooking dinner once in a while, or maybe helping with mom's appointments. But once again, she brushed me off, saying I chose to be the one taking care of everything, and that if it was too much, maybe I should just leave. Hearing that hurt more than I'd like to admit. It was like she didn't care at all about what I was going through or the pressure I was under. That's when the thought first crossed my mind. Maybe Jenny should be the one to go. She wasn't contributing to the household, and she was only making things harder for me. Maybe it would be better for everyone if she moved out and started learning some responsibility on her own. But then I'd feel guilty even thinking it. She's my sister, and she's younger. Maybe I'm being too hard on her. As much as I tried to shake the thought, it kept coming back. It felt unfair that I was sacrificing so much, while Jenny got to live her life without a care. Every time I brought it up, Mom would tell me not to pressure Jenny, that she's still figuring things out. Meanwhile, I felt like I was barely keeping my head above water. Now, I'm left wondering if I'm being unreasonable, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm being taken advantage of. I felt completely disrespected, not just by Jenny, but by Mom too. When I tried to explain how unfair it felt to carry all the responsibility, she actually took Jenny's side, telling me I was stressed and probably blowing things out of proportion. I was floored. I mean, here I am, working long hours, taking care of the house, helping Mom recover, and apparently, I'm the one causing the problem. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And the fact that she seemed to think Jenny was doing her best just added insult to injury. So, I started second-guessing myself. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I was too harsh on Jenny. After all, she's only 19, still figuring things out, right? But it didn't make sense to me why she couldn't at least try to pitch in a little, even if it was something small like doing the dishes or helping with Mom's meds. If she could find time to hang out with friends and spend hours on her phone, why couldn't she take 15 minutes to lend a hand? I was caught in this loop of questioning myself, wondering if maybe I was expecting too much, even though deep down, I knew I wasn't. One day, I decided to give it another shot. I figured if I asked Jenny directly and explained how much it would mean to me to have some help, maybe she'd see my side of things. I asked if she could take on even a few small tasks, like cooking dinner once a week or helping with Mom's appointments. But she just shrugged it off, like always, saying that I chose to take on everything, and that if it was too much for me, maybe I should stop trying to be a hero. That stung more than I wanted to admit. It was like she didn't care about anything I was doing or how hard it was on me. It felt like she just saw me as someone who was always there to take care of things, no matter what. After that, things only got worse between us. I found myself feeling more and more resentful every time I picked up after her or took on something I knew she could have easily done herself. And every time I tried to bring it up with Mom, she'd just wave me off, saying Jenny was still young, and I needed to stop putting so much pressure on her. I tried to explain that I wasn't trying to be controlling. I just needed a little help. But no matter how many times I brought it up, it was like talking to a wall. Mom just didn't want to see it. Or maybe she just didn't want to deal with it. One evening, after a particularly rough day, I finally snapped. I told Jenny that if she wasn't willing to help out, maybe it was time she thought about moving out. I didn't even mean it as a threat. I just genuinely felt like that might be best for everyone. She's an adult, after all, and maybe having her own space would help her realize what it takes to keep a place running. But instead of even considering it, she blew up at me, accusing me of wanting her out of my life and making me sound like some kind of villain. I felt like I was backed into a corner, being made out to be the bad guy for just asking for help. And of course, Mom jumped in to defend her, saying I was overstepping and that Jenny wasn't ready to live on her own. It was like I was the only one who could see how unfair the whole situation was. I was doing everything I could, bending over backward to make sure Mom had what she needed, and they were treating me like I was trying to control their lives. After that, the tension in the house was unbearable. Jenny barely spoke to me, And when she did, it was usually some snide remark about how bossy I was or how I shouldn't have come back if I couldn't handle it. Mom kept telling me to relax and stop trying to control everything, as if I was doing this all for fun. I started staying longer hours at work just to avoid the atmosphere at home. But every time I came back, the mess and the lack of help were right there, waiting for me. In a last-ditch effort to make things work, I even tried talking to some friends about the situation, hoping they'd give me some advice, or at least help me see if I was, in fact, overreacting. But most of them agreed that I wasn't asking for too much, and that it was reasonable to expect a little help from my family, especially since I was doing so much for them. Hearing that reassured me a bit, but it didn't change anything at home. No matter what I tried, it was like Jenny and Mom just didn't want to hear it. As the days went on, I could feel the resentment building up inside me. Every time I saw Jenny lounging around, scrolling through her phone while I ran around handling things, it just made me angrier. And every time Mom dismissed my concerns, it was like a slap in the face. I didn't want to feel this way toward my own family, but it was like I was being forced into this role of the bad guy just for trying to keep things running smoothly. Eventually, I realized that I had two options. Either I could continue to stay and let things fester, or I could try to find a way to distance myself from the situation. Moving out crossed my mind more than once, but I felt like I couldn't abandon Mom, especially when she was still recovering. It was a lose-lose situation, and no matter which way I looked at it, I couldn't see a way out. I finally reached a breaking point last weekend. I sat down with both Jenny and Mom, hoping that if I laid everything out calmly, they'd understand where I was coming from. I started by explaining how exhausted I was from juggling my work and all the responsibilities at home, and that I couldn't keep doing it alone. I tried to make it clear that I wasn't trying to control anyone, just that I needed some support to make things manageable. I suggested that maybe if Jenny wasn't willing to help out more, she could think about moving out. She's 19 now, an adult, and it might be good for her to have some independence and see what it's like to handle things on her own. I thought approaching it that way would make it seem like a positive step, a chance for her to grow. But the second those words left my mouth, the whole conversation took a turn. Jenny's face changed, and she immediately went on the defensive. She accused me of wanting to get rid of her, and of making her feel unwelcome in her own home. Mom, of course, jumped to her side. She said I was being harsh, and that Jenny was doing her best, which, to be honest, felt like a complete joke. Doing her best? I didn't know what she thought her best looked like, but it definitely wasn't helping around the house or taking care of anything besides her own life. Mom went on to say that I was the one with the problem, that I'd been acting controlling and unreasonable, as if I was on some power trip instead of just trying to survive the day-to-day. It was like they were ganging up on me, and nothing I said could make them see my side. After that conversation, things got worse, not better. Jenny barely spoke to me, except to make passive-aggressive comments about how some people think they can tell everyone else what to do. It was like living with a stranger, and I could feel this rift between us growing by the day. Even Mom, who used to at least listen to me sometimes, started treating me like I was the enemy. She'd defend Jenny at every turn, no matter how minor the issue. And any time I tried to bring up my concerns, she'd shut me down, saying I was stirring up drama. I started feeling like I was a stranger in my own family, like everything I did was somehow wrong. I'd come home from work, try to help Mom, and all I'd get in return was cold shoulders and resentment. It hurt, more than I wanted to admit, to feel like the very people I was trying to help couldn't see my side at all. It was as if they were both perfectly content with me doing all the work as long as they didn't have to change anything about their own lives. At some point, I began to seriously consider moving out. The idea of just leaving them to sort things out on their own started sounding more appealing by the day. But every time I thought about it, I'd remember that Mom was still recovering and didn't really have anyone else to rely on. the guilt would hit me hard, and I'd start to feel like maybe I was being selfish even for thinking about it. But then I'd come home and find the same mess, the same tension, and it was like I was back to square one, questioning if I was really doing the right thing by staying. The breaking point finally came one night when I got home after an extra long shift. I walked in, and it was the same scene as before: Jenny's stuff everywhere, dishes piled up, and no sign of her helping out with anything. I went to my room without saying a word, just too tired to even argue anymore. But as I lay there, I realized I couldn't keep living like this. I'd tried everything I could think of to get them to see my side, to understand that I needed help, and it was like they just didn't care. The next morning, I told Mom that I was thinking about finding my own place. Her reaction wasn't what I expected. Instead of being upset, she just looked at me and said, "Maybe that's for the best." It was like all the months of effort, all the sacrifices I'd made to be there for her, didn't mean anything. I felt this wave of anger and hurt wash over me, but I kept my mouth shut, not wanting to make things worse. Since then, I've been making plans to move out, but part of me still feels torn. I worry about leaving Mom alone, especially since she's still not fully recovered. But I also know that staying here is only making things worse between us. I don't want to leave, but I don't see any other way to get some peace. Am I the bad person for wanting to move out, when all I wanted was a little help and respect? Story 19. Am I wrong for refusing to help my sister after years of one-sided support? I'm Emily, 33, and my younger sister, Rachel, is 29. To keep things straightforward, Rachel and I have always been different. I went the responsible route, went to school, got a job as a teacher, and I've been working ever since. I've tried my best to live within my means, save a bit, and keep a stable life. Rachel, on the other hand, has always been the free spirit of the family. She dropped out of college halfway through, took up different odd jobs, and always seemed to have a new passion she was pursuing. It's like she'd follow any direction, but never stay committed to one. My parents were supportive of her, but I think they eventually ran out of patience and, if I'm honest, money. So, naturally, whenever Rachel was short on cash or needed help, she came to me. She'd call with some emergency: a missed rent payment, a new car repair, an overdue utility bill, and every time, I'd find myself helping out. In the beginning, I told myself it was temporary, that she'd figure things out, and I'd get repaid. But that never happened. Instead, it became a pattern. It didn't matter if I was struggling myself. I'd cut corners to help her out because, well, she's my sister. I always thought that's what family does. And every time I brought up repayment, she'd brush it off, saying, "Family doesn't need to keep track. We help each other, right?" It was frustrating, but I kept telling myself I was doing the right thing, even if it meant putting my own needs on hold. Things started getting tight for me financially about a year ago. Living on a teacher's salary isn't exactly luxurious, and with rent and bills going up, I was finding it harder to make ends meet, even without Rachel's added demands. I finally worked up the courage to ask her to start paying me back. I wasn't even asking for all of it, just a small amount every month to help ease my own situation. She said she'd try, but within weeks, she was asking for more money. It was like the conversation never even happened. And once again, I caved, feeling guilty for even asking. Then, a couple of weeks ago, everything came to a head. It was late, almost midnight, and I got a call from Rachel. She was in tears, sobbing and saying she'd been evicted and had nowhere to go. She begged me to let her stay with me just for a week until she could figure something out. She promised she'd get a job, save up, and move out quickly. I was hesitant, but it was hard to say no when she sounded so desperate. Against my better judgment, I agreed, but I set some boundaries right from the start. I told her she couldn't ask for money, that she had to help out around the apartment, and that this would be a temporary arrangement, just 1 week. She agreed, and I thought, maybe this time would be different. But the first night, she showed up with her cat. She hadn't even mentioned it on the phone. And suddenly, here she was with a litter box, cat food, and all her cat's things. I was taken aback. I like animals, but I'd never had a pet myself, and my apartment wasn't exactly set up for one. I asked her why she hadn't mentioned it, and she just shrugged and said, "It's only for a week. It'll be fine." That was my first hint that things weren't going to go as planned. The next day, I came home from work and found Rachel lounging on the couch, watching TV with a pile of my snacks in front of her. The place was a mess. She hadn't done any cleaning, hadn't bothered to make the bed where she was sleeping, and her cat had already scratched up one of my chairs. I bit my tongue, thinking maybe she was just adjusting and would step up the next day. But the next day was the same, and the day after that. It didn't seem like she was even trying to look for a job, either. Every time I asked how her search was going, she'd brush it off with some excuse, saying she was working on it, or that things take time. By the end of the week, I realized she wasn't planning on leaving anytime soon. When I gently reminded her that the week was up, she just rolled her eyes and said she needed more time. I felt stuck. I didn't want to be heartless, but I also didn't want to be taken advantage of. I started feeling this resentment bubbling up, but every time I tried to address it, she'd just deflect, saying, "Why are you making this such a big deal? It's just for a bit longer." I didn't know how to respond without sounding like the bad guy, so I let it go. But it only got worse. A few days later, I came home to find her with a couple of friends over. They were sitting in my living room, eating my food, acting like they owned the place. She hadn't even asked me if it was okay to have people over. It felt like my boundaries didn't matter at all. I pulled her aside and reminded her about our agreement that this was temporary, and that she needed to be respectful of my space. She laughed it off, saying I was overreacting, and that I needed to lighten up. It was infuriating. More days passed, and nothing changed. I'd come home from work exhausted, only to find dirty dishes, laundry piling up, and her cat shedding everywhere. It was like I'd lost control of my own home. I tried one more time to talk to her about it, asking her to help with the cleaning, or at least take care of her own mess. She gave me the same response, that I was being too uptight, and that she'd get around to it. Meanwhile, the expenses were piling up. My grocery bill had doubled. My furniture was getting damaged, and I felt like I was the one bearing all the weight again. Then came the night when I finally snapped. After another long day, I came home to find the place a complete mess. Dirty dishes were stacked in the sink. Her friends were there again, and her cat had knocked over a plant I'd had for years, scattering soil all over the floor. I asked her to come to the kitchen so we could talk privately. I told her this couldn't go on, that I needed her to start contributing or find another place to stay. I wasn't even asking for money, just basic respect for my space. She looked at me like I'd slapped her. She accused me of being selfish, of not understanding how hard things were for her. She said I was cold, and that family was supposed to help each other, no matter what. Hearing her say that made me feel like I was the worst person in the world. I'd been helping her for years, always putting her needs before my own, and now she was making me feel like I was failing her. But I also felt this anger bubbling up, thinking of all the sacrifices I'd made and how little she appreciated any of it. After that, things were tense. She barely spoke to me, and when she did, it was with this passive-aggressive tone, like I was the one ruining her life. She'd still leave her mess everywhere, almost like she was trying to provoke me. I started avoiding coming home, spending extra hours at work, just so I wouldn't have to deal with the tension in my own apartment. The resentment was eating away at me, and I didn't know how to handle it. The situation with Rachel didn't improve. If anything, it got worse. A few days after our talk, I came home from work to find yet another group of her friends in my living room. They were laughing, eating snacks, and watching TV like it was their own place. My apartment felt like a hostel, and I was a guest in my own home. I felt that familiar knot of resentment tighten in my stomach, but I didn't say anything. I was tired of arguing with her, tired of her acting like my boundaries didn't matter. I thought, maybe if I just kept my head down and ignored it, she'd get bored and leave. But that hope quickly faded. Rachel wasn't even trying to find a job. Every time I brought it up, she'd get defensive or change the subject, saying things like, "I'm working on it," or "I'm going through a rough time." It felt like she had no intention of leaving, no matter what she'd promised me in the beginning. And meanwhile, my finances were taking a hit. My grocery bill was double what it used to be, and I couldn't remember the last time I'd bought anything for myself without feeling guilty. Everything was about accommodating Rachel and her needs, while mine got pushed to the back burner. The tension between us kept building, and it started affecting me in ways I hadn't expected. I'd come home from work dreading what I'd find, wondering if my apartment would be filled with her friends or if I'd have to clean up yet another mess. I started losing sleep, staying up late trying to unwind after she finally went to bed, only to wake up exhausted and cranky the next morning. My work was slipping. Too, I found myself distracted and short-tempered with my students, something that was totally unlike me. It felt like Rachel was sucking the energy and peace out of my life, and there was nothing I could do about it without being painted as the bad sister. One night, after another exhausting day, I decided to have a serious conversation with her. I was nervous, but I knew I couldn't keep living like this. When she finally came home from wherever she'd been all day, I told her we needed to talk. I explained how the situation was affecting me, that I was struggling financially and emotionally, and that I needed her to either start contributing or find somewhere else to stay. I tried to keep my tone calm and reasonable, but she took it as an attack. She accused me of being selfish, of only caring about money, and of never understanding her situation. Hearing her say those things hurt. I'd sacrificed so much for her over the years, always putting her needs before my own. And here she was, making me feel like the villain. It felt like everything I'd done for her meant nothing, like I was just some tool she could use whenever she needed help. I didn't know how to respond, so I just let her rant, hoping she'd calm down. But instead, she stormed off to her room, slamming the door behind her, and I was left standing there, feeling a mix of anger, guilt, and helplessness. After that, things got even worse. Rachel barely spoke to me, and when she did, it was with this passive-aggressive attitude, like I was the one who'd done something wrong. She left her messes around the apartment, almost as if she was trying to get under my skin. She'd leave dirty dishes in the sink, clothes strewn across the floor, and her cat's litter box untouched for days. I felt trapped, unable to confront her without starting another fight, but unable to ignore the resentment building inside me. One evening, I came home and found the apartment in complete disarray. There were empty food containers, wrappers, and dirty dishes all over the kitchen counter. Her cat had knocked over a plant I'd had for years, scattering soil all over the floor. I stood there, taking it all in, and something in me just snapped. I went to her room and told her that this couldn't go on. I said that if she couldn't respect my space and clean up after herself, she'd have to find somewhere else to stay. She looked at me with this incredulous expression, like I was being completely unreasonable. She started yelling, saying I was heartless and only cared about my precious apartment more than I cared about her. She went on about how family was supposed to help each other, and that I was abandoning her when she needed me most. Hearing her say that made me question myself, made me wonder if I was really as cold-hearted as she made me out to be. But at the same time, I knew that I couldn't keep living like this. I needed my space, my peace, my life back. After that argument, Rachel became even more distant. She'd leave early in the morning and come back late at night, barely acknowledging my existence. Part of me was relieved not to have to deal with her, but another part of me was constantly on edge, wondering what mess I'd find when she got home. It felt like I was walking on eggshells in my own apartment, afraid of setting her off or being accused of being the bad sister again. Then, one day, I came home from work to find that she'd had a few of her friends over again. They were sitting in the living room, watching TV and eating my food without a care in the world. Rachel was nowhere to be found, and her friends acted like they owned the place. I felt a surge of anger and frustration, but I held it in, not wanting to start a scene. I went to my room, closed the door, and just sat there, feeling completely defeated. After they finally left, I went out to the living room and saw the mess they'd left behind: empty cans, wrappers, and even a spilled drink on the carpet. I was done. I couldn't keep living like this, constantly cleaning up after her, constantly feeling like my needs didn't matter. I decided that I'd give her one last ultimatum. Either she started respecting my space and contributing, or she'd have to leave. The next morning, I waited until she came back from wherever she'd spent the night. I told her that I couldn't keep doing this, that I needed her to either help out or find somewhere else to go. She looked at me like I'd betrayed her, like I was the worst person in the world. She accused me of caring more about my stuff than about her well-being, and she made me feel like I was abandoning her when she had no one else to turn to. As she went off on another rant about how family was supposed to help each other, I felt a mixture of guilt and anger. I started doubting myself, wondering if I really was being selfish, if I was failing her when she needed me most. But at the same time, I knew I couldn't keep sacrificing my own well-being for her. I was exhausted, financially drained, and emotionally spent. I couldn't keep putting her needs above my own, not when it was affecting every aspect of my life. After that confrontation, Rachel stopped talking to me altogether. She'd leave without saying a word and come back late at night, ignoring me completely. The apartment was quiet, but it was a tense, uncomfortable silence, filled with resentment and unresolved conflict. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to just give in and let her stay as long as she wanted, if only to keep the peace. But another part of me knew that I couldn't keep living like this, constantly feeling like I was being taken advantage of, constantly feeling like my needs didn't matter. As the days went by, I found myself questioning everything. Had I been too harsh? Was I really as selfish as she made me out to be? Or was I finally standing up for myself after years of sacrificing for her, without any appreciation or respect? I didn't know the answer, and I felt torn between my loyalty to her and my need for peace in my own life. The situation was unbearable, and I knew something had to change. As the days dragged on, the silence between Rachel and me grew heavier. It was like she was a ghost in my apartment, slipping in and out without a word. I tried to convince myself that maybe this was for the best, that maybe, by avoiding each other, we'd both find some peace. But it wasn't peaceful. It was tense, uncomfortable, and draining. I could feel resentment building inside me every time I looked at the mess she left behind. Every time I saw her using things she never helped pay for. Every time her cat scratched up more of my furniture. The worst part was, I couldn't shake the guilt that kept creeping in. I'd catch myself thinking, what if she's right? What if I really am being selfish? It all came to a head one evening when I got home from work and found the apartment completely trashed. It looked like a tornado had ripped through the place. Food wrappers, dirty dishes, and clothes were scattered everywhere. Her friends had obviously been over again, and they hadn't bothered to clean up a single thing. I was furious. I'd had enough. I marched into Rachel's room, fully prepared to lay down the law once and for all. But she wasn't there. She hadn't even bothered to clean up after her friends. And now she was off doing whatever she pleased, while I was left to deal with the mess. I sat down on the couch, feeling defeated and helpless. This was my home, and I didn't even feel like I belonged in it anymore. Rachel had completely taken over, and I felt like I had no control. After a few hours, she finally came home. I tried to keep calm as I explained that this wasn't working, that I couldn't keep cleaning up after her and her friends, that I needed her to either start contributing or find somewhere else to stay. But instead of listening, she blew up at me, accusing me of caring more about my precious apartment than about her well-being. She went on and on about how I was abandoning her, how I was turning my back on her in her time of need, and how family was supposed to help each other no matter what. By the time she was done, I was at my breaking point. I told her that I'd done nothing but help her for years, that I'd sacrificed so much for her, and that I couldn't keep doing it if it meant destroying my own peace of mind. She just glared at me, like I was the worst person in the world. And then she stormed off to her room, slamming the door behind her. I was left standing there, feeling like the bad sister once again, even though I knew deep down that I'd done everything I could to support her. The next few days were even worse. Rachel barely spoke to me, and when she did, it was only to make snide comments about how lucky I was to have everything together while she struggled. I started avoiding being home as much as possible, spending extra hours at work or going for long walks after my shift just to avoid the tension. I felt like a stranger in my own apartment, like I was constantly walking on eggshells, trying not to set her off. Then, one night, I came home to find Rachel packing up her things. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or anxious. Part of me hoped she was finally leaving, that she'd found somewhere else to stay. But another part of me worried that she was just using this as another way to guilt trip me. I asked her what she was doing, and she said she was going to stay with a friend for a while because, apparently, I didn't want her there anymore. Hearing her say that hurt, even though I knew it was a manipulation tactic. She was making it sound like I'd kicked her out, like I'd given her no choice. I tried to talk to her, to explain that I didn't want to abandon her, that I just needed her to respect my space and my boundaries. But she wasn't interested in listening. She kept packing, throwing her things into a bag without looking at me. When she was done, she grabbed her cat, mumbled a quick goodbye, and walked out the door without a second glance. Just like that, she was gone, and I was left standing there, feeling a strange mix of relief and guilt. I'd wanted my space back, my peace, but I hadn't wanted it to end like this. For the first few days after she left, I felt a weight lifted off my shoulders. The apartment was clean, quiet, and finally felt like my home again. But the guilt didn't go away. I kept wondering if I'd done the right thing, if I'd really given her enough chances, or if I'd been too harsh. I started second-guessing myself, thinking about all the times I'd helped her, all the sacrifices I'd made, and wondering if I'd just thrown it all away because I was too tired to keep going. My family didn't make it any easier, either. When they found out Rachel had left, they started calling and texting me, asking why I hadn't done more to help her, why I hadn't tried harder to keep her around. My parents said things like, "She's your sister. You should have been more patient," and "Family is supposed to support each other." They didn't know the whole story, but I could tell they thought I was in the wrong. It was like they were taking her side without even hearing me out, like they'd already decided that I was the bad guy. I tried to explain my side, to tell them about all the times I'd helped her, all the times I'd sacrificed for her, but they just brushed it off, saying that Rachel was going through a rough time and that I should have been more understanding. It felt like nothing I said mattered, like they'd already made up their minds and weren't interested in hearing my perspective. I was left feeling isolated, like I'd lost not only my sister, but my family's support as well. Now, weeks have gone by, and I still don't know if I did the right thing. Rachel hasn't reached out, and I haven't heard from her since she left. Part of me is relieved to have my space back, but another part of me misses her, even though our relationship was complicated and messy. I keep replaying everything in my head, wondering if I should have done something differently, if I should have tried harder to make things work. But at the same time, I know that I couldn't keep living like that, constantly sacrificing my own well-being for someone who didn't seem to appreciate or respect it. So now, I'm left with this nagging question in the back of my mind, a question that keeps me up at night, that makes me wonder if I'm really as selfish as she made me out to be. Am I wrong for finally standing up to my sister after years of supporting her? Or did I fail her when she truly needed me the most? Story 20 inches. Am I wrong for not inviting my stepson's mom to my wedding after she tried to reconnect with him? I'm 34, and my fiancé, Jason, is 38. He has a 10-year-old son, Evan, from his previous marriage with his ex-wife, Sarah. To be honest, I didn't think much about Sarah when I first got together with Jason. From what I understood, she hadn't been around much since Evan was a toddler, and Jason made it clear that she was more or less out of the picture. For the past 3 years, it's been mostly the three of us, me, Jason, and Evan. We've built a life together. And while I've always tried to be respectful of the fact that I'm not Evan's mother, I've become pretty close to him. I'm the one who picks him up from school most days, helps him with his homework, and takes him to his weekend activities when Jason has work. We've fallen into a rhythm, one where I feel like a real part of his life, even if I'm technically just Dad's fiancé on paper. So when Sarah reached out to Jason out of the blue, saying she wanted to reconnect with Evan, it threw me. Jason was cautious about it at first. He said he wasn't sure what her intentions were or if she'd stick around this time. Over the years, she's popped up once or twice, only to disappear again. He didn't want Evan to get hurt by her inconsistency, but he also thought it wasn't his place to stop her if she truly wanted to make an effort this time. Jason's stance was that Evan deserved the chance to get to know his mom, and as much as I wanted to protect Evan from the possibility of disappointment, I couldn't argue with that. Still, I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling about the whole thing. I'd spent years watching Evan get used to a stable family life with me and Jason, and the idea of someone who'd been absent for so long suddenly wanting to be part of that life felt strange. We were already knee-deep in wedding plans when Sarah reached out. We'd set a date, booked a venue, and even started working on the guest list. We were both excited about making it official, and Evan was excited too. He'd asked me a few times if he could be part of the wedding in some way, maybe as a ring bearer or something. It made me happy to see him involved, and I'd been looking forward to the day being about us coming together as a family. But then, as soon as Jason and I told everyone about the wedding date, Sarah reached out again. Only this time, she said she wanted to be there. She said it would be good for Evan to see his parents together at an important family event. I felt blindsided. To me, the wedding was supposed to be about the family that Jason, Evan, and I had built together, not about the past. The thought of having Sarah there, possibly confusing Evan about where she fit into his life, made me uncomfortable. Jason told me it was ultimately my choice, that he'd support whatever I decided. But he also hinted that maybe it wouldn't be so bad for Evan to see his mother there. He said it might help Evan feel like both sides of his family were coming together, even if things weren't perfect. I understood where he was coming from, but part of me couldn't shake the feeling that Sarah's sudden desire to be involved was more about her than Evan. I worried about what kind of impact it would have on him. Would he feel torn between us? Would it bring up questions he wasn't ready to ask yet? The more I thought about it, the more it felt like Sarah was intruding on something that was supposed to be about us. It didn't help that Evan started asking about his other mom around the same time. One day, after Jason and I had been talking about the guest list, Evan came up to us and asked if his other mom would be at the wedding. I could feel my heart sink a little. We hadn't even told him she'd expressed interest in coming, and now he was bringing it up on his own. I couldn't tell if he really wanted her there, or if he was just confused about where she fit into this big day we were planning. But hearing him ask that made me feel guilty, like I was somehow keeping something from him, or making a decision that was more about my feelings than his. Jason's family had mixed reactions. His sister thought it would be good for Evan to have his mother around, even if it was just for the wedding. She argued that it was an opportunity to show Evan that both his parents were there to support him, even if they weren't together anymore. His mom, on the other hand, was worried that Sarah's presence would just bring up old wounds and confuse Evan. She said Sarah hadn't earned the right to be part of this day after being absent for so long, and that it was unfair for her to insert herself into an event that was supposed to be about our family's future. Meanwhile, my friends told me I had every right to feel uncomfortable. They reminded me that this was my wedding day, and I shouldn't feel guilty for wanting it to be about the family Jason and I had built together, not the one he'd left behind. They said that I wasn't being unreasonable for wanting to keep things simple, and that if Sarah truly wanted to reconnect with Evan, there were other ways she could do that, ways that didn't involve being in the middle of my wedding. I tried to find a middle ground by inviting Sarah to a casual family dinner with us before the wedding. I thought this could be a chance for her to reconnect with Evan without making things complicated on the actual wedding day. I figured it would show that I was supportive of her relationship with Evan without opening the door to her being part of a day that, to me, was supposed to be about Jason, Evan, and me. But when I reached out with this invitation, Sarah was less than enthusiastic. She said she appreciated the gesture, but she still believed it would be better for Evan if she attended the wedding, as it would help him feel like his family was united on such an important day. Her insistence made me feel even more uncomfortable. It was like she was pushing to be part of something she hadn't been there to build. Evan's nervousness about the wedding seemed to be increasing, and he kept asking questions about who would be there and where he would sit. Part of me wondered if he was picking up on the tension between me and Jason over this whole thing. I started to feel like no matter what I did, someone would be hurt. If I told Sarah not to come, I risked making Evan feel like I was blocking his mother from being part of his life. But if I let her come, I was worried it would ruin the day I'd envisioned and throw Evan's emotions into even more turmoil. As the wedding day crept closer, I found myself dreading the conversation I knew I'd eventually have to have with Sarah. Jason kept telling me that whatever I decided, he'd stand by me, but it was clear he felt torn too. He wanted to support me, but he didn't want Evan to feel like he was choosing sides. I couldn't shake the feeling that, somehow, this was a test of the family we'd been working so hard to create. I just wanted a clear answer, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt stuck, like there was no right choice. Now, with only a few weeks left, I'm still at a loss. I feel like maybe I'm being selfish for wanting this day to be just about our family, and not about trying to patch things up with Sarah. But every time I think about seeing her there, I feel this overwhelming sense of dread. As the weeks went on, the tension around Sarah's potential presence at the wedding only seemed to grow. Evan became more vocal about wanting his other mom there, and every time he brought it up, I felt like I was backed into a corner. Jason and I tried to keep things as calm as possible, but I could tell he was feeling the pressure too. He wanted to support me, but he didn't want Evan to feel left out or like we were ignoring his wishes. Meanwhile, I started to wonder if Evan even fully understood what he was asking. He was only 10, and his experience with Sarah had been sporadic at best. Part of me thought he might just be saying he wanted her there because he thought it was the right thing to do, or because he was curious about what it would be like to have both parents in one place. In an effort to get a clearer picture, I spoke to a couple of Jason's family members who'd been around when Evan was little. They told me that, from their perspective, Sarah had always been distant and unreliable. His mom reminded me that Sarah had a history of flaking, that she'd missed several important milestones already. Jason's sister, on the other hand, seemed to think that it wouldn't be a bad idea to let her come, saying that maybe this was Sarah's way of trying to make up for lost time. I felt torn. Part of me wanted to give Sarah a chance to show she was committed to Evan, but the other part of me couldn't shake the feeling that she was overstepping by wanting to attend the wedding. Meanwhile, Evan's questions about the wedding were getting more specific. He wanted to know where he'd be sitting, who would be around him, and if he could be involved somehow. I realized that a lot of his questions revolved around family dynamics, and I started to worry that he was feeling insecure about his place in this new family we were forming. That feeling only added to my guilt. Was I being unfair by wanting to keep the day focused on Jason and me, instead of including everyone Evan might see as family? I tried to reassure him that the day would be special and that he was a big part of it, but it seemed like his worries weren't going away. I suggested to Jason that maybe we should sit down with Evan and have an honest talk about what he wanted from the day and what he expected. Jason agreed, but he was hesitant to push too hard, afraid that asking too many questions might make Evan feel like he was being put on the spot. We ended up having a gentle conversation with him about how the day would go, and we reminded him that no matter what, he'd always be part of our family. Evan nodded and seemed reassured, but he still asked if his other mom could be there. I could see the look on Jason's face. He was torn, and so was I. I just kept thinking that maybe there was no way to make everyone happy. With the wedding date fast approaching, I started questioning my own feelings. My friends told me that I wasn't wrong to want to protect the day from any unnecessary drama. They kept reminding me that this was supposed to be a celebration of the family Jason and I had built, and that it wasn't selfish to want a day focused on us, without added complications. But every time I thought about Evan's reaction, I wondered if I was really being fair. Was I putting my own discomfort ahead of what might actually be best for him? I kept going back and forth, trying to balance my instincts as a future stepmom with my feelings as a bride. At this point, Jason was visibly stressed. He was trying to keep the peace, and while he'd said from the beginning that he would stand by whatever I decided, I could tell he was conflicted too. He wanted to support my decision, but he didn't want to risk Evan feeling hurt or confused. We'd already had a few tense conversations about it, and I started to worry that this whole situation was putting a strain on us. Jason never said it outright, but I could tell he felt guilty for not having a clear answer for Evan. It was as if he was caught between the past with Sarah and the future he was building with me, and he didn't know how to bring those worlds together. When I saw Sarah at the family dinner we'd invited her to, things felt awkward. She tried to be friendly, but it was clear she was holding something back, almost as if she was testing the waters. Evan seemed happy to see her, but he was also a little unsure, sticking close to Jason and looking back at me for reassurance a few times. Watching the two of them interact, I felt even more conflicted. Sarah seemed genuinely interested in reconnecting, but I couldn't tell if it was just a phase or if she was actually committed this time. The whole evening left me feeling uneasy, like we were all just pretending everything was normal when, in reality, none of us knew how this was going to play out. After dinner, Sarah pulled me aside and asked if I'd reconsidered inviting her to the wedding. She told me that she thought it would be beneficial for Evan to see her there, and that it would make him feel supported by both his parents. I didn't know what to say. On one hand, I wanted to tell her that she'd had years to show up for Evan, and that my wedding day wasn't the time for her to start acting like a mother. On the other hand, I felt guilty for even thinking that way, knowing that Evan still saw her as his mom, no matter what she'd done in the past. The pressure only increased after that conversation. I started feeling like I was being selfish for wanting to keep Sarah out of the wedding, but I also felt like I had a right to be uncomfortable with her presence. It was a day I'd been looking forward to for years, and the thought of sharing it with someone who hadn't been a part of our lives for so long just didn't sit right with me. But at the same time, I couldn't shake the idea that maybe it was my own insecurities getting in the way. I didn't want to look back and feel like I'd made a choice that hurt Evan. In the end, I kept going back and forth. Some days, I felt confident in my decision to ask her not to come, and other days, I'd lie awake at night wondering if I was making a mistake. I felt like I was trapped in this endless cycle of doubt, constantly questioning whether I was doing the right thing. I wanted to protect Evan, but I also wanted to protect the life Jason and I had worked so hard to build. And no matter what choice I made, it felt like someone was going to end up feeling left out or hurt. As the wedding day drew closer, I still didn't have a clear answer. The wedding was just days away, and I still hadn't made a final decision about Sarah. Every time I thought I'd made up my mind, something would happen that threw me back into doubt. I was completely torn, and Jason could see it. He kept asking me if I was sure about everything, but I knew he was asking more about Sarah than the wedding itself. I could tell he wanted me to put my feelings first. But at the same time, he didn't want to be the one to tell Evan that his other mom wasn't coming. It was like we were both waiting for the other to make the call, hoping it would somehow spare us from being the bad guy in Evan's eyes. Evan, on the other hand, seemed more excited than ever. He'd been asking a lot of questions about the wedding lately, and it was clear he was looking forward to being part of it. He'd even talked about wanting to give a little speech, which made me smile. It felt good to know he wanted to be involved, that he was excited to see us all come together as a family. But then he'd ask about his other mom again, and each time, I felt like my heart sank a little lower. I wanted so badly to give him a day that was filled with nothing but happiness and excitement, without any of the complicated feelings that seemed to keep circling around us. One night, after another round of indecision, I finally sat down with Jason and told him I didn't want Sarah to come. I just couldn't shake the feeling that having her there would add unnecessary tension to the day. I told him that it wasn't about keeping Evan from his mother. It was about keeping our day focused on the family we'd built together, without dragging in the past. Jason nodded, and he didn't try to argue, but I could tell he was still worried. He said he'd support whatever I decided, but he kept reminding me that this might be hard for Evan to understand. It felt like no matter what choice I made, there was going to be some fallout. After we talked, I felt a sense of relief, like a weight had been lifted. For the first time in weeks, I felt sure of my decision. But that feeling didn't last long. The very next day, I got a message from Sarah. She'd heard from Jason's sister that she wasn't invited, and she wasn't happy about it. She said that she thought it was unfair to exclude her from such an important day, especially since Evan was going to be there. She kept insisting that it was important for him to see both his parents together, and that by not inviting her, I was somehow undermining their bond. Reading her message, I felt a mix of anger and guilt. It felt like she was accusing me of being selfish, but I also wondered if maybe she was right. Was I really putting my feelings ahead of what was best for Evan? I tried to explain to her that this wasn't about keeping her out of Evan's life, but rather about making sure the day stayed focused on the family we'd built. She didn't seem to accept that, though. She kept saying that it was my insecurities that were the problem, not her presence. That hit hard. I started second-guessing myself all over again, wondering if maybe I was being unfair. I wanted to protect Evan, but I also wanted to protect the life Jason and I were creating together. It felt like I was being pulled in two directions, with no way to keep everyone happy. The day before the wedding, I was still struggling with what to do. Part of me wanted to call Sarah and tell her she could come if it would make Evan happy, but the other part of me couldn't let go of the idea that this was supposed to be our day, not hers. Jason told me he'd back me up no matter what, but I could see the strain it was putting on him too. He didn't want to upset Evan, but he also didn't want to see our wedding day turn into something complicated and tense. In the end, I decided to stick with my original decision. I'd already told Sarah she wasn't invited, and I felt like going back on that now would only make things more complicated. On the morning of the wedding, everything felt surreal. I was excited, nervous, and still a little unsure about the whole Sarah situation. Evan seemed happy, and I hoped that meant he was okay with everything, but I couldn't help wondering if he'd feel differently later. As we got ready, I kept looking over at him, hoping to read something in his expression that would reassure me. He was all smiles, and I tried to take that as a good sign. Just as we were about to start, Jason pulled me aside and asked me one last time if I was sure about not letting Sarah come. I could see the worry in his eyes, but I held firm. I told him that I wanted the day to be about us, about the family we'd created together, without any lingering shadows from the past. He nodded, but I could tell he was still conflicted. Part of me worried that he'd regret this decision, that maybe one day Evan would look back and feel like we'd kept something from him. The ceremony went beautifully, and for a while, all my worries faded away. Evan looked so proud, standing there with us. and I felt this overwhelming sense of happiness and relief. But as the reception started, I couldn't help but notice that Evan kept looking around, almost like he was searching for someone. It hurt to see, and it brought back all the doubts I'd tried to bury. Was he looking for Sarah? Was he wondering why she wasn't there? I wanted to ask him, but I didn't want to bring up anything that might spoil the moment. I just kept hoping he'd be able to enjoy the day without feeling like something was missing. By the end of the night, I was exhausted, both physically and emotionally. The day had been beautiful, but there was still this nagging feeling in the back of my mind. This worry that maybe I'd made the wrong choice. As Jason and I headed home, he told me that he was proud of me for sticking to what I felt was right. But I could tell he had his own doubts too. It felt like we'd gotten through the day, but the question of Sarah's role in Evan's life was far from over. Now, looking back, I'm still unsure if I did the right thing. Part of me believes that keeping Sarah out of the wedding was the best choice for the family Jason and I are building. But another part wonders if maybe I was too focused on my own comfort. I don't want Evan to feel like we kept his mother away from him, but I also don't want to invite unnecessary drama into our lives. So, am I wrong for not inviting Sarah to our wedding?